Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored. So can you try a little harder? I'm really getting bored. Come on, shoot faster. Just a little bit of energy. I wanna try something fun right now. I guess some people call it again. Let's blow this into ashes and see what Papa thinks. It's such pathetic neatness, but not for long 'cause you'll get jinxed. So much better, so much fun. Let's start from scratch.
Hello and welcome to the pre-show. I'm Valdez. With me is Hooney and Ox, of course. And today we do have KT up against Homalife Esports. This is a match to decide who gets another chance, as unfortunately both of these teams have already taken one loss in the best of 5 in the double elimination. So we'll have to wait and see who takes this best of 5 to give themselves one final chance. How are you guys doing today?
Yeah, pretty good. I'm hoping it's going to be a good series. I feel like a lot of people are super high on KT from their series against T1, but they have been a team who've shown some inconsistent form before.
Yeah, I mean, since it's a last chance, right? It's for them. It's like if they lose, they're out of the playoff. So they gotta win. So it's gotta be a good series.
Yeah, absolutely. We can take a look at the playoff bracket so far and just see, what's been going on, as we can take a look at some of what these teams have done up until this moment.
Yeah, I feel like the big thing was the upset against DK for Hanwha. A lot of people thought they'd be knocked out there. Kind of a return to expectations up against Gen G, but obviously have made it here. Whereas for KT, they were super close against T1.
Yeah, I mean, especially today, like the KT make a full stats against the T1. They got 2 wins against it. And HLE, as you said it, like against DK, their performance was really good. So even today, like I think a lot of people probably predict the KTs have a favor, but still, you never know.
You never know, and we will get into predictions a little bit later on. Spoiler, it is favored towards KT, but not everybody did go for it, and has been a fun playoff so far. Of course, we can take a look at some of the pick ban percentages and where we are at so far for this playoff, as Annie will not be seeing play anytime soon, and I feel like Zeri will soon follow.
Yeah, I feel like Zeri kind of had a bit of a resurgence because she seemed like he was going to fall off, but the meta has kind of shifted to more skirmish focused, and she's so good at joining those early fights, and then you pick up a triple kill on your Zeri, the game's just over.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, like against Zeri, especially if you're an enemy team, like you have to play like exactly however you guys want, and also no mistake is allowed against Zeri. So that's a really bad thing. But the thing is, like also Annie, I don't think we're gonna see the rest of the playoff.
It's not going to happen, and we do have a very specific jungle meta, of course, as well, with a lot of Sejuani, a lot of Vi, and you saw Wukong up there. Let's take a look at some of the high win rate picks. So Zeri is up there, as we talked about, Sejuani as well, but also Lucian and Gragas seeing some success so far.
Yeah, not as frequently, sort of a lower play rate there, but I think Gragas, the power being that he is still that flex pick, can also be played in the jungles. You can have an AD mid, and Lucian has, as we've seen over the course of the split, a pretty good matchup in a Zeri if you can keep the momentum.
Yeah, I think the Sejuani difficulty is like really low, but I think the Gragas is like, and the Lucian, especially those two champions, the pilot, the player has to be really comfortable on it to be able to perform. I think that's like probably the biggest different key between those two and the other two.
Yeah, and talking about this series, the Zeri I feel like will definitely be banned away a lot. You'll note here as well, Talia has not seen a single win in 6 games, but we do have BDD playing today. Of course, he is one of the players that did take some losses on this pick. Do you think maybe we'll see some of that, or maybe some of these other bait picks?
Like sometimes players get like really cold on a pick when it's not working. I do think Talia is still good in the right spot, but I think people were just picking her whenever. Clearly didn't work out, so maybe we see teams just not leaning towards her. I think the other interesting one is the Vi. I still think Vi is good. I think it's more just like often we see Sejuani Vi traded off, and obviously if Sejuani's doing so well, the counterpoint is Vi not doing so hot in the win rate, but still offers a lot.
Yeah, I mean, totally understand. Like, I think the more so Aphelios, I think you also, the difficulty is like really high. Like, you have to play really exactly how you want it. And also, it's the same thing. If you make one mistake, it's really easy to fall down. If you're not able to like snowball from the lane phase, especially with playing Thresh, like those kind of champion extra, like you can't make mistake.
Yeah, we've seen that T1 has played a bunch of Aphelios Thresh, and they have gotten some big wins on that, but it's not an easy combo to play, as you were saying, Huni. So we can take a look at some of the points of the match, as well as we do have some very fun stats for you guys coming your way with this video, as always.
Yeah, so I feel like a huge matchup here where we're looking for KT to continue the form they showed against T1, up against Hanwha, and try and push themselves forwards. We have seen that historically, especially recently, like the wins here for Hanwha were far in the past. It has been KT domination for the past year or two.
Well, I mean, but you need to know, HLE's been losing every single time, so the record seems a little bit unfair, but it's the same thing against DK. They have not won. They haven't won against DK too recently, and they still make upset. So I think today will be probably still interesting.
Yeah, and I think a big matchup to focus on is the top lane. I feel like Keen has shown he is in phenomenal form, matching up to Zeus as well. And I think his Jax is something they really need to get a handle on. Probably just going to be denied, but also just ensuring there's a good matchup for Kingen, especially since one of the picks that he leans on is a Gnar, and Jax does pretty well into that Jace as well. So, you know, I feel like Kingen just needs to be able to survive in this matchup if they're going to succeed.
Yeah, I mean, I think probably like high chance that I think the Kingen will just play like more so 10 champion, like especially also even though we're highlighting the Gnar, the Kingen win rate, or like everyone knows like Kingen Gnar is really good, but the thing is like it's really easy to get counter if you're not especially banning against Keen champion pool, which is Jace and Jax as you mentioned it. And I think that's gonna be the key from the pick and ban, that if they're aiming for just trying to pick the Gnar, they have to ban exactly what they want, and also Keen probably, we'll see what they're bringing up.
And honestly, a big curveball if we do see them on red side, because you get that potential counter pick, which could be huge.
Battle of the lookalikes here. Not playing in the same role, but I do want to point out that KT's solo lanes have been exceptional so far, and BDD is no stranger to playing really well under high-pressure situations.
I feel like BDD, a big asset he had, even when KT was struggling earlier in the split, was his activity on his map, his presence to move around, and we've seen that as the meta has shifted more towards these mids, you can set up plays, set up skirmishes, he's been doing really well, and picks like the TF we saw was so effective for him.
Yeah, I mean, which is, I think, like, it worked really well even against T1. That means, like, I think it's already confirmed, like, they're really shown that, like, they can't easily succeed with it. And there's one thing, the frame Cleed, like, regular season of Sejuani on the performance was not good. At the same time, the win rate also not good. But the thing is, like, as soon as a playoff landed, it's completely different person.
Yeah, I feel like Cleed didn't have the best year last year when he was in the LPL for FPX. There were moments this year so far where he has struggled, but so far in that DK series really stepped up, and I think people were super concerned about that matchup up against Canyon. The expectation was it would be one-sided, but he has delivered for the team so far.
Yeah, I think that Clid has done his job. You know, everybody around him kind of doing well-to-do carrying, at least against DK, and then when we saw the series against Genji, it was just, well, it's Genji. They're playing really well. They're playing to a high level, so Hanwha not really able to reach that same level. What worries me is that KT looks so strong against T1, so on paper you would assume that KT should be the big favorites, but it is KT, so what do you guys think about this matchup?
I feel like part of it's also like the stylistic matchup. Like, I feel like a big thing for KT against T1 was that Keen can match up to Zeus, which makes a big difference, and the Roman impact of BDD helped out there. So even though they did well, a lot of people forget in their first series of the playoffs, they didn't look nearly as strong. I think it really depends what KT shows up on the day, and also what Hanwha bring to the table, because some of that team fighting we saw against DK was phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, people are a little bit expecting the KT not gonna, I mean, they're gonna win, but the thing is, like, they could also choose to lose. So that's the thing. But the thing is, I think it's really far away. Like it's from regular season round 1. Like they got 2-0 against the Guangdong Freaks, especially for example. Like that's long times ago, and like especially the round 2 KT look completely different team, and they're like as a team, like I feel like they got way more solid, and I think they got way more used to play with each other.
Well, talking about this matchup, we can take a look at the team stats, the head-to-head between these two teams on multiple. You'll note that KT up towards the top. This is, of course, in playoffs so far.
Yeah, I feel like the close series against T1 definitely helped out the stats, but yeah, Honra got kind of annihilated by Genji, which really didn't help them out too much in that department, but hoping for a more consistent performance today.
Yeah, I mean, probably it's a really good highlight from the I think Dragon take, because it's also HLE like really prefer just playing around the Drake based on regular season stats. But I think KT also they changed their kind of play style that they also highly focus on Drake. I think it's gonna could be Connor like against HLE to win the situation.
Yeah, and we saw as well T1 got so many Drakes against Genji. Clearly still a super high priority. On the future patch, which obviously we're not playing on, they've also nerfed individual Drakes, so clearly the expectation is that they should be a super high priority.
Yeah, definitely should be. Let's take a look at one of the key player matchups we have for this one, because Aiming versus Viper is going to be pretty massive. We already talked about a little bit from the draft. Don't think we're going to be seeing too much Zeri with how high the prio is. So where does that leave us between these two?
I think Aiming, the Varus has been pretty massive. I think the fact that you're able to provide such long-range poke, but also the burst damage. Sometimes you can struggle from lacking DPS, but I feel like the rest of the team often picks it up. So it's a pick that can win you lane and also do pretty well in the later stages. Whereas Viper, I feel like the Xayah has been a pretty massive one for him.
Yeah, I mean, I think especially from yesterday, Gumayushi pull out the lethal tempo from the Varus, on hit Varus. I think that's gonna be also the really big key from today's draft, because I think these two teams will be what probably were streaming against T1, and probably the meta has been set from these 3 teams, and I think that's how they pull it out.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think that Viper's pool so far has been a little bit more eclectic. We've seen like some different picks, like the Draven coming out. We've seen more Lucian from him to success, not necessarily as much on the side of Aiming. So do you think we'll see Draven in this one? It feels like he's kind of fallen off.
Yeah, I think a lot of things have shifted since early in the split. I think the Draven worked well when you want to play heavily through bot, but I feel like it's more important to have like the mid priority and lean of the team fights. And Draven's just such a hit or miss, right? We saw that game from Viper where he had so many stacks and never got to cash in. It's like the whole game is banking on you being able to make it work.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if you want to play Draven, I think you have to play like highly focus on the bot, like from early game, like from like level 3, level 4 sequence. Like I think the mid jungle is like really key pointed. But the thing is like also like you have to be really good at it. It's the same thing. Like, I don't think the Draven has a lot of like the coin. Like probably you have like if you make one mistake, you probably also lose a lot of opportunity basically.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look and see what the two coaches from these two teams have to say about this matchup.
안녕하세요. KT 롤스터 코치 최승민입니다. 저번 경기 같은 경우에는 후반 집중력 싸움에서 좀 많이 부족했다고 생각을 해서 그 부분을 좀 중점을 두고 연습을 했습니다. 부담감보다는 이제 뭐 더 높은 곳을 가기 위해서 무조건 이겨야 되는 상대라고 생각을 하고요. 다 이겨서 높은 곳까지 올라가고 싶습니다. 아무래도 하나 선수들이 큰 무대 경험도 많기 때문에 뭐 그 부분이 가장 좀 경계되는 것 같습니다. 예상 스코어는 3대0 내지 아니면 3대1 정도 예상하겠습니다. 지금까지 보여드렸던 경기력이 반짝임이 아니라 실력이라는 것을 증명해 보이도록 하겠습니다. KT 롤스터 화이팅!
네, 안녕하세요. 하나생명 e스포츠 감독 댄디 최인규입니다. 좀 해왔던 픽들만 했던 것도 있는 것 같고 또 플레이적으로도 스타일의 변화를 조금 최대한 주려고 했던 것 같아요. 일단 준비 기간이 좀 길었던 만큼 다양한 픽들을 좀 준비를 해봤고 그 과정에서 준비가 잘 된 것도 있고 뭐 조금 안 된 부분도 있지만 원래 해왔던 것보다는 좀 다양하게 보여드릴 수 있을 것 같습니다. KT가 그냥 자기들만의 플레이 스타일이 있는데 그게 방해를 하지 못했을 때 되게 굴러가는 속도가 좀 빠른 것 같더라고요. 근데 그런 부분들을 저희 게임으로 만들 수 있도록 잘 준비해 봤습니다. 뭐 항상 3대0으로 이기면 좋을 것 같은데 그래도 상대팀도 열심히 준비했을 거니까 3대1 정도 생각하고 있습니다. 아직은 저희의 저력을 다 보여주지 못했다고 생각을 하고 네, KT전 이기고 젠지전도 잘 준비해서 이겨가지고 꼭 결승 진출하고 싶습니다. 하나생명 화이팅!
Well, there you have it. You heard from the two coaches. Dandy even calling for, 3-0 would be nice, but 3-1 in this one for Hanwha Life Esports. Do you guys think that's even possible?
I feel like if Hanwha are going to win, it's going to be like a 3-2. It's going to be a slugfest. It's going to be about these, like, you're getting down in these dirty fights later in the game, and it just becomes a very messy series. I think if KT come out ahead, it might be a cleaner, like 3-1 or 3-0.
Well, I mean, for me, I thought the same way as when they play against DK, but it was clearly I was wrong. So this time, I'll trust the HLE. If they could win on 3-1, I think, well done, HLE.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a wild card team, a little bit of a dark horse from HLE. You never expected them to beat DK, but they made it through. And yes, they did go down to Gen G, but they have so much experience, you never know what they're going to do.
I mean, you got to remember that T1 opted to pick KT instead, which nearly backfired. But it was just like, you just don't know with Hanwha Life. You don't know what form's going to turn up. I think particularly the solo lane is Zeka and King, and Zeka has been more consistent, but sometimes it's just like they go Super Saiyan and decide that they're going to be the best players in the world again, and it's scary to go up against that.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the approach, like how they approach the practice. Like they knew that themselves, that like their drafts like really limited themselves. So like, I think if the time was like they have plenty of the time that they could actually practice a lot of different things. So today is gonna be the day that they want to prove themselves.
You got to pull everything out for this one. The draft, of course, as always, will be hugely important, and I feel like both these teams have a lot of showing off to do for that aspect in particular. But guys, we are done here on the pre-show. Let's throw it over to the intro and then the casters for this best of 5.
Can't help the rising and falling, like a moth to a flame we are summoned. Now we gotta take that ride, it shows so bright, like a warrior. Burning up like a fire, too late, no one can put me out. And we gotta fly, yeah, ready now, we got the power.
제대로 된 협곡에 선리했자. 막 가야지. 결과만 놓고 보면 1원이었던 T1이 예상대로 이겼다. 근데 내용은 그건 아니었거든요. 사실상 T1도 피투성이에요. KT가 얼마나 만만치 않다는 것을 보여줬습니다. 하나 생명! 엔진 소리가 들립니다. 그냥 전방위적으로 두들겨 맞고 있죠, 하나 생명.
아, 내가 잘해야 돼.
진짜 시동도 안 걸렸는데 그냥 엔진이 얼어버렸대. 그냥 하나 생명은 마치 디플러스 기압 전으로 돌아간 것 같아요. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the cast desk here for Playoffs Round 3 of LCK Spring 2023. I'm Atlas, joined by Chronicler for this best-of-5 series between KT and Life Esports. And we were asked a question before this series, Chronicler. We were asked to predict who was going to win. And I didn't like it. Didn't like it at all. Didn't make me feel very good, because I don't know. And I don't like being asked questions that I don't know, Chronicler.
It is, as is often the case with both of these two teams, really a big question of who's going to show up. Because if the best KT shows up, I don't think there's any question that they are the favorites today. But any KT fan hears that and goes, oh no.
Yeah, but what if the best Life Esports shows up?
Yeah, that's the problem. I am not as burdened by...
No, you seem to have escaped.
Yeah.
You've escaped this inner turmoil that a lot of us are feeling.
But
as we're going to have a look at this, because not a lot of people predicted Life Esports. However, there is one.
As always.
Jonas Strong, always the eclectic chooser of teams. And I can see the thought process, right? He's like, I think it's going to be a close series. I think it's going to go to 5 games. If it goes to 5 games, Life Esports win. That's why I went 3-0.
Yeah.
Because that's the only way that I see it being a clear KT victory.
Yeah, I agree. There is, as much as I like the coach being optimistic, then he's like, yeah, 3-1 would be nice. No, if Hama win, this is a 5-gamer.
Oh, 100%. There's
no way.
Yeah, there's absolutely no way that we are going to... a 3-0 for Life Esports is 100% the least likely option. A 77% fan prediction for KT Rolster. If there is a time to stay away from the E word, it is right now. Because I think that everyone is sort of... We've collectively forgotten the catastrophe that was the Live Sandbox series in the first round of playoffs.
And I'm going to say I'm not too burdened. I think that KT has earned our faith at this point. I know the curses, I know the history.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I wasn't there for that, so is it really real? And that's obviously the biggest difference between me and Atlas here. KT should, by all means, be the favorite here. They
100%.
showcased incredible gameplay against T1. Yeah, as you point out, the series against Sandbox was pretty lackluster, but they bounced back, and they have always been a team that, as you mentioned earlier, plays to their opponent. And... yeah, they lost against T1, but in a way that gives you a lot of faith. And Hanwha Life in their series against Genji looked very, very lackluster. Weren't really able to showcase that much. As the coaches mentioned, didn't really showcase the type of creativity and draft either that I think you need to bring out in playoffs. But all that is still just table setting too. But and then Hanwha won after all, which shouldn't be the case. But we gotta give it the respect it deserves.
No, this is exactly right, and this is why I'm really glad that you're here. Because if I was by myself, it would just be a catastrophe, and I wouldn't be setting this up for the series that it should be set up as, right? Which is KT incredibly favored, and it is, I think, almost entirely due to this man right now. Introducing Tulol Park Keen on the top side, all LCK second team. And man, he has had a phenomenal playoffs so far. His drive-by Fear Beyond Death on the Urgot in their first series, and then just being a rock in their second. Absolutely amazing stuff here from Keen thus far.
And Keen is also... pre-playoffs was still kind of up in the air, but right now I'd say the only player that matches Zeus. Zeus has struggled a little bit. Obviously, his standards are very high, right?
Yep.
But still, the fact that Keen was able to get the better of him in some matchups in the top side is incredible, and very different player on the other end.
Yeah, here's Kingen up against his former team, of course. Started off playing behind Smeb on KT, and look at how far he has come. A world champion now, but backs against the wall here for Life Esports, and I'm going to try not to make backs against the wall.
But that's how he likes it!
No, I got to stop, Chronicler, I've got to stop. It's not about this.
And as Ox was saying on the desk earlier, some days, there's just a different Kingen that is unleashed upon the Rift. And they'll need that today, because Keen is incredible, and you already highlighted how important Keen has been. I think that this man deserves so much credit for the consistency and level of form that he's shown this split. He isn't generally the main person we talk about. The solo lanes are the ones that are most obviously carrying, and Lahens is such a character that I think naturally he just draws a lot of attention towards himself. But Cuz has been in the same way that Owner has for T1. I think the consistent force that means that this team always gets to play their own game.
Yep, and he wasn't that for T1 when he was playing on it. All of the junglers left in playoffs have played for T1. It's actually kind of crazy. And we'll be getting to the next one very, very soon. As that's Cuz's uncle on your screen right now, here to support his nephew as he looks to try and take down Hummerlife Esports here and his opposite number in Clid. Who are we going to get today? Which Clid? Because you mentioned that KT, they're a team that plays to the strength of their opponents. Hummerlife, they're a team that plays to the strength of Clid.
Yeah, and Clid half the time, we don't know. I don't even think Clid knows which Clid is going to show up, because we have had so many different Clid arcs throughout the entirety of this split. We've had the Clidemption, we've had his woeful early first few weeks, and now mostly a Sejuani master as his cuz, so that pick definitely highly contested today.
Yep. Is it going to be Clidemption, or is it going to be a Cataclysm? Is that the downfall?
Yeah.
We can go with something like that.
Good enough.
This guy is going to help try and find one of those. BDD has been fantastic, especially on things like the Yone, not necessarily a champion that he's been super well known for, more like going back to his roots, where it was like a Z1 trick and stuff like that. Has been a lot more successful on a lot of these aggressive picks in the mid lane, not so much on things like his Talia.
And for Hanwha, this split is one for trying to maintain the form, right? Trying to uphold, like Zeka, the level of play he showcased at Worlds. Was a breakout star, even though he didn't end up getting Finals MVP. If there was a Worlds MVP, I'm pretty sure it would go to this guy, because his glow-up was immeasurable. But at the same time, we have seen he isn't that player every day. He isn't that player on every single pick. And for Zeka, and King and Viper, it's about continuation. For Keen and BDD, this is redemption, right? These players struggled so much, BDD in particular last year, and seeing these players take on one another is amazing.
And here is aiming one half of the bottom lane here of KT. His Zeri has been absolutely fantastic. They were picking it a heck of a lot here in the playoffs. They were the first team to really start showing us that this champion is pretty busted still. And he's been doing very, very well alongside Lehens.
And Aiming has had a not as universally great playoffs as some of the other KT players. We did see him struggle a little bit, but that was against Guma and Carrier, and you know, you can forgive him. And yeah, Viper, when people criticize Hanwha Life for inconsistencies and struggling, this guy, hey, we're never talking about Viper.
Nope, we're not.
Why would we?
We wouldn't. Currently ranked 2 in solo queue at the moment. Viper is tearing it up. He hasn't lost on Zeri so far. This man is an extraordinarily reliable late game win condition, but I don't want to see things like the Xayah Rakan. I feel like they haven't been able to get to those late game positions as reliably. And I think there is not going to be any Zeri scene this series, and so they're going to have to dig deep for something else.
A large part of that is because of the snowball that KT finds. And you know why? Because of this man right here, Lehens. When you look at the stats, compare him to Carrier.
Doesn't look great.
Doesn't look great. But you know what? You look at the games, and you know why this player is Ferdinand Opera. Why he was so highly regarded, because he's pivotal. His roams, his impact, and his entire energy, I think, is such a large part of why this roster works the way it does.
It does. Life. Probably the player that has struggled the most, especially in their more recent series up against his former team in Gen G, and now needs to try and take down KT as well. It'll be a difficult task here, but I think we'll see in the first game whether he has found that level up, whether he is ready to take down KT in this series.
And there's actually some parallels to Delight, for example, even on the trademark picks. Like the Rakan, not looking quite the same way. KT, clear favorite here today, looked incredible in their series against T1, and even though they weren't able to win, just pushing T1 that far is an achievement in and of itself.
I agree. However, on the other side, Hanwha Life Esports will be taking a bow as well, and they've actually beaten T1. A feat that no other team has been able to match here. And it's much easier to make this
series seem more close, if that's what you mention, instead of mentioning the fact that they took one game off KT all year as this new iteration of Harmon Life Esports. I don't think we need to really go into the weeds because the team was extraordinarily different last year, so not exactly all that relevant as far as how this one is going to go. I still have no idea. I just don't know, Chronicler.
No.
I just don't know.
I unburden and like, yeah, KT, they're
I know,
a great
you're like-
team.
you're floating on air right now.
They're gonna be fine, you know. They've done an excellent job in the playoffs thus far. I think that they've actually been trying to push the meta. The Urgot comes to mind. Keith looks great on both carry picks and tanks. Top lane is a lot more relevant.
Is Malphite a tank or a carry?
Yes. Yeah, he's a tank, but in the right hands. He can definitely hard carry games in the right draft, and it's something why we've been seeing the stock rise, why we've been seeing him banned, mostly in second rotations, more and more often.
Yep. Well, you mentioned the draft. I think we're getting ready to get into one here for game number one. KT starting off on the blue side this time around, of course, being the most coveted side so far. In fact, KT didn't lose on it when they were facing off against T1. It was a blue side all the way type situation. We've seen that mixed up a little bit in our other series. I think that as far as how the drafts went in that one, it was very important to get the blue side, but I don't know whether it's going to be the same story here, because I honestly think that the draft is going to tell us a lot, but it's not going to be the deciding factor in this game. I think that it's going to be largely about which Humble Life Esports we're going to get and whether they can actually challenge KT. Because I think if KT get what they want, then Keen is kind of just going to steamroll them.
And that is the expectation here. And KT, after a great split, have earned their trust. And I actually think that with how they've been drafting thus far, it makes it very hard, especially in the best of fives where drafts can kind of keep evolving, to have many trap cards up your sleeve. The Twisted Fate is a great example. Like, you don't want to be banning Twisted Fate. There's so many champions right now that are much higher in prio, but against KT with the mid-game pick and macro that they have, it feels like if you run into it heads first, you're never going to be able to win the game.
That's true. Now this is going to be a very, very interesting part of the draft, and that is the first 6 bans that we're going to see. Caitlyn not going to be coming out here. KT not wanting to first pick that one either, probably aiming for something like a Zeri. As Sejuani going to be taken away here as well. Interesting, as of course Cuz has found a lot of success on this champion as well.
My guess is that it's Sejuani and Annie and Zeri. I don't think that the Sejuani and Annie are really negotiable with how good Cuz has looked on the pick.
Yes.
And the Zeri in particular is because I do think that it is one of those picks, and Ezreal is another example, but Ezreal definitely is weaker in raw game state than the Zeri is in many different comps, because it would allow Lahens to be freed up. Zeri is very, very safe, able to just stay by herself, and does mean that a lot of other power picks are going to remain available. Yesterday, a lot of the draft centered around the B1 Jace, something that Huni was very happy with. I don't know if that will be the case here today.
I don't think that the B1 Jace is something that Humble Life Esports really care about. We were having a bit of a discussion backstage about this, and my thoughts about it is that if there is a B1 Jace, then King is like, yes! Because he just gets to play a tank. As Renekton is going to be banned here. Kane going to insta-lock the Zeri, as we expected. And let's see what Humble Life Esports have in store for this.
So there's 2 avenues that you can take. If you're Hanwha here, you can either go towards Comfort. Desire Rakan, we're not particularly excited about it, but it is something that we know Life has showed great performances in the past on Rakan. And they will lock that in. I like that they don't go for the Zaire, because I do think Rakan is a pick that you can actually kind of swap and use other picks for. I also think that the Vi is strong, but the downside of this, obviously, is that you still give KT full agency over this draft. They're going to be able to lock in the Lulu here, get a jungler, which probably
it's going to be Wukong, right?
Yeah.
That has been so powerful.
Yep.
Like, this particular combo has been how KT's been winning, but also how a lot of other teams have been winning on this patch in the playoffs. So Humble Life Esports taking a risk here is what I would say. they're probably going to just lock away the Xayah as Viego, now that he's been enabled again, Cuz going to go back to it. Even though the Sejuani has been banned away, not going to be able to go for any swap shenanigans there. But still, just going to lock that one up. And the Xayah, understandably, is going to be taken away as well.
Yeah, I do think that if it's a Wukong, the Xayah might have a harder time because Wukong as great backline access makes it very easy to just force a Feather Storm. But the Viego here is really interesting. Now, Viego obviously very strong jungler, something that will be able to match the Vi when it comes to early skirmishing or even get the better hand of her. As Lissandra ban, of course, don't want to give the Lissandra-Viego combo over. But it also is a clear signal to me that KT is looking to go for aggressive early games, and I really like that. I do think that the Viego is not going to skill nearly as well, and we know how good Cuz is on team fighting on the Wukong, but I also think that if you let Humble Life go to mid to late game, no matter how good your team fight comp is, you're effectively flipping a coin. So going for the Viego and combining it with, well, there won't be a lot of proactive mid laners available. There we go. This is a pretty clear signal that Humble Life is going to go for a R4 pick here for Kingen.
Expecting a LeBlanc or something?
Could be the case as well. Yeah, because you do kind of want to deny Viego with a strong mid laner. Ari, Lissandra are already gone, so LeBlanc is one that you kind of gravitate towards next.
Well, we'll see what KT are going to take away here. 3 seconds to go as they are deliberating quite a lot. And it will be the Gnar taken away from Kingen. He can head towards just a Jace if they want to flex. Cassante is another flex, theoretically, that they can go towards as well. We've seen it banned so much that I kind of forgot he was even a champion. But there is the LeBlanc that we were talking about. This has been spammed by Zeka so much in solo queue recently. So definitely feeling like one of his comfort picks right now, and will be taking that into BDD, who does have a lot of answers, right? Like, BDD has been playing for a very long time. That would be a fun one. Not going to be locked in just yet.
That's a throwback pick. I remember Clit Volibear.
Yeah.
Saw that one all the time. And with this LeBlanc, the Lissandra is already being banned away by Hanwha, as it's the Veigar, a pick that definitely has kind of dropped in priority as we have looked over the course of the playoffs. Still good. And in an Hanwha comp, I still think that it will be very, very effective, as there is a large amount of champions that want to go in aggressively with the Rakan. And the Vi is, it's just Sion.
Is it a Sion? Are we going to do the Sion?
No,
we're just gonna, it's just
yeah,
going to get
Joe's amazing here.
Yeah, okay. Kind of just walking into it as well, but not going to be locking it away just yet. The set being considered. A lot of options here for Kingen, who hasn't necessarily been our counter picker on the top side of the map here.
Look at the color cohesion as well. No,
it's the Sion, dude.
It
is this. Oh, never mind.
Okay.
The Gragas going to be locked in. So we're okay with this because it's not Zeka that's playing it this time around. Zeka had a really rough time on the Gragas in their final game against Gen G. And now Kingen is going to be trying his hand at the champion. Can disrupt a little bit, but of course it's probably just going to be a handshake there towards the top side. And keen on the Sion. That is, it's not my favorite.
I'd call this a pretty big draft win for Humble Life. Not necessarily because I think that the KT comp is weak. It's incredible team fighting, really good scaling. The Viego combined with either Sion or Veigar can still give you some early game agency. But this is looking like a Humble Life dream draft, right? As long as Klid is able to link up with Zeka and get early work done, you have Kingen in a tank versus tank matchup. Love that, right? If it was a carry versus carry, you'd be very worried, but now they're fine. Viper on the scaling pick and Life on his Rakan. And all that remains now, I think, for Hanwha is to show that they can actually play it out well. Because that has been one of their largest issues. And even though I like drafts, might still just be KT kind of running them over.
Yeah, because
they can get the early game.
There are a lot of things that we haven't actually been seeing a lot of recently, right? Like Viego especially, because he was disabled every other round of the playoffs until our game yesterday. But there's also the Viega that these two mid laners have been playing a lot of, right? Like BDD especially, he's 50% on the champion 2 and 2, but Zeka has also played it a few times, and the Zeri is finally back.
This is the most Lehens Lulu I've ever seen.
Yeah. And I like how aiming is still just like a serious.
Yeah, very serious.
Yeah, just normal. But then Lehens is Lehens, as it turns out. And we hope that he never changes. I kind of like Lulu and the Viego together as well. Does create a few opportunities for Cuz to be a little bit of that initiator as well as the damage dealer. Let's do it. Top under the rift here for game number 1. All right, here we are. Game number 1, playoff round 3. It's do or die, backs against the wall. All of those buzzwords that we could say. The team that loses here will be out of playoffs. The team that wins still has a chance to go to MSI if they can win another best of 5 in the loser bracket final, or the lower bracket final, if we don't want to say the word loser. But there is going to be one of those in this game.
Well, hey, we
We're
don't know that
losing
yet.
one of KT or Humble Life Esports.
Maybe this is the first ever never-ending League of Legends game.
Like Carsten's going to come out and he's just going to say, we will allow both of the teams.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't have a grasp of what situation would have to occur for that to be the case.
Well, do you know who does have a grasp? That is both of these top laners. Keen and Kingen both going for that one. Kingen not going towards the AP route, at least in the Keystones. Did you like the segue?
Actually, very well done.
Thank you.
And I do think that it makes sense. You already have a great AP source in the LeBlanc, and ideally with LeBlanc, I think you like being the sole AP source, as it allows you to get a lot more value and try and actually one-tap targets because they don't want to build a Mark. Now, I do think that Mercs are still pretty decent here for KT if they do want to go in that direction. Same for Hanwha, honestly, like looking at the amount of CC that's available. And bot lane, Luluzeri, we know at times considered a relatively weak lane, actually, as players have gotten better and better, able to bully very nicely, and Zyra Khan, even though they were a little bit strong on this patch, and they got kind of, Zaya in particular, got a little bit of a nerf, not expected to take early prio off this lane here.
Nope. And you can see Lehen's playing very, very well. Life already eating through a bunch of his consumables. Lehen's not having to do so as much as aiming, hitting level 2. Life and Viper going to have to stand back. And yeah, this feels like the new Lucian Nami response to the Zeri Lulu, right? Like, it's a bit of a shame that we're giving it that sort of comparison, but it's what it's kind of turned into here. As you just say, well, we're not going to have a great time in the laning phase. However, late game, we should be fine, and the engage potential of a Rakan is where he's going to get his value.
Yeah, Life doing a good job, though, of hitting the Qs, and that actually makes the lane a lot easier. As you could see, like, he was actually getting taken fairly low, but I think he's hit all 3 thus far. And so Viper and him are just a bit happy. They're topped off, not under any threat. No real opportunity here early on for the KT bot side.
Ooh, Cuz already making his way in, actually pinged right on top of Clid. As can Cuz steal this one with the answers, no? As Cuz and Clid is going to spot one another, you know, and look to just leave the area. Clid going to go back as BDD landing some Qs here onto Zeker as we check in with the mid lane. So far, not really much to report as far as that one, but there is here on the bottom side. Grand Entrance going to be used, aiming, dashing forward. Not finding too much follow-up damage as the Battle Dance is good, and the Blade Caller also. So Viper and Life actually doing very well in this lane so far.
Yeah, nicely done there. Both ADs starting with a Cole, so there is no discrepancy there when it comes to item strength. But already getting out the heal from Lehen's might create some playmaking down the line. Cuz does get the double.
Oh, that's a flash in, as Lehen's going to have to flash as well. So a trade of flashes here of our 2 supports, as Lehen's now looking to just go home as the wave is pushing towards him.
And that's a big win for Humble Life. Life, particularly when he's combined with Zaya, doesn't really mind not having his flashes nearly as much as the Lulu. Lehen's now going to have to play a lot safer. Do note, though, this is something that Cuz, I think, has been doing an excellent job of throughout the entirety of not just playoffs, but the split, which is look at the aggressive vision here, right? Like, they're keeping such a great track of where Kled is. There's a reason why Cuz is very far ahead when it comes to the counter jungling. It's plays like this, and, you know, with the Lehen's roam, why not?
Yeah, Cuz taking the wrong end of that trade, but BDD's going to be roaming over. There's the flash in from Zacher as Cuz. Oh! The cage is beautiful! And Cuz is going to lock down first blood. KT, beautiful coordination.
Again, it's the Lehen's roam. If that's a 2v2, you might be fine there. Maybe you can take down Cuz, but with Lehen's arriving in the nick of time, and Cuz, again, utilizing this aggression, KT find an early lead.
Absolutely amazing stuff here from KT. And yeah, Lehen's getting that back towards that bottom side. We saw him moving towards the mid lane. And it's just vintage Lehen's. It's exactly what he's fantastic at. And we also saw that the value of Cage going to be pretty good in this game. Of course, Distortion on the way in is going to be a dash. So it's difficult to play around the event horizon here for BDD. Is now teleported back to lane. Didn't have to flash to get it in position either. And when you see value like that from the E of Vigo without flash even being necessary, that's when you can get a little bit frightened.
And it makes sense, I think, to try and go for the 2v2 here, up until the point where Cuz gets the level up. Yeah, it's so well done, right? Like, Cuz sets it up, and because of Lahens, there's no all-in potential at all.
나왔어. 일로 와볼래?
Like, just get over here. Gets the
이거야.
shield, and he's alright.
어.
And
This is it. That's what Lehen said. Actually, a little bit more subdued Lehens, you know? Serious mode Lehen.
still game one. Yeah, I think he's keeping it cool while he still has to. Only to immediately stop doing that when time rolls around. But this is, again, also the early vision control that was set up by KT being really well utilized. They know exactly where Klid's going to be. They know that with a LeBlanc and a Vi, you're ideally going to be looking to try and skirmish in that 2v2 because Viego very strong, Veigar not so much. And great read by KT. This is how a lot of their snowballs do start.
Did you notice we looked at the top lane for like half a second?
No, because I don't want to.
Yep. The top laners aren't even like, they're not even laning against each other.
Who's the proxier now?
Exactly.
Scion.
It is Gragas. As Kingen just living his best life here. Has his Kindle Gem. As Klid's going to move on over. I believe Keen has full information what's happening here, as the minion wave is going to crash into the turret. So top side going to be cleared out here by Harmwell Life in trade for the big lizard on the bottom side.
Kane is going to receive some help. Cuz is on his way now in the enemy, or in his own jungle, right? It feels like the enemy jungle.
All right. BDD is just going to flash after Zeka here. The last hit, and he's going to do it. Unseals the spellbook, picks up some fire, and grabs a solo kill. Is here on the bottom side. Massive knock-up is fantastic as Cuz can have to get out of there. And Keen as well, going to come on over and look for Klid. The flash out from Cuz gets him safe. And another event horizon is unavoidable. Klid gonna go down as well. BDD grabbing a kill against his opposite number from times past as Kingen, not a lot of mana left, and I have a feeling he's just going to go down. Can he deny the kill is the question, as the answer's no. Just stands under the turret, and it's a solo for BDD once again, in theory, although a lot of that work was done prior.
And KT are completely dunking on Hanwha Life here.
Yeah.
And it's not about the composition, it's not about who has the better champions, it's just about gameplay. KT are barely staying alive in that skirmish, and the real diff there is in mid lane with BDD in the 1v1, getting a solo kill on LeBlanc, because if that doesn't happen, I don't think that the topside 2v2 works out the way it does.
No, this is absolutely absurd.
He just walks into it at the end. Before it timed out.
And gets the ignite before the passive does come through as well.
And what's big here is that Kingen obviously hasn't backchat, and both Vi and Gragas are extremely bursty, right? So once you've done your rotation, also the target selection here, not great, as Kingen and Klid both throw a lot of damage into separate targets. They probably would have gotten out if not for the fact that BDD first gets a solo bolo in mid and then casually saunters over.
Yeah, and there was no way, even if Zeka had teleport, he was dead. As speaking of dead, who's aiming? There we go.
Well, this in a nutshell is every Hanwha Life game displayed.
I like how that's the replay, you know, it's just half of Zeri's body coming out of this rock.
Yeah, Viper didn't get the kill, which is very unfortunate, but you need this. You need this oh so badly if you're Hanwha Life, because, you know, at least King will be tanky. All eggs in the Viper and Life basket here.
Yeah, and we've never seen that before.
No.
This is very different from every other live esports game, 100%.
And credit to KT and Hanwha Life. The question marks surrounding Zeka on non-melee characters continues, right? Because you can't afford to get solo killed in this matchup as aiming.
Oh dear, this is the replay or no? This is live, and Klid is going to lock down yet another kill. On to aiming. Hanwha Life Esports. Yeah, I mean, KT, fantastic early game. but this could be a problem. It is still 2 assists, though,
Well-
for Viper, which isn't the greatest.
True, but he will be going up an immense amount of farm, and that first kill, that's still okay. This one is a really big deal, because there's going to be way more blades going over, and Humble Life, yeah, if Zeka's fed, that's nice.
Ooh, and Life picks up his 3,000th assist.
Nice.
He was on 299 at the
Then he got a
beginning of this
kill.
series.
He got the kill, so he didn't get
Yeah.
it yet. Oh, we'll get it now. As we go back to the first play, which just very well done. Like the CC chain here is great.
Oh, and he tries to flash and then slide over the wall,
Yep.
but gets interrupted, isn't actually able to do so. So it just goes down. Nicely played here by Halma Life.
And that also, with the flash being gone, sets up for the immediate follow-up, which I don't know if we'll get a replay, but Vi ulted a Zeri, and she died. You know, there's not that much going on there.
We saw that one as well. That was good.
Yeah, exactly. Got the tail end of that one, but we had it in the picture-in-picture. But right now, as rough as those topside plays were, game state completely salvageable again for Hanwha. Because all eggs in the Viper basket when you have King in on the tank and Life on an engage support, they've shown that they can play that style.
Yep, and also you've got Clid on a flanker. And that's
Yes.
that's what Clid likes to do. It's what so many of our LCK teams fear him for. And yeah, I think Hanwha now absolutely fine with how this game is going. KT gonna have to find a little bit more here, and also gonna have to find some money for aiming, as Rod of Ages now completed for BDD, and Life is lurking. As
He's on a
Cloud
mission.
Drake is going to come up. BDD here in this mid lane.
Oh, he was
Still
looking for that cage.
was.
Cool. They don't know about Life.
Yep, Viper going to be rotating over here as well. Has Featherstorm, as that is a fantastic engage for the Event Horizon. Making things difficult still. BDD is just going to get swept up. Blade Call is fantastic. There's the kill. Coming through for the Xayah. Zeka unable to find anything here as he hops over the wall. But still, damage has been done. Hanwha should be able to even out these dragons and completely even out this game.
Topside be damned if you get a shutdown like that on Viper. All of a sudden, the game stayed looking a lot better. Drake gonna get over here as well. There are a ton of relevant Drakes, so Hanwha Life at the very least gonna buy themselves a lot of time as Mountain gonna come through. Are extremely valuable, obviously, for either
everyone,
team here. With the amount of frontlining and beefiness there is, and the tank shredding really just being limited to the both AD carries. But man, Life had a very rough playoff thus far. Didn't look like himself. Was one of the biggest weak points, and now has been smurfing the entirety of this game.
And Viper now going to get another plate as, oh dear, Lahans could be in trouble. Aiming, going to ult, as they just used the grand entrance to disengage, not wanting to fight into a Zeri that's pressed her R button. They just disengage.
Yeah, that's completely fine. The main question for Hanwha Life is how well do you deal with the top half of the map? Because this is something where KT still have a massive lead. Both jungle and mid are still in a great spot. Zeka just TP back. Yeah, this is just going to be everything gets thrown at the KT bot lane and everything gets thrown at the Hanwha Life top side. And we're going to see who gets more done.
And this is where the worry of Keen being on a tank is going to be, right? Because the carry potential not quite there, as Zeka is going to put some chains onto BDD, and BDD is not going to worry about it too much at all as they continue to trade farm back and forth. Zeka actually ahead by about a wave now as the dust is going to settle after that kill that they picked up onto the Veigar. So even him getting bailed out a little bit after going down 0 and 2 as we're going to check this team fight out once again.
And Cuz is somewhat far forward, but it's mostly the follow-up that comes through here, right? Life being able to hit the taunt, Viper flashing forward, making sure that he is the one that picks up that kill, and or actually didn't flash forward, but was in the right position to pick up the kill there with the Featherstorm. And you know, if Viper is getting fed, KT's composition is going to be a lot harder to play out, because this Veigar in particular is extremely fed, but the amount of dive that's available in displacement with Vi, Gragas, and Rakan?
Yeah, no, it's nuts. As well as Featherstorm being able to be used to get out of the ultimate of BDD if he does throw it towards Viper. So not going to have that, what is normally, like, I can just scale and then press my R button on you and you die, you know, accept the gameplay. But Viper actually does have options if that one is flying towards him, the primordial burst, as it were. It's KT is trying to find themselves some money for aiming. He's down 30 CS. He hasn't picked up a kill yet. Does have his shield bow, but that is Kraken Slayer done here for Viper as well. Recognizing there is some tanky people on the side of KT. Wants to be able to cut through them.
I'm sure we'll get a cut down report after this game.
Box is on the desk.
Yeah.
He is on the desk.
And with what we're seeing here from Hanwha Life, we're also are able to gloss over some of the weaker parts. That guy in particular, even on the previous fight, right, like going for the flash, not actually finding anything. This LeBlanc not having the highest impact yet. And that is something that he will need to rectify, because if KT can just stack armor and focus everything on Viper and Zeka isn't a relevant threat in the game, Hanwha Life might still struggle in the later game team fights. I do still have a lot of faith in KT and how they play out a lot of their mid game. But the one thing that they have to avoid is just 5v5ing Hanwha at late. Because again, that's how Hanwha was able to beat T1 of all teams.
Yeah. And KT actually, we're talking about the fact that it is the late game that they wanted to practice and to fix up. And that's what's going to be tested here now.
Yeah.
After Hanwha Life Esports found their way back into this game so effectively. I mean, it was, 4-0 the beginning of this. And it's all been Hanwha Life Esports ever since about the 10-minute mark. Everything has come up them. So, see whether they can continue that momentum moving forward, or whether KT can stabilize and show us that they have been able to put in that practice. Zeka not going to find the chains. And Kingen actually losing out here towards this top side, as Keen having a pretty good time. Jack Show's now complete, not going for the earlier Sunfire Cape Kingen opted into.
And what's going to be really big here are the Mountain Dragons, because as mentioned, both the level of efficiency for BDD and Zeka more so, but even BDD will have a really bad time if the opposing team starts stacking them. Now Viper and Aiming will eventually be able to cut through with the amount of shred that they'll have, provided that they do finish their LDR. But no one else really will have the damage available to try and go through a tank Gragas, to try and cut through the Science health bar. So these Drakes, you're gonna have to fight over every single one of them, and right now it's KT that has position in the river.
Yep. See who's going to be able to get the first one, and every individual one going to be very, very important. So right now, Hanwha Life Esports control on the bottom side. Top side belongs to KT as Kingen. Okay, Event Horizon going to miss. Extendo Beam doing the same thing.
Just walks away.
Yeah, just swag walk. That's how you do it. As Gragas and Heimerdinger. As this Drake being started, Hanwha doing a lot of damage to it as Life on the flank. Quickness in hand. Slahens is going to check him. Does manage to find him out as the Event Horizon not going to do too much here as Cease and Desist comes forward. Cuz just going to look for Clid as he slinks into the mist. Now Life trying to find his opportunity. Grand entrance onto Cuz, but Cuz is going to survive. Stopwatch going to be broken, and it's a crazy fight here for Hanwha as Kingen's put into the cage and the clone is going to be executed. It's a disaster of a team fight. No one's dead, but now KT have control of the pit for some reason.
Everyone's okay.
Everyone's
fine.
I'm not. Teleport going to be used here as now Zeka is coming back into the fight. It is not over yet. He dives on in. Clid towards the back of this fight as well, as Life has to get out of there, and Cuz will lock down the dragon. Still no one's dead. And Zeka is going to go back to farming mid lane, I guess.
Man, there was a whole lot of build-up.
Yeah.
The payoff, not really there, Atlas.
Nope.
As Drake goes over to KT. Even with that teleport in from Zeka, they're not really able to get a lot done. And as expected, this fight mostly devolves because the initial engage here on Cuz, there is no follow-up because BDD has a great cage zoning Zeka away. And look at both Aiming and Viper are just like, just hit the tank. Just keep hitting the tank. Yeah, and as a result, no one dies. Kingen is very tanky here. Some cooldowns also get thrown into the clone, so that means that there's the space. And I think once you're actually in position, the KT comp is incredibly strong. The cage spam is going to be really hard for Hanwha Life to deal with. And they need to coordinate a little bit better, because I really like their 5v5. They do now have the quick blades done on Viper as well. But if Clid and Zeka are not coordinated, your composition loses a lot of oomph.
It does. It was just a very strange, pacifism, I guess, is what we'll call it. KT were able to come out ahead because they managed to get the Drake. So there is at least that. BDD also now has hit a pretty decent spike
Yeah.
Very close to finishing his Rod of Ages, has a stopwatch, and now he can start collecting those rods to put his hat together, because that's how you build a hat, guys.
Not Rod of Ages. The other rods.
The other rods, yeah. The ones that turn into a hat. As Cuz is up here, going to try and put some pressure onto Zeka, but it looks like him and Lehens are going to back away. And this has actually been something that we've commended KT for. It's Lehens and Cuz moving around the map together, being coordinated in a lot of these situations. Towards this mid-game, hasn't necessarily been that, but we have already spoken about Lehens finding some roaming success in this game. As Life has disabled that ward. Things pretty dark in the topside river, as the Baron has just spawned about a minute ago.
Still good vision here. It's going to be cleared out. Life and Clid are far forward.
I kind of want to watch the top lane matchup. While all of this mid farming's going on, I just want to have that. As we've got to teleport in, and here we go. I'm going to get the wish. As Viper not going to get knocked up here, just walks his way out. That's how you avoid it, guys. You just walk. And then Keen's not able to find the knockup.
Didn't even need Shirelias. Just walks away.
Yeah, and then everyone walks away.
Yeah, I mean, nice force by Halma. Get the teleport out of their opposing team's top laner here, which, if King had split push pressure, I would call it a huge win. But it is Krakus. A teleport is still, it's very valuable, right? You can apply pressure to the map, but it's not a win condition in of itself.
I almost got what I wanted.
Matchups.
As Keen was lumbering down, but we just got to watch Kingen doing some farming there. It's just very zen, you know? Gragas, Sion, eating minion waves. Look at this. Oh,
I think we just hang out until the next dragon in a minute.
Yeah, or like you also fight for, well, you don't fight, but you put wards down on the topside river so that no sneaky barons can happen. Because that's another thing that we can talk about, I guess. Now that 2 items are being completed for both of these AD carries, they do have a lot of DPS. So the Baron on the menu, as aiming, does have the ability to skate his way out of this one, so not in as much danger as could have otherwise assumed.
Yeah, KT in particular with not just aiming, but also BDD, right? A fed Veigar is still going to do an incredible amount of damage to a objective just by spamming W, as Zeka's just going for... They're going full tank buster. This is Halma Life also clearly signaling like, oh no, this game is not going to be done in the next 15 minutes.
In 46 minutes, we are going to have you beat.
Yeah, because the 2-item spike of LeBlanc going for Leandris and Void is not amazing. But, you know, once the next few items come through, that's when you really start kicking.
Oh, yeah. At 6-7 items, you know, going to be absolutely fantastic. As Viper does have the most money in the game, because moving on forward, Zeka getting some information here. Does know that Viego is in the area. So 20 seconds until our next experiment is going to happen. The Event Horizon's fantastic. Boom goes the LeBlanc. And the fight might be over before it's even started, as Keen finds a knockup, but it's onto Kingen, so it doesn't matter too much. And now Life looking for a re-engage opportunity, Cuz saying no, because the Event Horizon is going to do the same thing. So now, without their mid laner, Halma Life Esports probably going to have to give up Soul Point.
Yeah,
it's going to feel horrible.
And with Featherstorm also being gone, you don't even have a great angle at trying to flip a Baron fight here, right? Like, a Viper not having that cooldown is really big. It doesn't have Guild Force either. And if KT just woke up menacingly, they can't do anything. And that is going to be Soul Point for the Mountain Soul here for KT. And colossal mistake from Halma there, from Zeka specifically.
Yeah. Zeka getting caught. That Event Horizon is... That might be the game-changing moment here, because things were so even up until that point. And if it was Halma that were able to get the next Drake, then man, this would have been on a knife's edge. But it's fallen off said knife's edge. Although, the Baron is now being taken and there is no vision. Cuz is going to move over.
Oh, aiming isn't here.
Spots the situation, and now Cease and Desist going to come through. It is mitigated by the Heartseekers. Okay, BDD now going to get turned on as Zeka's looking for his revenge. KT trying to get over there as aiming skates on in. Interrupt is fantastic there as Kingen trying to get them out, as now Life going to flash. Another Event Horizon that does go down. And KT, they hold on to control, and man, really controlled play by the blue side squad.
Amazing response there from KT. They get 3 flashes right? Aiming is just in time to make sure that when the team fight breaks out, they're okay. And trying to focus BDD, this is a finished rod of Aegis and Azerefs. You're not getting it now. Maybe if your LeBlanc is fed, but as we can see from this replay, LeBlanc is not fed, and you're not doing a whole lot of damage. And Keen, you know, he might not have the agency that we love to see. It might not be as flashy, but him forcing out the Featherstorm here, I think, is also one of the reasons why Humble Life can't play as aggressive as they would like to.
It looked like it was pretty good, but now Zeker is going to have to distort the wrong direction, and let's see whether he can utilize this funny business. He is going to get roared at, though, and should be able to make it out. There we go. Gets another distort, makes it through. So the trickster of a mid laner is going to be able to escape the situation.
And I think Humble Life are playing as well as can be expected, right? Like, they're consistently setting up these vision traps. But, like, look at the KT vision. They don't have to phase check.
Nope.
They don't know where, or they might not know rather where you are exactly, but it doesn't really matter as long as everyone just respects the fog, keeps it safe. They're looking in a wonderful position right now. With how the team fights have been going, this LeBlanc is a complete non-factor. We're starting to see the armor stack come through as well for Keen. And yeah, Viper has Lord Dumbs, and he will kill Keen eventually. Yeah. But in the time that he needs to kill Keen, I don't know if you're going to be able to win the team fights. We need some heroics from maybe King or Life. Otherwise, this is going to be a very, very free game, I think, for KT from here on out.
We've said that before.
That is true.
And things have still found a way to go wrong. As Kingen, speaking of going wrong, is going to get slightly caught out here, but he is very, very tanky. So I say slightly caught out. I mean, two people are going to be there, and he gives them a thumbs up and walks away.
He got harassed.
He did.
A little bit.
Yeah, but did it do anything? Not really. No. Yeah. So as far as our tanks are concerned, both of them feeling in exactly the same position. Double teleports coming into the mid lane here for KT. They really want to try and keep what is left of this turret alive. Don't want to give that map control over to Humble Life Esports. Is now minute and a half on this Mountain Soul for KT, if they can get over and get it. And that is going to be the sort of last opportunity, I would say, for Humble Life Esports. I think Mountain Soul is just too strong.
Oh, and look at the spikes that are going to be hit. I'm pretty sure Aiming will finish his Quick Blades. BDD should be able to finish his Rabas as well. So you're going to be fighting into a composition where you need to kill BDD and or Aiming. Aiming is going to be a Zeri with Lulu on top of him, and I assume Quick Blades. And BDD is a Fed Veigar with Cage, a Stopwatch, and what will soon be a Rabadon. So Humble Life, unless we get like an amazing cast, Clit finds a big pick, or Live gets another one of those flanks, should not be able to win this front to back, as there he is.
Turn the sticks into a hat. There we go. Now, as Clit is going to get knocked up into the sky here by Keen, who has 1 billion health. Does moving on over and does find Life looking for that flank angle. And look, what they do have those things that you were talking about. They also have Viper, who does have 3 items. Like, there are ways to win a fight, but we just haven't seen the level of coordination necessary from Humble Life Esports in a lot of these moments, right? That's been a little bit of the worrying factor. As Keen going to walk towards Kingen. Kingen going to body slam away. Zeka split pushing. We'll be able to get some money here for Humble Life. 23 seconds and they don't have any control of this Drake, as now Kingen just going to stand inside the cage, throws a cask as well as, oh man, that Blade Caller did a lot of damage to Keen, but he is still going to be able to walk it out. Cuz in a bit of trouble, and Viper feeling himself in this moment. Humble Life Esports will be able to just push KT away. They're going to have to use some teleports to try and get back here, but Keen doesn't have his available, and there's the cease and desist going to be used on a BDD, who has to flash. The train going to come out of the station, and Keen going to have to back away. It looks like this Drake is going to go to Humble Life.
And it's not a backbreaker, but it's a big and important win for Humble Life to keep themselves in this game. As Kingen, the punching back, doing a wonderful job of baiting in the rest of the team. It was all an elaborate bait, as it turns out, as he is just standing there in the cage, and all they need is to buy time for Viper. And as we pointed out, even with the Drakes, with Lord Doms, Viper will be able to get through this Scion. Eventually.
Yeah, we absolutely saw that. There's now Cuz diving forward. Don't know whether that's exactly the option he was looking for, as Aiming now looking for his opportunity. Cuz makes it out somehow as that Blade Caller is massive. Kingen looks for the opportunity. The knockup does come through as Zeka. He can't find the Zeri, and another Event Horizon is going to be used. Another flank being looked at here by Life, and Could someone just do something that makes someone die? It's
No.
the point in this fight.
Everyone lives. Atlas. No one is damaged.
Oh, okay, never mind. Never mind.
Wait, Clit, is he okay?
Well, BDD is going to put down. That's the smallest vault breaker I've ever seen. It's for very, very small vaults.
Only the smallest of
Yeah.
vaults are being heisted here, but Home Alive get a big reward with that Mountain Dragon. They're not close to sold themselves yet, but they are making sure that KT doesn't get it, which is a definitive loss condition. And
Chronicler-
King and Clit are doing a really good job here.
They are. Did the durability patch go too far? You know, like that's what I'm starting to think here because we're struggling to get anyone to actually fall down. Are they just too tanky? Is it a Deficio too tanky type situation? Like I'm not entirely sure.
Atlas, yesterday, plenty of people were dying. I don't
know.
want to play the state of
Did we
the game.
adjust the patch a little moving into today's game?
Everyone just got like a 10% buff to durability. Zeka.
Okay, looks for it. Does find some chains. That is a lot of damage onto Zeri, as that might have answered the question that we just put forward before. But still, he is going to survive for the minute. King and body slamming away from this event horizon is cleared. Clearing out vision on the Baron.
Still there.
Yeah, there is still that
They're
ward in the
aware.
back of the pit. Actually, kind of huge. As now Cuz can just waltz on in.
Where's life?
Yep. Viper is doing a lot of damage though, man. Like, they're going to have to try and get in there, and they're not going to be able to. That is going to be Baron secured here by Hama Life, and Life is going to dash into the back line. Gets a great double knock-up, is now aiming. He's untouched. This is still dangerous. And there goes Zeker. He's the first man down. Keen just tanking everything forever as Viper is going to flash in. Oh my god, this man is a monster. And Hama Life, they are keeping it together, at least for the minute. And I got really, it was just aiming that fell down. It's a 1-for-1, technically, but it was the Zeri that died.
And that right there is why you don't try to 5v5 Hanwha.
Oh man.
Don't do it. It's a trap.
Best of 5 Chronicler. I'm not ready for this.
Don't do it. And again, man, King and on tanks just hits different, right? He sets up this fight beautifully, makes sure that this isn't a flip at all, and then Life gets the flank, but crucially, front to back, the composition from KT is no slouch themselves. Keen does a great job here, and then aiming goes in, and Viper, like, you saw the reaction time on it, right? Like,
yeah.
The moment that he activates, like, he's dead. I got him, and as long as Viper's alive, you can't walk up there. Oh, man.
1-0-3 now for Viper on this Xayah, and I'm starting to become a Xayah believer.
Look at it.
The damage taken numbers just massive. King in 2k ahead, and the damage dealt numbers, man. Keen actually doing the most on the team. That is not a stat. I guess we haven't looked at top lane at all. I assume they were just hitting each other with, you know, axe and barrel and things like that.
And grasp.
Yeah.
A lot of grasping.
A lot of grasping at one another to do a bit of damage, and that is what has happened. As now, with this Baron, Hama Life going to have to use it, try and grab themselves some of these structures on the map. Zeka's going to move on over, and Keen with a gigantic health bar is going to see how much of it he's going to lose in this moment, as Clid moved in as well.
And because that's the big thing with this Baron, gonna add 5 more minutes to this game at the very least, because Hama Life looking poised to take the soul point themselves.
Oh,
and then
it's
we'll
a
go
7 dragon game.
Then, well, it might be more because we might get multiple elders. It's feeling like
that's
that type
true.
of game one is cleared.
Yeah, could be in trouble here as Cuz does a lot of work. But looks like Hama Life going to be able to grab this inner turret on the bottom side. King and getting to work in the mid lane as well. As KT need to find an opportunity. Looks like backs are going to come through.
And
Hama Life Esports do back away.
And Zeka has not had a great game, has been the obvious weak point for his team. But as much as we were joking before, like, he has Void and Rabba now, like, he's still chunks.
Yeah, he's fine.
He's fine now, like, he's a relevant threat. Nonetheless, as, yeah, this is going to go over 100% to Hama Life, and then we just sit back and wait for that next team fight.
Yeah, we just get to prepare ourselves, of course, as Keen not going to get chained up here by Zeka, who's just splitting in. Yeah, I think it's actually kind of crazy that this 0-4 LeBlanc is actually kind of fine, just with the item build that he went for. He's still going to do damage as this game progresses. Does have the stopwatch as well.
Yeah. There's of course also the itemization from Keen, because as mentioned previously, Zeka was effectively out of the game, and with no LeBlanc, you can just go all in on armor, so he does have Randuins, right, and he has his Sunfire and his Steel Caps. But now we've reached a point where Zeka actually does have decent damage, and you saw not going to be enough to like be a legitimate threat to Keen in a short amount of time, but still is another thing that Keen is going to have to take into account as he tries to set up these team fights. And the main issue has been that the consistent damage for KT has been lacking, and that's exactly where Hanwha excels because of how they have been playing around Viper.
Yep, and Viper now has 4 items. Bloodthirster is completed. You can see that huge overshield that he has for himself right now. Level 17. On the 80 carriers, we tick over to 36 minutes in this game. This is the Hanwha Life Esports sweet spot. This is their zone. An even game, one that they're slightly ahead at post 35 minutes. This is definitely a difficult time for KT. Both teams with Soul Point available. But do you know what? None of that matters, because there will be a fight. Maybe someone will die, but someone will get Mountain Soul. And I think that that is going to be the biggest thing to look for in the coming 3 minutes. So we're going to go to a short break. When we come back, it will be that Drake. No, we're not going to do that. We're going to continue looking at this vision battle between these two squads.
Also, do note that Aiming feels obliged to go for a BT here, which makes sense because he's a short-range Zeri into LeBlanc poke, into Desire that thus far Viper obviously has been doing a great job in. But it also means that he won't have Lord Doms. And that means that the job of killing King has actually come... Oh, never mind. Okay, actually did just finish it straight up.
Okay.
Oh. Yeah, because he was sitting on a Vamp Scepter and a Quick Cloak, and I was like, man, I think LDR is really good. And yeah,
he agreed.
Well, I take it back. I take it back. Great choice. Yeah, need LDR.
He just wanted a second Vampiric Scepter. You do need that because you've got 2 hands, 1 scepter for each hand is kind of how that one goes. But there's 1 inner shield bow. Now, is Viper going to get knocked up? Okay, this is a little bit dangerous, but does have the cleanse. Has to use it. And now Keen loses 50% of his health bar for the trouble. Knock-up comes through though, and Life is just going to get smacked down. Keen looking for his opportunity. Featherstorm now on cooldown. Viper's still doing so much damage, but Keen's just going to run after him. He's going to have to get out of this fight as now Kingen needs to help Viper. And Clit is going to be taken down. Aiming's now dashing forward, looking for the opportunity, but he gets slowed down by the barrels of the Gragas. 2 dead on the side of Hanwha Life, and only 1 sacrificed for KT. They're now looking for a Baron opportunity, which I'm a little bit frightened about, but Clit is dead. Could be their ability to do so right now.
Well, you need to make sure that you don't lose the fight. Viper doesn't have Featherstorm. There is no Smite, so this should be a surefire pickup here.
Yeah. Zeka looking for it onto Lehans, who has to flash to get out of... Oh, okay, Primordial Burst. There goes the LeBlanc. And that's what you do. If you're not able to build enough MR, you destroy their ability to do magic damage. And that's what BDD is now capable of with the 4 items he has built up for himself.
And Hanwha Life, that might end up being the deciding factor. Live, or Viper rather, getting tagged here by the Q. Not the end of the world. As the cleanse is there, is able to make his way out of the cage. But then Life oversteps, right? Crucial mistake here. Does actually end up getting hit there. And man, Keen, yes, he ends up going down here, but even just his zombie form is more than enough.
Yeah.
With the added damage of Aiming, Viper has no choice but to just kite back, which means that they can very easily take down Play there. And with the jungler being gone, you know, the objectives, whichever are on the map, are basically a freebie.
Well, that is going to be a Baron apiece here for the 2 teams. And it should mean that Mountain Soul can go over.
He knew that W and the polymorph from Lehans. It's very telegraphed. Now all that matters is that KT do still need to get this dragon. 15 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, Cuz moving throughout his bottom side jungle. Of course, the Scion doesn't have the Baron buff, so not going to be able to use that in the 1v1 that he set up for himself here.
Are we flipping?
Yeah, we are. It's, I mean, Baron be damned. We still need to win a team fight to take this dragon. It is the gentleman's agreement between these 2 squads. Keen now trying to get into position to start his engine.
A lot of vision for KT on the bot side of the river.
Oh,
around the pit.
Yeah, inside the mist right now, but it does go down. Redemption going to be used here as Zeka gets on in. Viper finding an opportunity as well, as now it's Hanwha's turn to do all the damage. The GA is now going to be popped, as can Cuz get out is the question, as in goes Life, finds his opportunity. Keen still alive somehow, as aiming takes down Life. They secure the Drake, though Hanwha has the soul. But are they going to be able to stand up in this fight? Blade Call is massive. Aiming types in. Kingen, he finds the body slam of Viper. He's going to go golden. He's going to go down. And Hanwha Life Esports are routed. They get the Mountain Soul, but I think they trade it for a Nexus.
No opportunity here. Zeka still alive, but the cooldowns, or the timers rather, are so high. And aiming finds Viper in the one fight where it matters most.
He did 12,000 damage in that one team fight. Oh man, KT, they're gonna take the first inhibitor of the game, and I have a feeling they're gonna take the first Nexus as well, as Zeka, he is the last man standing. 3 seconds on Life as well. But there is just too much here for Hanwha Life Esports to deal with. Zeka gonna take a lot of damage. BDD goes golden, and Life, I don't think he's gonna be able to stop this onslaught. So KT, in a grueling game 1, they will get another ace as they take down the Nexus. This is not how I was expecting the first Nexus to go down though, Chronicler, I'm not gonna lie.
And that final team fight, we saw Kingen was there, tried and to keep in Viper alive, and Viper went for the stopwatch. And that might have been the deciding moment right there, right? Because as a result, Viper, or aiming rather, has the time to shred through the tank. But Viper also was the only reason why that fight was even remotely close, because he killed 2 people by himself in like half a second in the Dragon Pit.
Yeah.
And KT in this match, BDD, Keen, keep it up.
Yeah.
Great job. The bot lane though, some cause for worry, and some of the mid-game woes that KT has faced in the past do come to fruition here, but they went toe-to-toe with Hanwha Life in the late game. They won the crucial team fight. And yeah, you know,
Viper.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I'm a little bit frightened, because remember, Blue side has been a little bit stronger. And I think if Hanwha Life Esports were a little bit stronger, then they'd win. And so I think maybe, just maybe, we might be in for a bit of a ride.
I have the feeling, Atlas, we're getting strapped in.
Yes.
You know where we're getting strapped.
We're making sure we're using all of the safety equipment as well.
Like, you have like the harness, you're strapping it. Your bag is put in a locker to make sure it doesn't fall out during the ride.
Completely different position. You're like, no glasses allowed. They could be flying around. Keep your arms and legs inside the vehicle
safe
at all times. We're going to go to a short break, guys. When we get back, the space, and then game number 2. We'll see you there.
그냥 공으로 픽 갈게. 오케이. 나도 르브랑 봐줬겠고. 나 앞에서 해줄게. 천천히 봐봐. 자, 용 픽 체크 계속 해줘. 용 7천. 용 7천. 용 와야 돼. 나 이거 바위부터 때릴게. 바위부터. 나 안으로 들어가. 나 이뻐졌고. 야 바위 이거 차야. 르브랑 공 빠졌어. 르브랑 공 빠졌어. 나 바위 피좀 갈렸어. 나 피 좀 갈렸어. 야 천천히 봐. 천천히 봐. 나 풀 쓸게. 풀 쓸게. 야 차야. 야 천천히 봐. 천천히 봐. 라칸. 맞으면서 얘들아. 나 뒤가 좋고. 나 이거 텔로 올게. 야, 자야, 천천히. 천천히 가자. 자야, 텔로 해야 돼. 자야 높을. 자야 볼게. 야, 자야 봐줘. 잡고 이겼어. 밀어가자. 나 르블랑 끊어갈게. 나 미드 푸시할게. 그냥 내가 끊을까? 아니야, 내가 끊을게, 형. 그래.
시즌 킥오프 이벤트 팀 데프트 감정 표현이 출시되었습니다.
시즌이 거의 다 끝나가는 시점에서 이제 다시 시즌 전에 했던 킥오프를 이겼던 게 다시 생각이 나서 되게 좋고,
저는 아직 스킨도 없고 뭐 저를 나타낼 무언가 없었는데
되게 이겨서 이렇게 만들 수 있는 기회 얻을 수 있게 돼서 좋은 것 같아요.
일단 프로게이머를 시작할 때 그래도 내가 이 롤 안에 뭔가를 남겨야겠다고 생각했는데
저를 모티브로 한 감정 표현이 생긴다는 게
너무 기쁜 것 같아요.
이제 은퇴에도 여한이 없는 것 같습니다.
일단 감정 표현을 생각할 때 일단 제가 좀 잘 떠올랐으면 좋겠어서 경기 끝나고 나서 한 손 떨리는 그런 모습이 카메라에 나와서가지고 그 모습으로 아마 이렇게 바라보는 감정 표현했던 것 같아요.
저와 관련된 느낌의 이미지가 있었으면 좋겠고, 그리고 또 사람들이 많이 찾을 수 있는 그런 컨셉으로 만들고 싶었어요. 제가 지금은 던리가 없지만 옛날 웃을 때 던리가 있었어서 그 웃는 모습을 좀 그렇게 만들고 싶었습니다.
제가 일단 그라가스를 좀 좋아하기도 하고 경기에서 잘하기도 했어가지고 그라가스를 좀 쓰게 되었고, 제가 평소에 이제 좀 리액션으로 많이 하는 포즈여가지고 그거를 좀 부탁했는데 그걸 반영해 주셨어요.
이렇게 얼굴에 V하는 모습을 표현해 달라고 한 것 같은데, 제가 쓰레쉬를 좀 강력하게 어필했단 말이에요. 제가 쓰레쉬 좋아해가지고. 근데 쓰레쉬 분위기가 너무 다크하다 이렇게 하면서 락한으로 해주신 것 같아요. 제 감정 표현은 알파카가 이제 따봉을 하고 있는 건데 뭔가 그냥 비슷한 것 같습니다. 사실 알파카가 되게 눈이 똘망똘망하고 그래서 뭔가 상대방을 놀릴 때나 아니면 팀원들이랑 장난칠 때 둘 다 쓰면 되게 좋을 것 같아요.
슈퍼플레이를 했을 때나 잘했을 때 내가 이걸 뭐 저질러 버렸고 막 이런 느낌으로 이제
어떤 상황에서도 쓸 수 있다는 게 장점인 것 같아요.
상대방이 뭐 스킬샷을 실수했거나 아니면은 뭐 게임을 이겼을 때
승리를 했을 때 이제 상대방 앞에서 약간 도발하는 느낌으로 쓰시면 좋을 것 같아요. 그냥 약간 이렇게 깔보는 느낌으로. 일단 귀엽습니다. 귀엽고
특유의 표정도 뭔가 되게 제가 생각했을 땐 귀엽게 잘 나온 것 같아가지고.
아무래도 되게 유명했던 밈이기도 하고 딱 봐도 이제 이런 뜻이구나 하고 정말 재미있는 감정 표현이기 때문에
제가 이제 솔랭 점수가 되게 높고 1등도 찍어봤거든요. 감정 표현을 구매하시면 여러분도 솔로 랭크 높게 가실 수 있을 겁니다.
감정 표현 재밌게 잘 만들었으니까 많이 사용들 해주세요.
제 감정 표현으로 많이 도발해 주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
한 번씩 이제 감정 표현 커가지고 보여주시면은 팀 분위기가 좀 유쾌하게 잘 가지 않을까 싶습니다.
제 감정 표현을 쓰면서 이제 저 생각하라고는 말을 안 할 테니까 많이 사주세요.
많은 관심 부탁드립니다. 5월 1일까지 판매되는 팀 데프트 감정 표현 많이 관심 가져주세요. 감사합니다.
What an impressive game coming through here from KT. HLE, the only team to defeat T1 this season.
Hello and welcome to the space after that game number 1 between KT and Homolife Esports, where Veigar seemed to be the only champion on the Rift. I'm Valdez, with me is Ox and Hooney. What was your guys' take from that game?
It felt like KT kind of went into this learning from DK, where it wasn't really a composition around winning lane. Like, they put Keen on the Scion. It was kind of just like, look, if it goes late game, we're going to give ourselves a good comp to take the 5v5, and it didn't quite go so smoothly, but eventually got to the point where it was just so hard to approach the Veigar, and the Zeri did eventually pop off.
Yeah, I mean, I think the both draft, I think the concept's probably like really similar, which is like the both hyper AD carries is ready, and the utility support, and it's a more so like player making side. It's from a HLE. I think the more so disengaged side is a KT, but the thing is, like, I think the BDD Veigar was way higher value in the later game. And also, like, he rolled over like from the early game. The LeBlanc was completely useless in later. And the thing is, like, I think also when they built blind pick Zion, I thought like probably they could more pick that like from the top, like from Kingen side, like maybe pick like more Jace or like something.
Yeah.
Because they've been Gnar, it doesn't mean that you don't have any champion that you can actually bully the Zion more. But it's just like I don't think the HLE draft was like ready, like not 100% prepared for red side basically.
Yeah, for sure. There were 3 things for me. You know, the Veigar, the insane value it had into the amount of like frontline and dive that was on the side of Homolife Esports. We also saw the fact that Jace was totally ignored, and also that KT were able to get their hands onto Zeri first pick. I was assuming that maybe this would be permaban like we saw yesterday, but not quite the case. Let's take a look at the highlights here, starting off with what BDD and Squad was able to do early on.
Yeah, this was one of the points I thought would be a strong aspect for Hanwha, was the LeBlanc Vi combo should be stronger in the 2v2 early. We have a good roam here from the Hens, but honestly, not just that, but BDD solo killing Zeka as Veigar into LeBlanc, sorry, this should not be happening, and it really snowballed this Veigar to become unstoppable pretty soon.
Yeah, I mean, like BDD started with a 3 kill, like pre-10 minute. I think the game was like actually just over, honestly. Like if like Zyra Khan was not solo kill on bottom, since we don't have a lot of time, like that happened. Like I think KT didn't really make a mistake on the bottom all the game. I feel like they could have just end the game like way faster, like 20 minutes faster. That's how I feel.
Yeah, I felt like with how mid-jungle had gone, it should have been done. I do have to give some credit to Clid for making plays in the bot lane to get Viper ahead, who was, I mean, realistically, if there was any member on the side of Hanwha Life who was really standing up for them, it was Viper.
Yeah, it did kind of feel like a little bit of 1v9ing from the side of Viper. I think it was just kind of the Xayah effect and the way that their comps were playing out, and the fact that Zeka was kind of invisible because he got so far behind early on. So it was like either Viper was going to carry or Homolife Esports were going to lose the game. And we kind of got to a state where they almost were able to take over the game, but then we did have this soul fight.
Yeah, and this got really hectic. It actually ends up being Hanwha who get the soul, but the fight goes over the side of KT. And I think the problem is, you see Viper doing a fantastic job here of dealing with the front line. It's actually very messy start from KT, but they have 2 major threats to deal with. The Zeri is just free firing, and the cage is coming down as such a problem.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Viper they did really job at the first point. Like KT did make a mistake from the first point, but I think they should have just focused on the Dragon, like not losing just the free HP from the Zeri. Like, because as I said it from the draft, like KT want to disengage more, so I think the HLE want to make a good play, and player making, like the playmaking has to be first from HLE. But the thing is, like, it was way too overextended. I think it would have been way better just focus on Drag Soul and just to fight after, or like just reposition it, like just not. It was way too over-invested.
I think part of the problem is, you know, Vi at that point isn't doing a ton of damage. You have a tank Gragas top, and the LeBlanc was so far behind. It was just the Xayah putting damage out, and it's so hard playing Xayah, who is short range, into a Veigar, because you have to play around the cage.
Yeah.
It's super short cooldown by that point, and if you get trapped in there, you basically have to burn your ult just to get out again, or flash.
You saw Viper right at the end of that fight. He's trying to make one of these big flash feather recall plays again that got him so many wins in the team fights earlier on throughout the game, but you know, just one time where he's not 100 out of 100, where he's not perfect, and all of a sudden it's like, you know, he's out of position, KT's all over him, so kind of unfortunate for him. I do feel like Homolife Esports, this game was very back and forth, could have gone either way, but KT and the Veigar effect a little bit too much.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just more so team, like from the team fight, I think the HLE got to step up like a little bit more, but also I think KT, they could have just done better job, like a lot more. So I think it's got to be really like team fight based, like depend on the team fight.
Well, guys, we do have the PUG ready to go. Let's see who does pick it up for this one. Will be BDD, not a big surprise with his massive effect on this game.
Yeah, no brainer. I mean, I feel like just having a good game in the Veigar would have been enough, playing around it well in the team fights, but the fact that you're playing a champion that people had concerns about being a bit too passive, this is part of the reason we didn't really see him in the meta so much, because people were saying, hey, Veigar doesn't have prio early. He was having so much impact and completely dictating this game. I think any sort of weaker performance from BDD and maybe Hanwha would have just taken this game.
Yeah, I mean, it is like a little bit more from like Zeka's side, honestly. I think he was making more mistakes, but like BDD like did really punish well. Like the maintain prio and maintain pressure, hold map, not making mistake. Woo!
I got scared there, you know. I was thinking maybe somebody was going to vote for Miss 12,000 damage, the Zeri, the Boom Boom damage voters there in the last fight, but it wasn't meant to be. Everybody on the same page, BDD doing an excellent job of carrying this game for the side of KT, but it was very back and forth. I'm not sure how the rest of the series is going to go, but let's go to game 2 and the casters to find out.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown of game number 1. Here we are, ready for game number 2. 11 out of 11. Very nicely done there. I think a cheeky vote for Hens I would have been pretty keen on, but BDD had a fantastic game and really made sure that Zeka wasn't doing anything at all. And if this mid matchup is going to continue like this, then it could be very rough times for Hanwha Life Esports, but we know that Zeka is better than that. So we're going to have to see more from this guy. And hopefully they're going to be able to turn around what was a rough performance in game number 1. Because, like, if Viper by himself can almost beat all of KT, imagine, well, I mean, Kingen was also there. Teammates. But imagine if there was somebody else that was also a threat.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. Even like Klid and Life had a couple of great high impact moments early on, but I also echo what the desk said. If they just peel back there and play for Viper as opposed to try and hard force at the end there, you might just get Soul and peel back and be fine.
Yeah.
And you have to say no to the voices telling you to go in and get that big flank. Sometimes you don't have to, and when you have what is still looking like one of, if not the best AD carry when it comes to individual performance, maybe just play around him. We will see whether that is going to be done here by Hanwha Life in this next match. And one thing that I am very worried about is KT getting access to counter picks. KT have at times created some amazing drafts with really cool angles. Or are we just gonna, is it just going to be Zeri?
Just do it.
Well, I'm actually wondering if KT is gonna leave up both Zeri and Sejuani and just pick one of the two. And I don't even think that the Zeri first pick was like even half of the reason why that game went the way that it did. But I know both of these teams still really highly value it, so might see that trade come through here.
Well, the last ban is going to be the Renekton. Take it away from Kane. Eliminate some early power, I guess. Because now, final ban, KT. Do you ban Zeri? Do you leave it up? Do you also ban the Maokai like you took away Sejuani? Still available as well. And that will be the final ban.
That's going to be B1 Zeri again.
B1 Wukong?
No.
It will be B1 Zeri, you're 100% right.
Oh. Well, we know it's coming. Yeah. There we go. And KT can go in a number of directions. If this was another team, I would be expecting some Caitlyn shenanigans, but a lot of our teams have been kind of moving away from it, and KT never really was their thing. As unsurprisingly, as you point out, the Wukong going to get prioritized here for Cuz. Then we'll see what Hanwha Life end up going with. The Lee for Klid is the most obvious one. As that's...
Okay, he's locking it. So we've got Draven, we got Wukong, Klid, probably Lee Sin angle with the jungle bans that have come through, but Elise is up as well.
Oh, Elise Lulu.
Early aggression? This is not my Hanwha Life Esports. There is the Lee. That's kind of what we were expecting here. The tree. Lee or tree? Klid, make up your mind.
Lee or tree? That's
what I wake up and ask myself every morning. And
I don't believe that.
No.
I don't think you've ever thought that. Your entire life, Atlas. Lulu would be the most obvious pickup here, as it would allow... Okay. You know
All
what?
right, Zeka.
After that LeBlanc game,
yeah,
I'm on board.
Same.
It's fine.
Yep.
No problem.
Give him the champion that he's super good at, guys. That's it's the way you make this one happen. So now Lulu will be banned or picked here, I guess, by KT. If they would like to. I could imagine counter pick for Lehens could also be kind of awesome. But no,
Yeah, so-
considering the Rakan.
Yeah, you really put KT in an awkward position here because they have two choices. Either they pick something to go with the Draven, and Rakan Wukong is insanely strong, right? Really good 2v2. But now you get to ban out mid laners. So Zeka gets to play as Yone, and he gets to have maybe take away some of the more uncomfortable matchups that BDD might try to pull out. And then in this case, KT does go for the Rakan, which I think for Lance is a great pick. It's also something that Live, at least for the first half of the previous game, I think looked a lot better on than he has in the past, as he's going to keep banning away the Malphite here on second rotation. And, you know, we don't 100% know who's going where. The assumption, obviously, for Hanwha Life is that everything goes where you'd expect it. But there is some flex potential, although I don't know to what extent they're actually going to make use of that. Oh, Nautilus here. Okay.
Yeah, going to be banned away, of course, was the original partner for Zeri towards that bottom side. And Life, of course, pretty good at the old Nautilus.
Leona angle? Probably for Hanwha then?
Wouldn't mind it. Or something, Renata Glass, another option, as Lissandra going to be taken away from BDD.
Jarvan?
Ooh, yeah, true.
The reason why I'm saying this, we're getting a lot of zoom-ins on Life, and he has been known to go for some creative picks.
Well, Ari is going to be considered and will be locked away here for BDD. A little bit more aggressive, a little bit more mid-game focused. His Veigar was up, doesn't want to play it into the Yone here. Wants something that can go a little bit more toe-to-toe, and I kind of like it.
I really like the direction here from KT. I think that we are... Oh, that would also fit the bill.
Okay.
Okay, so what this is really good against is making sure that Draven doesn't get a cash in. But Zilean is also one of the squishiest characters in the game.
Yeah, so
and 3-6. Could better be setting up a 10 towards the bot side of the map, because as long as Life isn't 6, Hanwha Life better be terrified, because you're playing Zeri Zilean.
Yeah.
So Ari and Draven?
It's a double-edged sword, isn't it? It's like you can deny the cash-in, but you can also provide the cash-in.
the cash-in.
Okay, Rise is locked in. Where's stuff going?
So that's Rise.
That's top Rise. Keen has been a top riser in the past, and will be back to it once again.
Yeah, I love it. Just get 6, Realm War, the 5-man bot dive. Get aiming ahead.
Oh, man. So we had like a frontline, scaling 80 carries, you know, just normal stuff, mages in the mid lane, and now we've gone to this in game number 2.
What? I don't even know why. Like, I assume because Keen wants to put the pressure on King and maybe felt like he didn't have enough sideline impact. And I'll trust Keen for obvious reasons. Player is incredible.
Oh, yeah.
But between the Rise top being pulled out of nowhere and the Zilean support comeback here from Life, I'm going to be cautiously optimistic. I like the creativity here. Hanwha themselves mentioned we want to try and be a bit more creative, but when you say blue side draft, I don't think Zeri Zilean in a lane where if you misstep once or twice, you just lose the game. Because this KT comp snowballs very well.
Oh, yeah. But Hanwha Life also denies snowballs very well. Like, just as a team, it's kind of what they do. Also, this is not one of those questions of, in the late game, whose hyper carry is going to do better, right? Like, if they can actually deny... Yeah, that Malphite was absolutely amazing. But if they can deny cash-ins and stop aiming from being able to get online, like... Man, this is impossible to win for KT.
Yeah, if you get to late, unscathed, like, aiming's not going to be able to play the game. There's Yone, Maokai, and Gragas on the enemy team.
All right, well, this is definitely a different one. Let's hop onto the Rift for game 2. All right, here we are. Let's check out some of these keystones. We do have Comet being picked up for Kingin. Means that we'll have the AP Gragas and the tank Maokai. Could have been the other way around. Very glad that it's not.
Same. I've been very vocal. BD also going for First Strike, which might mean an aggressive Ahri build. In my League of Legends.
Really? Not Everfrost into Horizon Focus again?
With Unsealed Spellbook and Lucidity Boots? No.
Hey, but, you know, Faker just won with that build, so I think it's the best.
Yeah, Faker also has the rest of his team, which helps a lot with that.
Also Magnetic Charms, which seem to gravitate towards Jace in the mid lane all the time.
Aww.
Bit of emoting. Here is some color coordination as well for our mid laners. Kind of awesome. I like that. I wonder whether they agreed on this in the lobby beforehand. Could have been.
Very theatrical.
Indeed. I like it. Thematic. Feels good. As in the bottom lane, we do have Viper and Life actually getting to the lane a little bit earlier on. Life taking the exhaust this time. As aiming, just standing there, accepting the bomb. Didn't want to pick that one up and take it to a minion wave or anything like that. As already, things kind of all right for Hanwha, with the fact that they got down to control the wave a little bit earlier. 1-0 for BDD on this this Ahri, and also aiming hasn't lost on Draven so far this year.
Ooh, Viper also going for Doran's Blade, which in this lane makes a lot of sense, but aiming actually having gone for the Cull here. So not trying to go super early with the aggression, and I do think, looking at what KT have available here, you're not really expecting them to go in extremely hard. They're pretty 6. It's when Ahri actually gets her ultimate available, when Cuz gets his Cyclone. That's where I expect a lot of playmaking to happen, particularly towards the bot side of the map. Up until that point, aiming just going to try and farm up as many stacks as he can, as Zeka, unsurprisingly, getting pummeled here in the early laning phase with the Yone into Ahri.
Yeah, BDD actually playing this one out very, very well. And I've got a theory about this Rise top. Not only is it something that Keen is very happy to play, has played it in the past, but also GP got nerfed and he really likes Gangplank, and now he gets to be a pirate without being Gangplank. What do you think?
Yep. Yeah, that tracks. I believe it.
Cool.
As all.
Okay, softball going to be chasing Cuz here. Football, sorry. As Clid just going to Brambly smash him away. Says no, not climbing this tree, Mr. Monkey.
And Cuz maintaining his level of aggression, and this is a textbook. This is so KT.
This is so Lehens. Well, yeah, exactly. Very KT move as the Grand Entrance going to come forward. There is the charm to layer through. Zeka going to be able to dash his way out. Had the Q primed and will not have to flash for now, but does have to walk back to lane. Oh, actually going to cancel that one. So
yeah.
See whether BDD can deny a bit of this farm.
Does have a refillable, which is a kind of a saving grace here. But like everything about that, Keen and BDD both have prio early. Cuz goes for an early invade, and Lehens roam. We're checking everything.
Yep.
On the KT checklist right from the get-go here. It's Lehens. Ooh. Doesn't know about Clid. We'll spot him now.
Yep. And the Rift Scuttler will go over to Maokai as a result. Grand Entrance going to be used to avoid the Extendo Beam. So things quietening down. You can see that KT have been able to secure themselves a bit of an advantage. Great double bomb there by Life on this bottom side. Has actually played a fair bit of Zilean, I believe, with Ruler on Gen G back in the day. It's not a new pick for him necessarily.
Yeah, I do think that late game Zilean and Zeri is not fair, and I hope that for KT's sake that they don't have to deal with it, because either you win the game very quickly, as
it was Kane last time. Into Gwen. I believe this was when Gwen was really broken.
Yeah.
Last year. So there we go. Bit of fun there. And his Rise, 11-8, as he's played it quite a bit.
And has been having a wonderful time here thus far as well, right? Like looking at the fact that Kingen is about to have to go back here. Keen has just been putting on the pressure right from the get-go. Hasn't really received any jungle attention, has mainly been just continuously shoving in, making sure that Cuz could also go for those early invades. And I think this is going to remain basically the hallmark of this series, where every single time we look top, we look mid, we look to the jungle, KT are favored, But Life and Viper still doing a great job here early on, and they need to.
Yeah. They need to deny aiming from doing a great job early as well. As Lahen's going to dive forward, Life going to speed himself up, and he will be absolutely fine. Still, good to have a teammate here for aiming. Aiming to try and flex his muscles a little bit as this Draven, as Viper is going to push another wave into their turret.
Yeah, there should be a limit to how much movement speed Viper is allowed to have.
Yeah.
I feel like at some point it's just not fair, and because he's going to get spotted here. Both side vision very important here. Again, if aiming can start snowballing this lane, things could turn disastrous very quickly. Not just because of the matchup, but also because we see how much Humble Life relies on Viper being in a decent spot.
Yeah, we can see now the Monkey can be starting up the Drake. A bit of an optimistic maneuver, just going to back away, but Lahen's able to get control of this bottom side. And it looks like Cuz might actually be able to take this. Stand aside, not going to land. As Hanwha deal with the minions, as KT deal with the dragon. So first Drake will be going over as the Maokai back in base. And so definitely a good early start here for KT, leveraging some of those advantages they've picked up with the priority in mid and top and jungle.
Oh, if you're a Humble Life fan, you're loving what's happening with the Drakes thus far.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, because we got Hextech, then next we have Mountain.
And then we have Chemtech.
Well, that's been the trend, yes. But in that case, you're feeling great, because giving over Chemtech to KT is whatever.
Yeah.
Giving over any of the other souls, unless you immediately lose the game, like in last game, generally spells very bad things for you.
I liked what Valdez and Wolf were calling it. It's the Elder Spawner. Liked that one a lot.
It's just the quickest way to an Elder is actually Chemtech Rift.
Yeah. As Life going to deliver Viper a little bit more experience here, as you can do on Zilean. Do you remember when it's like loading into a game with Zilean would just mean you get more experience? That was a good time.
I don't.
It's now a little bit more interactive.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't, Atlas. You know, you don't have to say these things, right? Just exposing yourself and your age.
I like being a little bit of a league
internet.
movie, you know? I think it's fine.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah. As Lahen's and BDD should be able to deal with this wave just fine. 3 members in the mid lane for now, as aiming, just chilling out by himself, as the Rift Herald going to be taken here. So, gentleman's agreement for these neutral objectives is going to be upheld for now.
Oh, I kind of like it. KT, if they have a good angle, could look for the contest here, but decide to not go with it. And they are a member down. Aiming is nowhere near.
Pacifism is the way here for both of these teams. It's going to be when a couple of these Drakes have been taken, and we see what the soul is going to be. We're going to decide whether or not fights are going to exist in this game. So far, no first blood just yet. KT with about a 1,000 gold lead just from the laning phase. And from the jungle as well, as Cuz 5 camps ahead.
Yeah.
Now.
And that, again, is to be expected here. For Hanwha, it's just about hanging on. The late game team fights are incredibly strong, and even though KT, I think, will have a grade 1-3-1 and side laning pressure, it's hard to argue with the amount of hard engage that's available for Hanwha Life.
Man,
but
BDD is running this mid lane, by the way. He's the boss today.
He really has been.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the risk that you run when you do blind the Yone. But in this game, at least so far, it's manageable for Zaka. In game number 1, BDD really ran circles around him. Actually placed circles around him as well.
Yeah, there were a lot of circles. Circles happen a lot.
An extraordinary amount.
Still, early days, and this time Zeka has not been solo killed, and he's on a champion that he has had pivotal performances on in the past. He's aiming, stacking up these adoration stacks. Probably check in on how many he has pretty soon. We do like doing that these days. Keen got the ideal first back as well, which feels fantastic. Gets his Catalyst as well as his Tier. As now Cuz in position to possibly go for something, but the Unbound Soul was used far enough away for Zeka to remain all right. However, getting to this minion wave is dangerous as he ults, but it's not going to be able to get him far enough as BDD is going to flash around. Cuz getting on in there, finds the Q, presses his Cyclone button for fun, and that is first blood going over to the KT jungler.
And nicely done there. Cuz, again, having a big impact here. Last time BDD could do it by himself. This time, he needs a little bit of help. There's no shame in that. Zeka, even with the flash and the ultimate being invested, unable to actually get away there. So nicely done there by KT, right? Making sure that you actually get in front of that ultimate. Don't actually let Zeka get all the way out, get back to safety. And that's the kind of snowball you're looking for. Need to keep trying, play proactively here. Look at Keen as well. Is this Rod of Ages?
He's a monster.
At 11 minutes?
Yeah, just living his best life, farming things out. As we're going to have a look at it one more time, of course, Cuz being able to get in range so that he is not able to change his fate. And then Cuz, I guess maybe you can use Cyclone for a bit of extra movement speed, so may have helped, but the Q, extended range, going to be enough.
Really nicely done. Kingen has just been quietly suffering in top. This Herald is going to put Zeka in a little bit of a better spot, but I'm going to suddenly equalize the CS.
Dashes into the charm, but the grand entrance not going to connect onto Zeka here, who unbinds his soul and is going to be all right. So one plate going to be picked up there. Another one very close to going down as Keen. Man, look at this. He's just throwing arcane stuff around in this top lane as he's going to be delivered to Gragas. That's a phenomenal combo as Keen realizes that all of the CC is gone. And he says, well, I guess I'll go home.
Still, beautifully done there by Kingen, right? Actually gets the perfect ult to drop Keen in his pre-placed barrel. But it doesn't matter because Keen is flash and is able to get out nonetheless. Second Drake. Oh, KT fans.
Oh,
that's
dear.
looking good.
That is a spicy dragon. We've got double spicy dragons. Oh, man.
Two fun ones back to back while Orcs is on the desk?
Maybe it's the other way around. Maybe, like, Orcs curses us when he's not actually here. And it takes Orcs turning up to Lolpark to alleviate us of our Chemtech Drakes. That might be the way. But so far, very happy with how this one's going. As Kane going to prepare some honey fruit here for Clid. Says, sir, you looked hungry. He's now going to be moving towards this this mid lane for now. The flash being down means that Kane does not want to just stand underneath the enemy turret anymore. And going to have to wait for that minion wave to be moved his direction. As now Lahens, oh dear. Zeki going to have to go back one time. Lahens not going to go in for it. Instead, just going to try and deny Zeka as much as possible. BDD getting free hits on this inner turret. And it's reminding me, man, of like 2021 BDD at Worlds. The guy that was just putting Gen G on his back, doing amazing things. And we hadn't seen him, right? Nongshim days were rough here for BDD. He's really finding his mojo again.
Yeah.
And it's great to see.
What's most impressive to me is just the cohesion of this KT roster, right? Lahens continuously roaming, making sure that there is... Oh, gets the cancel as well. It's so annoying.
Yeah.
Making sure that there is a continuous source of vision around the map. Lahens being in fog in of itself creates a ton of pressure. And at the same time, Keen, because of all this information, gets to just farm very aggressively, keep pushing for plates. Cuz gets to use the prio from both his solo laners and Lahens when he's there to invade very aggressively. But crucially, there is still an underlying tension in this match because there hasn't been a cash out yet.
Oh dear, Keen could also be in a heck of a lot of trouble. Teleport's going to come in, but I have a feeling it'll be a little bit late. Never mind, Keen is going to be all right. He doesn't have serves completed yet, but he has a Rod of Ages. He's just got too much health for them to get through.
Yeah, nicely done there. Still a good gank, I think, from Hanma because they're able to get the teleport out of BDD. But they can very easily segue this into a Herald, so not going to be the biggest of issues. As Lahens just walks past. Oh, they're going to fight.
All right. 409 stacks here for aiming as Kingen has to flash. BDD just getting the Gragas out of here. Does use all of his Spirit Rushes. Not going to be able to collect any essence off this one either, as we can see. Is aiming in the mid lane alongside Viper, but Keen standing next to him. And so now, Hanma able to move themselves back up again. KT start off surely. A game-deciding fight around second Rift Herald. Sounds perfect for these two teams. Kingen looking to get in here.
It comes back. They're going to let it go.
Yeah.
Lance is
standing around. Yeah.
just to try and keep them on their toes.
Playing football. As he does have Unsealed Spellbook, but he's not going to be able to steal it away. He wanted the Gleaming Quill steal. Kind of into it. As Kane is towards his bottom side.
And this is the problem. And this is why I think we're seeing, or one of the reasons, besides Kane just being great at the champion, why we're seeing this rise. And in the previous game on the sign, like his pressure in side lanes was pretty negligible. But now uses the Realm more progressively when it's clear that the objective isn't going to get taken to get to the bottom side of the map. Will immediately be putting down a whole lot of damage here on this bot lane turret. And now, 2 turrets that are ripe for the taking here, both mid and bot side, looking very rough. But and that's crucial. Hanwha is still in this. If the Infernal Soul comes through, or Draven gets a cash in, they're not.
Yeah.
That's just, that's kind of just game over.
But if they stack 4 Infernal Drakes,
like the way
Viper has a Zeri moment, then it is GG on the other side. Well, there's a lot of what-ifs, you know? And there's also the fact that Life is there to prevent Viper from ever having to worry about anything.
It's not just Zeri. It's Zeri Zillion. It's a ZZ moment.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. And right now, it is also another ZZ moment, as that's how you identify it honestly. As things have not necessarily been high octane, but still, we can see 3,000 gold is the lead for KT passively. They've just been able to create leads for themselves.
Unless anyone knows that for tension to exist, there needs to be inaction.
Exactly.
We need to ramp it up.
It's the calm before the storm.
You need to feel the tension.
Lehens has a bomb. Takes 0 damage.
Yes.
He's going to be fine. Aiming, walking around, spinning some axes. And presses Q again. Needs to keep those axes spinning. As Lehens going to take a lot of damage. Okay. Clid not going to be able to find the Bramble Smash, as Lehens does heal himself back up just a little. They know exactly what's going on here, as there is the Bomba. As Kingen does find a flash out of aiming. That is fantastic. Shirley going to move towards the mid lane as well now. As Harma Life Esports coming to life here is the dash forward from Zeka. And B2D going to be knocked away from Shirley right now. So Kane is just pushing the bottom.
Pull the trigger. Yeah, you need to go for this Drake.
Oh,
Not just be throwing stuff like you.
This is what you were talking about, Chronicler.
Yeah.
This is Kane just like, well, if you're not going to do anything, I will kill your Nexus.
And he has TP as well. Zeka doesn't.
He's also got Realm Warp, so it doesn't actually matter that he's here. He can always get over there if he needs to. Charm is going to go wide, as now Keen is just going to fight Zeka. See whether he's going to be able to win. The answer is they're not going to fight.
Oh, man. I think they're just going to get the soul point. They might be able to here. Still fighting for mid-prio, though.
Oh, this is actually one of the greatest adjustments for KT, as now Nature's Grasp going to come through. They are going to mitigate it with a decoy. Warrior Trickster pretty powerful into the Maokai. Creates an avenue for them to get through. Keen with the teleport like you were talking about. He's going to go back and probably complete his Seraph's teleport going to come through here. So immediately they get back down, and now they're going to start it off. As there's the grand entrance, they're looking for Clid. They want to get rid of the smite, and they should be able to do so, as he does get chrono shifted. As aiming wants to find the kill. The flash comes out though, and he will survive. But this is Infernal Soul Point, so you survive at what cost? Oh dear, B2D desperately wants to hold on to this turret. Spirit Rush is going to be invested in order to do so. As now Cuz going to fake out a little bit of an engage opportunity. They didn't want to bite off more than they could chew.
You survive at the cost of hope. There's still hope. But that's all that Hanwha have right now. Because KT are just showcasing the cracks in the armor, right? Like continuous bot lane pressure, great vision control, and yeah, they don't get the cash out, but aiming also doesn't die. And as long as that doesn't happen, yeah, eventually the cash out will come, and you don't really need a Draven cash out when you're just 3k gold up because of the rest of your team doing an excellent job.
And he's also like the blue skin Draven as well, which means, you know, you've got blue blades already. So the blue blades thing is absolutely fine. Something that Teddy introduced us to, thanks to Papa Smithy for naming that one. So yeah, aiming, if he does eventually cash in, of course, we did have the famous Viper game where he just didn't cash in the entire time. And also the one where Life stole that cash in. So Dravens have had some rough times in the past. As Life going to speed himself up. He'll be fine. As okay, going to need to flash out of the way of this one. B2D not going to find the charm though, and Life's footwork pretty good. this point in time. As Viper, okay. Take a little bit of damage, but not too much. Good charm, lands onto Clid, but still not going to be diving any turrets. And you can tell there is just so much tension. There is so much tension. No one wants to make the mistake. Zeka not going to be able to find the steal away of the Shellfish. And in amongst all of it, there is Kane. And he is going to take your stuff. That's what's happening. This is the one tipping factor for me right now. And, well, also the outer turret falling in the mid lane is going to be important as well, but it's Kane being able to permanently have that extra bit of pressure, and KT will just continuously stack up the gold lead.
KT just look incredible right now, right? Like, yes, there's only one kill in this game, but who needs kills where you can just take everything on the map?
Yeah.
Entire outer ring of turrets now gone. Vision control much easier to set up for KT. 5.5k gold lead, and bar a miracle team fight from Hanwha Life, this game is very, very quickly devolving into them just desperately trying to not lose. But they're gonna have to do something, because in 2 minutes, you don't get that objective, game's gonna be pretty done so.
It will. However, I mean, Viper runs really fast. He has a Zillion in his back pocket, like giving him all of that extra experience, as we just saw there. And he does have a decent CS lead as well. I mean, the Zeri is huge. So, I mean, there is that angle. They just haven't used it yet, and so we're wondering whether they can, is kind of my issue right now, as Kane continuing to hit this turret over and over again. And now that he has his Seraph stun, it's way more difficult to kill him. And he also does a lot of damage here, as you can see. King is going to have to go home, as the Krogs are going to be consumed here by Kane, mowing down everything that provides money on the map. It's what he has always done on this Rise. He is just a farming machine. As aiming, going to look to steal away this Brambleback. Not going to be able to do so, as we can see.
Okay, surely in a minute, Hanwha will try and fight for the soul, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're going to go to that short break that we were talking about last time, and we'll see you in a minute. No, there is still control of the Baron here for Hanwha Life Esports as well. So it means that they are less pressured to do too much. Catching waves around the map is what's on the cards right now. And, you know, the Yone going to scale as well. Looking for Bloodthirst a second.
Yeah.
When that Infinity Edge comes in, if it comes in, it's going to be absolutely huge. BDD has a very cool hat. I like this build.
Yeah, I'm
not
on
the
board.
Oblivion Orb so much, but I kind of get it. And if he just leaves it at that, and also now with the update to Morello Nomicon, it's less bad.
It's also, you know, there's Radiant Virtue, Gragas, Yone, double shield bow. I'm on board.
Well, Kingan's moving real quick. There we go. Zeka looks for a knock-up, finds a clone, and they are also going to be able to take down this outer turret.
Okay, they're doing stuff.
Yeah, things happening.
But they still haven't answered the blue man.
Yes, the Rise question is still, they're leaving that, they're procrastinating.
You got to write that essay.
Yeah, you do. Eventually you have to do it.
What is it, an equation? Solve the equation.
Solve the essay.
Do the homework.
Yep. I remember my combined science and English class having to solve the essay. My solution to the essay was to not write it.
It's a great solution out there.
And it seems like Hanwha are also agreeing as the charm is going to go wide. Viper, great positioning right now. As this Drake, not as pivotal for KT, but Hanwha Life need to deny it. As Cuz moving on in, they're not going to look for the fight as the charm is going to miss here as well. And KT, this is like, Hanwha, you have to go, you have to do something, is they're not going to be able to secure it, but can they win the fight, is the question. Big damage does come through, as it's a huge ultimate, but there's the cash in. Zeka is going to go down, and Aiming has so much money, and an Infernal Soul, it's done. Call it in.
Yep, that's it. Tension's gone. 2.7k in the bank for Aiming. Yeah, there's that. Oh, yeah.
1,600.
And guys, the gold doesn't take into account the fact that they also have Infernal Soul.
Yes.
Yes.
So the gold, like, just imagine that the gold lead is 15,000. So we're gonna have a look at it once again. Look at, did you see how quickly we got into that replay?
And they very quickly are able to kill. Really nicely done here by Lahens. Setup's great. And then Zeka unable to get out of there. Aiming just takes him down. And
it was almost really cool because I felt like Zeka got the lineup, but it just didn't quite happen. Lehens is engaged just a little bit too good. As Aiming goes back, turns a Last Whisper into a Lord Doms and gets an extra BF sword. So,
you know, sometimes, Atlas, things are not what they seem, and curses come into play, and everything comes together to create this amazing story. It's what happened to DRX last year.
Yeah.
But sometimes the better team just kind of dunks on you.
Yeah.
In game number 2.
In game number 2.
Of a best of 5.
The most pivotal thing that you said there is game number 2. There is a game after this, no matter what. So I have no idea how many chickens I have.
They're setting up for the real story, which is the reverse sweep. I like it.
Exactly. Because look, game 5s, Viper has done it a heck of a lot, and the year after Viper did it, Kingen and Zeka also did it.
Okay.
So I'm not counting them. I don't know how many eggs I have, let alone chicken.
I'm right there with you. If Hanwha Live gets to game 5, they win.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. That is true. They need
true.
That'll require at least like a game 3 victory.
Yes. And that's where I'm looking at you, Atlas, and I'm like, how are we gonna?
How are we getting there?
How are we doing that? Game 5, that's in the bag. You know, that's a done deal.
Yeah.
You get to game 5, it's free.
This was
no problem.
This was Jonas Strong's logic as well. He was like, well, I think there's going to be 5 games, and if we go to 5 games, Hanwha Life Esports has to win. That's how that one goes. As now, the Baron has been started. Charm is going to go wide, as Zeka is taking care of this top lane. As you know, we're not going to look at the bottom lane, the Flame Horizon in effect right now.
We've had 2 kills. The game has been going on for 27 minutes.
Yep, there are double the amount of dragons killed this game than champions.
Okay, Viper does have quick blades.
Huge.
And you know, Zeka sitting on 2 items. That's cool.
Viper's also still 60 CS up. So I want to see the gold difference between the two after the cash-in. All right, the Baron is going to be taken here by KT. Kane's going to flash the ult and then just walk away. Phase Rush pretty good there, as Nature's Grasp going to be coming through the Baron. Already taken, though. Yeah, still going to look for it here, as there's the double bomb onto Lehens, and he just grand exits. He says, peace, I'm done. We got the Baron, it's fine, as now the Charm is going to connect onto Viper, and this decoy gets taken down real a lot. That is a free Baron for a flash on Keen.
Good trade deal.
Yeah.
Great value. You don't see that often.
Well, now Rise is much... I was going to say easier to kill, but he's got a Zhonya's. So still tough.
Still kind of
still pretty difficult to kill him.
Man, this essay would stump me.
yeah, I'm glad I noped out of that one.
I don't know about the essay, I don't know about the equation I'm apparently supposed to solve. It doesn't make sense, Atlas.
Well, I think the equation is how many Vipers do you need? And the idea is I think we're going to need an extra one. 2 Vipers would have been enough. 1 by himself has not been. Still 80 CS, man. Like, they are feeding him so many resources.
Maybe?
Okay, double bomb is going to connect. Cuz is going to be here, though, so Battle Dance has a target. And they just did 0 damage to Lehens. Lehens, like, just very happily walking around.
He's just there.
Yeah.
There's so little you can do here as Hanwha, because even though I do think you have pretty good ways to force fights, it is all very telegraphed. And there is no control. Like, there is full vision everywhere. Look at the level leads as well, right? Like, Zeka's a level down, Klid's 2 levels down. Viper isn't. That's the only one.
Reminiscent of another game that I watched. It was the last one. Zeka, oh my god! Aiming did so much damage to Whirling Death! He's going to have to come back. Zeka is going to be able to avoid it. But he's going to have to go home, get a whole bunch of Band-Aids. And KT, now with 1 missing, just gets obliterated. Well, Viper finds an extendo beam onto no one just yet, because KT avoided it.
Viper in a dream.
Well, Viper is now chasing after them. Slows Lehens down as Stand Aside is going to connect. And Viper is huge. Like, he is actually huge. He's now going to be skating forward. Just presses the ult button. Cuz going to knock him up as the Nature's Grasp comes down. Double teleports coming in. Klid with some good CC, but now Viper is too low to stand forward in this fight. KT still not offering anything back. So it's going to be fine, I guess. They're going to go empowered recall home. They have 12,000 more gold.
But double TPs were infested.
Yeah.
Maybe it's an Elder angle. That's the solution.
My goodness.
That's the answer.
Well, Keen is still
need
here.
To win. Yeah, they're
and
still
BDD
here.
is also
okay,
still
never mind.
here. So
Everyone's here.
Look, it was exciting for a second there.
Maybe not.
Not, well, they're still all here to try and fight for this. Is now going to flash forward from Lehens. Viper tries to get out of the way of BDD, but he still gets charmed. And now he's in the back of this pit. He has to flash. Chrono Shift, I don't think was used and actually wasn't available. So that was even more scary than we thought, as now Zeka is once again limping away from a fight. As, oh no, Chrono Shift is very much not going to be there. As aiming, he has full health. He's just killed Zeka. And I think that this house of Homolife Esports cards has just completely fallen down. Viper is on the fountain now. He's going to have to just watch as these inhibitor turrets and inhibitors start to fall by the wayside.
And the tension in this match deflates like a broken balloon as KT just run them over. They don't even need Elder.
Oh no, there's the knock-up and there's the explosion. So much damage as Keen is going to pick up his second. It was almost a perfect game. There was one turret taken by Homolife Esports and that was it. KT just smacked them in game number 2.
And game number 1, the team fighting was where Homolife could match. And in game number 2, KT says, what if we don't ever let you team fight?
Yeah.
And as it turns out, it works exceptionally well. I'm glad we're getting the Keen zoom in because of how the game played out, there wasn't a whole lot of action.
No.
But that man right there created so much pressure in the side lane. My God, Keen and BDD are demolishing their counterparts here today.
They really are. The solo lanes is the story here for KT. I think this time also aiming and Lehens definitely stepping up, aiming especially. I think Lehens had a great game 1 as well. But this time it was all 5 of the KT players just playing really well.
Yeah.
And Viper is also playing really well, guys.
Man, he's doing
super
a great
good.
job. That's the only criticism you can have of aiming this game is you're not Viper. It's like, yeah, I guess. But
yeah,
that doesn't matter, right? Like the amount of safety that aiming Lehens were able to find, because they also know, like, as long as we don't feed Viper, nothing is going to happen in this game. And nothing happened. And I gotta really hone in on that mid lane matchup because Zeka not having a performance on the LeBlanc in game 1, or rather woeful one, that's one thing. But him priority picking the Yone and still getting absolutely schooled by BDD, that's really rough.
Yeah, that is rough. And of course, it's a blind pick, right? They blind picked it to get him onto Comfort, and the answer was there. This time, might be able to mix up the bans. Homolife Esports can stay on the blue side this time as well. But it is dire straits here for this squad. We'll see whether KT, just a clean 3-0, nothing to see here. That would be absolute insanity, but it might be our reality. We're going to go to a short break when we get back. The Space in that game number 3.
끌어볼게. 제리. 끌어부터. 제리. 나 요네 볼게. 나 요네 또 갈게. 요네 가. 뭐 쉴드 돼? 나 넘어갈게. 넘어가. 길리안. 오케이. 나왔고. 이거 요네도 잡았어. 끝내러 가자. 내가 라인 없어. 마우카이 잡으면 돼. 마우카이 잡으면 끝나. 탑으로. 탑으로. 자, 이거 잡아줘. 그럼 이거 라인 끝났어. 끝났어. 아, 운영 개떡도 가야겠다 이번 판. 맞다. 나이스. 딜었죠. 이거 나 제리 앞에서 이거 맞아줄게. 제리 공 안 주나? 안 주나? 이거 내가 앞에서 어그로 끌 테니까 타워 쳐봐. 아, 나 공 있어. 야, 나 제리 그냥 탈진 먹여버릴게. 야, 제리 노플. 아, 탈진 먹여버려. 공풀수 탈진 먹여버려. 나 이퀄 5초. 먹여버려. 짜증나. 먹여버려. 나이스. 돌려. 너무 잘했다 얘들아. 초시계를 합치다 칼퇴 합치다. 아니야. 뭐야? 나 더 그럴래 볼래.
What an impressive game coming through here from KT. HLE, the only team to defeat T1 this season.
Hello and welcome back to the space. That was the game number 2 between KT and Hamalife Esports that may have been the most one-sided game we have had so far in playoffs. At the same time, though, there wasn't a lot of action, not a lot of back and forth. It just felt like KT were holding on to the lead for a very long time until finally the game exploded open with a big cash-in with the last fight on the Soul. And eventually they were able to take a gigantic win and go ahead 2-0 in the series. Ox, Huni, what did you guys think about this?
I kind of felt like game 1 was KT leaning into what Hanwha does and going, okay, we'll just team fight you with a bit better scaling. This was more KT going, okay, we're going to crush you early, right? And we just aren't going to make any mistakes. Hanwha, the way they've succeeded against DK has generally been lean into team fights, lean into skirmishes, and they never really were given the window. Like, you had Keen in the side lane applying pressure, you just had the mounting threat of the Dragons, and it felt like Hanwha Life just didn't play the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is like one of the most, like, I was personally like really satisfied with how the game went, because as a red side draft, like, I think they counter pick really, really well, like from the prepared, and also from the Draven, like, they didn't make any mistake there, so Draven was able to keep the stacks on and be able to pressure the map. Like, from there, like, Ari completely just take down the Yuan especially, and Rise completely just counter pick really well against Gragas. So like they couldn't do anything basically with the tank Maokai against. Even the Gragas was building AP damage, like had no damage. Like in the middle game, like they had to actually swap the Gragas and Yon like to be able to like match the pressure against Rise. But even then, Rise was already way too huge.
Yeah, I kind of like the Zilean pick into the Rakan. I think it's a good matchup, especially when we saw like Lulu band away. So bot lane was kind of going okay, but like the solo lane was just a problem. This is kind of what we talked about in the pre-show, that keeping a leash on Keen and keeping control of that matchup is going to be so huge. And also your point about being on red side, we've seen teams winning so much more on blue side, and I think most teams just aren't using red side effectively. I still think blue is stronger, but when you're given red side in a series, this is how you should play it out.
Yeah, I mean, KT is one of these teams that I think is really good on red side just because their solo lanes are so strong and they have these champion oceans, especially Keen. Like BDD, he's playing an awesome series. He does have quite a champion pool of his own, but I think when you've got a guy who can pick the Rise into the Gragas, like can pick pretty much anything in the top side, that is really, really strong on red side. You can counterpick, you can do whatever you want. And at first I was a little bit apprehensive about the Rise pick, but once he started Flame Horizoning and King was not able to play the game, it started to appear to me why they did go for it. And Keen was very impressive the way he did play out that side lane. So we did have a couple of fights in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this was the one that just kind of signaled the end of the game. Up until this point, there was the tension, if the soul could be denied, if the Draven could get shut down. And then this one fight, Infernal Soul secured, and then the ult comes in.
Ooh, 1643.
That's just it. That was like all hope for Hanwha died in that one moment.
And he just walk away with the Infernal Soul, and you can't stop this guy anymore. I mean, that's the thing. Like already they were like keeping the pressure like really well from the map, like whole map, entire whole map. And that's why it was like really good example of the game, like this game, especially like the side lane, how important it is. Because like already, like when the game is like almost like 0-0 kill score, it's the game already like, you know, like it was like 5k differences even though you don't do anything.
Yeah, and there was a bit of an issue, right? We had Viper on the other side. It felt like, again, he was kind of like, okay, I got to do this all alone, but there was never an angle for him to actually take fights. And towards the end of the game, in the side lane, he was like, I just got to send it. And he did, and it like looked okay, but KT were just like, no, we're not going to fight you. Like, we know this is your one win condition now, so we're just not going to fight you.
I think KT was super patient, like the point when they took the Baron, so they'd already cashed in the Draven, they had the Infernal Soul, they could have fought, they probably could have won, but they didn't risk it, and I feel like they showed more restraint and have played a better game than DK did. This is kind of where DK flopped, because they had strong laning phases against Hanwha, and then they opted into Hanwha's game plan and fell apart. So it's easy to look at this game and be like, oh, Hanwha is just so bad, but I think KT just showed another level.
Yeah, I mean, it could be from the pick and ban, but I think HLE, when they're actually behind, like, it's not like only like they have to just wait for it. Like, I think they gotta focus on more the, like, how they actually can make the play. Like, when they're like, just find the window there, like, when enemy teams are not expecting it, those kind of things that it's really, really needed, like, especially with this pick and ban.
Yeah, and we did have a second fight as well, which was basically the final fight of the game. This was over the Elder Drake, and at this point, it was about 10,000 gold to lead. Yeah. Not much you can do.
It's so difficult. You already have Viper being pretty chunked out, but the focus is just completely out him. He shut out the fight, and sure, he survives, but this isn't, I mean, it's described as a fight, but this is just KT crushing them with their wallets.
Just basically just stomping it. I mean, you already know, like, when fight is over, when Draven just 2-shot and then your mid laner is 10 HP. Like, we've seen that multiple times, like, from the solo queue, basically. Like, that's how the game just stays, like, really, really doomed, and you can't really come back after that.
Yeah, sometimes it's a Ziggs bomb right on your head and you one-shot somebody, like some people on this desk in solo queue. But either way, guys, that's a different story. We do have the lowest amount of kills so far tied here in Spring, for all of Spring, including the regular season. 7-0, Hanwha Life got one turret in this game. They didn't get any Rift Heralds, anything else. So pretty unfortunate for them, but KT very clean on the win. Let's see who does get the PUG here for game number 2. It will be Keen.
Yeah, I think definitely deserved. I think the way he played the matchup, typically Gragas is a pick that you take in the top lane, you have good wave clear, you have good sustain, you can just hold your own. But Keen was so excellent not only at punishing the matchup, but ensuring there was this constant pressure in the side lane. And the couple of moments where they tried to collapse on him, he was more than ready to counteract it.
Yeah, I mean, as I said it from the early on, this is one of the actually most satisfied as a personally as a top lane. I used to play as a pro. And this is one of the really perfect game as a top laner. You can actually bring to the team how much pressure that bringing the team to the team just helped it out from the Baron sequence, the silent sequence, just be able to just carry the game.
Yeah, it's really cool to see. It wasn't we had all these cool, flashy realm warps or anything like that. There were a couple that were nice, but it was just great side laning. It was just so much pressure from one player to essentially not allow Hanwha Esports to play the game. So 6 out of 11, he gets it. We do have a game number 3. Let's see if Hanwha Esports can come back or if KT will take the victory.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Amazing breakdown of game number 2 there, and now Hanwha Esports, it is do or die. Reverse sweep or spring is over. And summer is where you're going to have to put your focus. And a lot of focus is going to need to be put in as well, especially if things do not change. And they're going to have to change very rapidly if they want a chance to move forward in the playoffs.
Don't have a lot of time here available, does Hanwha Life. And we were saying game 5, if they get to scale, they might be in a wonderful spot, but actually getting there, as the desk also highlighted, after that game 2 looks farther away than it has been. Game number 1, they were allowed to play their playstyle, and KT Seoul not going to do that again. And the problem is, as they were highlighting as well, that was with Hanwha Life on blue side, right? Hanwha Life, I don't expect them to change to red, but KT in the past has always been one of the teams that uses the red side very, very well. And after the previous game, wouldn't be surprised if we see again the type of agency go over to Keen to just pick something. I don't really care what you pick at this point. I'm all in on trusting Keen with whatever he throws at us. But I'm looking mostly at mid lane, because if Zeka doesn't at least get to partially his usual level that he reaches in playoffs, it's not happening.
No, it's not. We're going to need a real turnaround from Zeka. Once again, it's going to be the Vi band away first. It was Vi, Viego, Renekton on the blue side here for Hanwha Life, and they are not going to stray from it just yet, which is a little bit of a worry, given the fact that they did almost get perfect gamed in game number 2 with these bans. Still, that wasn't where things went wrong the most. I think that a lot of it to do with play, but also to do with the first few picks here. Zeka getting the slow zoom in. We'll see whether that Yone is going to be prioritized once again as highly as it was in game number 2.
Can't imagine that that's the case, right? The Zeri first pick, I'm on board with because... Okay. That is a very different approach
first
here.
First pick Jace, right?
That'd be my guess. Want to try and prioritize that here. I don't know why else they would swap to the Malphite. Although it is Hanwha, so a Zeri first pick still does make a ton of sense to me here.
Yep.
Would mean that the stock of that Jace does rise. And we know Keen is extremely good at Jace, as he took it into Zeus, his Gnar, and schooled him.
He did.
Doesn't happen very often.
No. But KT, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So Wukong and Draven could just come in here if they want to just repeat exactly what happened last time. And so there is the Draven. And yeah, why not? Fair enough.
So Maokai Lulu?
Yeah. Oh, so Tristana for Zeka in that mid lane. He does really like this champion. Had some great performances on it in the past. But this is blind Tristana. The last time he played it, actually, in solo queue, it was a win. He went 1-7.
But he got the dub. That's all that matters.
He did. He did a heck of a lot of damage. So maybe, because he's having a rough day, they're going to put him on something that he can still manage to be valuable on no matter what happens, as Talia will be locked in here by BDD. Those rocks, difficult to deal with Rocket Jump.
Yeah, it's in the name. As I do think that the trap that was set by Homolife last time around didn't really work, right? Where they were like, oh, you got to counter pick, and then they didn't counter pick, and they were still fine. This time around, KT is going to counter pick. I think the Tristana is a pick that is very different from the Yone, where with Yone, you can also try and match his scaling. With Tristana, you need something that can actually match the early shove, otherwise you can get snowballed against very aggressively here. And the big difference between this pick and what we saw in the previous ones is that finally Klid might have mid-prio. And that is something that he hasn't had all game.
Yeah.
And not having mid-prio into Cuz, a player that has been amongst our most aggressive by a large margin when it comes to counter jungling, is a nightmare. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Klid have a little bit of a better time here. I think the opening for Hanwha here looks pretty good, as we do see the Jace. Obviously, you save counter pick here, right, for KT, for Keen. Unless you really want to try and have Lahens pull out something crazy, which it is Lahens. So.
Yeah. You could guarantee a better bot lane matchup, but instead, Lahens is going to go for something a little bit more engage-focused.
Yeah, perfect.
Still engage-focused, it's just the same thing from last time. We have switched BDD towards a Taliyah and Zeka towards Tristana, and otherwise it is going to be the same thing. So now, Homolife Esports, how are we rounding this one out? We need a support, we need a top lane. Is K'Sante going to poke his head in? It's been a while.
Hasn't really been prioritized in this series. A couple of his counter picks still available. The Jax ban is there, so at least Keen won't get access to that. As
that's
cool. I know that Huni has been calling for this, not in support though, but he's been asked, where is it? Where's the flame spitting?
Yeah, it is live.
This makes a lot more sense.
That's why I'm a little bit worried. But yeah, Renata is going to come through, the classic answer to the Rakan. Love to see it. And honestly, the composition kind of rounds out nicely here as, okay, Keen, what are you cooking?
I like the Gwen angle. With how well Keen is playing, pick with that much aggression and an incredible matchup into K'Sante would make me very happy.
Yep. I would agree. And there it is. And so Keen going to lock down the Gwen. So now things become very, very difficult for Homolife Esports on the top side of the map. As the game goes on, of course, K'Sante can still do K'Sante things in the early stages, hard to immune a melee guy. So could be okay in the opening levels, but I mean, the amount of outscaling that a Gwen does over a K'Sante is probably one of the most absurd in top lane matchups.
It's also rough because you're playing a double tank matchup into a Gwen and Wukong, right? So like the amount of tankiness that normally you'd have in some of these early skirmishes won't actually really come to fruition. And I don't even, like, obviously you're not going to be looking for aggression, also going for the Ghost here. The Ignite is something that we saw at times as well, but Ghost is a lot more stable. And you are playing into multiple AD carries, so I do think that it has a lot of value there, but that's not a great matchup for the K'Sante by any means. And we have already seen what Keen does when he does get pressure in the side lane. Gwen, less impact on the map, but in a 1v1, way more threatening than the Ryze was.
Oh, absolutely. And this has been the biggest thing, right? I think game number one was close. I think almost like 80% due to the fact that Keen wasn't on something that could threaten a side lane.
Yeah.
Because as soon as you add that extra layer, that extra bit of pressure,
it all falls apart.
It does. It becomes very, very difficult. As Hirai, they're actually very, very cute, standing alongside his bottom lane. As here we are, Homolife Esports, this is their last hope draft. Zeka on the Tristana once again, this time BDD dusts off the Taliyah, wants to be able to pick up a victory on this champion. She's on like, what, a 6-loss streak right now? It has been a difficult time. Keen's Gwen is really what's drawing my eye. Let's jump onto the Rift here for game number 3. Okay, here we are. The last chance saloon for Homolife Esports. They have to win here. They have to get towards some silver scrapes. Zeka on the Tristana in order to attempt it. And you were talking about getting some mid-prio, and I think that we'll have to see how Klid is actually going to be able to play around potentially having some more agency this time.
Should at least mean that he's not in as much threat. Obviously, the 1v1 still going to be Wukong favored. Maokai much more about setup and being able to try and play of the rest of his lanes, set up for them. But we've already seen, because when he gets an early lead, doesn't really relent. A lot of the criticism that was levied towards Cuz is if he doesn't do well in the early game and then he kind of just flounders into mid to late and he's never able to kind of heat that team fighting power. But this split in KT just hasn't really been the case, and it's Lahens doing a great job roaming. It's the solo lanes playing well, but it's also just Cuz himself looking to be in much better form this split, and
I agree.
Everything is just kind of coming together for this KT roster, and as I was saying today earlier at the opening, for Keen and BDD, it's very obviously kind of a redemption split, right? BDD, for self-explanatory reasons, but even Keen has not looked this good in years.
Yeah, no, it's been at least 2 or 3, right? That we have been talking about the Keen test with any real seriousness. As Aiming taking a little bit of harassment here towards this bottom side. But yeah, our eyes sort of constantly going to be moving towards that top lane, seeing how Keen is going to be doing. Of course, on the mini-map, guys, because that's all you really need to check out right now. Not a whole lot of action. As yeah, everything was pretty cool, calm, and collected for a large amount of time in game number 2 as well. No need to worry about, you know, who smashes what matchup and things like that. As we check in towards this top lane, we're noticing that Keen is playing pretty far up in this lane right now. Kingen able to stand his ground. As yeah, quite a few victories here for the Cassante. 6 in a row. As BDD on the champion with the opposite of the win rates. But it is BDD on Fleer, so I just generally default to trust when that happens.
They've earned it, right? I think that makes complete sense with the performance that we've seen of the players individually thus far. Talia, also you're playing into a composition that, barring late game Tristana, doesn't really have much to go on when it comes to range, so going to be playing a kiteback composition with a Talia is always going to feel great. Same for Gwen, although when KT wants to, they are more than capable to put on the aggression themselves with the Wukong and the Rakan combination. Also, like the adaptation from Viper, in game number 1 he went for Doran's Blade, and then Aiming went for Call and kind of naturally just got ahead no matter what. This time around, we do see as it's an 8-game.
8-game? Never mind.
8-game losing streak here.
I think it was 3 games in the playoffs. Sorry, 6 games in the playoffs that were lost. Yeah. But it's actually on an 8-game losing streak this year, so it's even worse. See whether BDD can fix that. Of course, it will provide a 3-0 victory for KT and get them that matchup up against Gen G in the lower bracket final. Opportunity to go to MSI. Still available for both of these squads, but it's a long road for Hanwha Life to get there. And have to start with a win in this particular game. Aiming, walking forwards, doesn't find too much. And I do really like Renata. Not a huge fan of Renata Zeri as a lane in itself, but Renata is the answer to the Rakan. Absolutely fantastic. We'll see whether these hostile takeovers are going to be enough in this game to really change the whole situation.
Now you can also counter Aiming if he does get a cash-in. Because it's actually just, it's for you now.
Hey,
yeah.
Love to see it.
Well, I don't know about that. Felt it was pretty far-fetched, but...
It would be fun, though. Like, just feed Aiming and then have him kill the rest of your team. A seismic shove is going to miss. That means a lot of damage out here from Zeka. As BDD does throw some rocks back at him, so relatively even as far as the trade. Good to see some aggression out of the mid laner here from Hanwha Life, though.
And the biggest difference, Keen?
Okay, I think he just took a turret shot. That's not so good, as that is going to be first blood solo kill for Kingen. That wasn't on my bingo card. Not this game. Just a bit of a Cassante moment.
As I was about to say, the game state for Hanwha is looking a lot better here because they have mid prio, bot lane is looking like, I think in the previous few games, like they are actually able to maintain the level of aggression. But crucially, top has been a sore point, and with this kill, it's not gonna counteract the inevitable that once Keen gets Riftmaker and beyond, it's going to be a toughie. But even then, like, this is really, really big here. These type of moments might be enough to give some faith. As, yeah, that is
really nicely done.
Turret shots doing so much work here. And even with the E, no way out there for Keen. And
now they're able to get themselves the first Drake as well. I'm looking at my hands. There is not too much on them just yet, but we'll have to report on whether game is going to be turning up there.
We know about Game 5, but what about Game 3?
Yeah.
That one's still up in the air. But at the very least, Hama Life, I think, doing a really good job at understanding that allowing KT to play aggressively and not matching them at all is never going to work. KT are one of our teams that might not be as aggressive as T1 and even D+ when they were still in playoffs come to mind, where they play very aggressively for early kills. But KT play exceptionally well with map control, right? They choke you out. Yep. The side laning has been really good. The individual performances of the solo laners is something we've talked about extensively, and it's because they start setting up these vision traps, and you never really get to fight your way back into the game. So I'm really happy to see Hanwha at the very least try and match that early pressure, because that doesn't mean that KT is not still in a great position in this game. I do still like their draft. I don't think they're contingent or relying 100% on aiming popping off, but that remains an option nonetheless. But it's good to see some signs of life from Hanwha, because that game number 2 had me very worried.
Certainly did. I just want to see them playing a little bit better, finding their stride, and so far everything A-OK. First blood, solo kill, 300 gold lead. You're happy about it. Double 80 carry as well. They'll have a lot of damage. Come late game, not a lot of magic damage. That's okay. Not exactly a true tank on the side of KT to worry about. And Zeka, yeah, just having a great time here in this mid lane. Head by a little bit of farm, but being Tristana, just existing, trying to get towards the turret, take it down as early as possible is kind of the aim of the game. And now, using this extra bit of priority that Hama Life has been able to put together for themselves, should be able to grab Shirley. And so far, the amount of objectives that they have taken compared to last game is just massive.
Absurd lead, Atlas.
I know.
Such progression. Wow.
It's nutty.
But it is a great start to... Oh, Viper.
All right, yeah, gonna find the level 6. Is there for both aiming and Lehens as well, though, but they get the cleanse as well. And now Viper just running after them. Not going to be able to find any kills or anything like that, but still, they'll take the cleanse. They'll be happy about it. It's just 1-for-1 on some of the spells.
Level 6 Zeri power spike. We've seen this many a time, and still sometimes our team get a little bit caught off guard. It's because actually got counter jungled a few times this game. He doesn't enjoy that.
No.
That's supposed to be his thing.
Well, now Clid looking for a bit of an engage angle onto BDD, but BDD not going to bite. Just going to move back. And yeah, so King got a solo kill. Does mean that Keen is going to take a little bit longer to become ridiculous, which is good.
Lehens a TP. Great.
Yes, he does very much unseal his spellbook when he does take that. They're going to be moving into the enemy jungle. Getting control around this Drake pit. A minute and a half before that one is back up and available yet again. And man, I feel like this First Blood going to Kingen has only slowed the game down more, Chronicler.
Yeah, it also means that Kingen will have a okay time for longer. It doesn't really change until if he gets like multiple kills, if they focus topside and Keen really gets put behind, then you might be talking about like late game when you hit some of the bigger spikes, like Rabadons, for example. But I do still think that just the gold lead that has been found for Kingen now, as soon as Riftmaker rolls up, it's going to still shift the matchup very heavily in Gwen's favor. Like, Gwen really isn't the champion until she has that item. Is Zeka doing a nice job of sidestepping here? Cuz found an amazing angle on the Yone in the previous game, but this time around, Zeka not going to fall for it.
Not so much, as now, he might have thought that they caught Lehens, but Lehens is looking for that turn opportunity. Another seismic shove going to go wide here by BDD. Cat chasing the Rakan. There's still that level of intensity we had in the last game. So once again, the same old story about the Draven is, okay, good buffer of the rocket jump. Allows Zeka to avoid being seismically shoved to his death. And Kingen just going to do that, farming behind the turret thing that he was doing in game number 1. KT going to set up for their first streak of the game if they can secure it.
Aiming does already have his Essence Reaver done here. Does have to catch the wave here, so there would be an opportunity, but Hanwha Life doesn't look like they want to go just yet. Kingen TPing in with Jack Show. It's a big power spike here, done for him as well.
Yep, Riftmaker done for Keen also.
Ooh, that's big.
Has teleport up, but isn't going to use it just yet. Gonna actually head straight back to top. So, KT not really worried about the Drake. Earth, Wind, and Fire, perhaps? Question mark. Would be a little bit of fun, as it's going to be an Ocean. And now, Lehens could be in trouble. He's denied his grand exit. But is still going to be okay. Has to flash. And Battle Dances himself to safety still. That is Summoner Spells being picked up. The Drake also being secured. And Hanwha Life are running this game.
Doing a really good job here. Mid lane, we do see the Herald being planted down, going to help Zeka. Doesn't have his Mythic just yet, but will be the case shortly. Same for Viper. And then with that double Mythic spike on your 80 carries, would expect to see Hanwha Life continue to play aggressive here. And KT, for what feels like the first time in this series, you know, there were some fluctuations in game number 1 in gold, but it still felt like very often they were in control of the map. They were the ones kind of setting the pace. And not going to be the case in this third game, at least for the start of it. As mentioned, as long as aiming doesn't die, KT will always have an angle. Even if he does, BDD and Keen are both going to scale an incredibly strong teamfight threats. But I do think the KT composition will struggle a little bit because itemization becomes a lot easier if aiming is a non-factor. So that is the only thing that they need to be careful about.
Yep, indeed. Still, it's different insurance policies, right? You've got Hanwha Life, who now do have an extra one. Tristana, of course, going to be doing a lot of work in the late game. But it's him and Viper that are going to be it for them. On the other side, KT, like you were talking about, it is all about this Gwen as far as late game win condition is concerned. So we'll see whether they can play out that side laning as well as they have in the past. Like, I think KT this season have been our best split pushing team.
They're the only one from the top of my hat that made Huni happy with split pushing. So
true.
That might actually be that might be it right there. That might be
that's proof.
The evidence that you're looking for.
I would absolutely agree. It's because in some position, looking for an angle, but not going to find it. Life actually is going to go for a reset here. And you can see Viper is just going to dash away and go home as well. So, yeah, continuing a bit of inaction. a little bit of not stuff happening.
A bit? You made me
a lot of not very much.
A little chuckle that I had to stifle there. Yes, there is definitely a
damage may happen to this turret.
There is a charm, Atlas. It's a slow burn.
Oh no!
You know, it's like a thriller. You're just waiting to see what's about to happen.
Oh no, Zeka! He's gonna flash, and the Cyclone's going to come through. They still want it, and Cuz is gonna steal. That was the cash-in. That was the cash-in, Cuz. Oh no, well, that's fine. It's not like he loses the stacks or anything like that, but that would have been a phenomenal moment for KT. In the end, KT still going to be able to knock down this turret, most likely, as Kingen actually ghosted on in here. Stand aside, actually fantastic from aiming though. And so they do protect the turret.
Every single Draven main in pure pain as Viper.
Okay, Viper just running after Keen here. As Needlework is going to be used defensively. Clid's going to come on forward. Life's here as well. Will you shake his hand? The answer is yes, as the Bramble Smash comes forward and they deliver Viper a kill. That's how you get it done.
And the investment on bot side ends up working out. They kill Zeka, but aiming doesn't get his cash in. And then additionally, Keen gets caught on the top side of the map. Viper the one that starts up that play, but it is the rest of his team that cashes it in. And now, Hanwha Life, Viper getting fed, a great teamfight composition with good engage, good counter engage as well, and Keen on the back foot. They're looking up here.
I'm a little bit worried.
Oh my god, yeah, Viper's playing like a maniac, as he should.
Yeah.
That's how you, that's what you gotta do.
He is playing exceptionally well, and that has not changed all series long. The outcome has not been what he wanted, but the gameplay absolutely has been. He's going to go back, looking for those quick blades. Should be coming through relatively soon. Aiming, still searching for his cash-in. As we check this out once again, because thievery of the cash-in here.
So he realizes a little bit too late, then unfortunately ults the clone, and then, yeah, there was no way he was getting out. Maybe some underestimation of the damage there, as Viper very aware that the rest of his team is here, so that's why he can go in. Keen also immediately realizes, like, yeah, that this is not just a Zeri, but is so far up the lane that even with Ghost and being Gwen, not able to actually get out. And Viper, of all people, getting the kills. Very big. This might be an early soul point, and Lahens on a deep flank angle.
Oh, he's on a mission. Do have a lot of vision behind Harma Life Esports, but Harma don't have very much themselves, so this Rakan still unseen.
Oh, Life.
Yeah, Life is the one to go down as the Weaver's Wall is going to come forward. Life, oh no! Hostile takeover comes in. I just don't know whether it's going to be enough. It takes him a long time to die. There's the bailout, but it doesn't happen. That's the cash in as Zeka dives into 5 people. Oh no! He's going to be taken out. King tries to be the hero, but he's shoved seismically into the waiting arms of a Draven. He'll say, all right, I'll take 2 this time.
And Viper's like, I just want a team fight, man. Let me fight them.
Oh, BDD, it's going to go down. Clint actually collects it. He just walked onto a kitty cat.
Still going forward, but you can't. There's too many people here. Can't afford to go in there, and yeah, you get the kill. That's nice. There we go. He got 2 kills this time around.
I know, now he's sitting on 2.5 thousand gold.
Yeah. So Cuz knew that he just had to let him get more stackies. So that when he crashed in.
Yeah. He's like, no, but you just see what this next one's going to be. Fantastically done. Viper is going to be able to at least get the enemy red buff. That is something, at least. But still, this game, by no means is it like over right now, but this is KT well and truly back in the game that Harma Life were running for so long.
My favorite part about this is that Lahens isn't actually needed here.
No, he doesn't actually show.
No. Until much later, right? And it's actually so cool there from KT, because I think for a lot of players, the first instinct as soon as that play comes through is go in. But Lan's like, I am a ward. I am just here so that you guys know who to kill. And then when he does go in, obviously further cements the fight. Is Zeka going to get taken low here? Coming into this game, we're saying Zeka individually needs to perform better. Thus far, haven't really seen that.
No, not so much. Still, he's on a Tristana, late game win condition, absolutely there. But it's just the, I don't know, it's just like not having a very good day, not having a very good week. It's not the time to do it. There's BDD up here towards his top side with Cuz in hand. We'll be able to take down this turret. Keen trying to do the same thing, splitting on the bottom side. So that split push that we were talking about as Lahens. That's a little bit annoying. Life is just going to restart the back.
Not too bothered. And Viper doesn't have quick blades just yet, and he's sitting on like an item and a half. Yep. Aiming has now a shield bow and is getting very close to a Lord Dominic's as well.
I want to see Lahens' forward percentage. I imagine it would be quite high.
It actually might be, like post 14 minutes, it might just be 100%.
Yeah.
I'm not even kidding. It's just like always on a merry walk through the enemy jungle.
He's on a mission to be behind turrets for as long as possible. And behind enemy turrets is, of course, what we're talking about. As King taking a bit of damage from Keen here, the bottom side. Good dashes used for the Cassante, but it only gets worse from here. Snip, snip.
Yeah, that's the problem. We've reached a point where the base damage from Cassante obviously isn't enough anymore. And I'm expecting Keen to go for, I guess, it'd be Morelos here? How it's looking right now.
Not entirely sure what he's going to put together.
Sorry?
Not entirely sure what he's going to put together.
We'll see. There's a couple of directions that you can still go. With the Gwen, we've seen everything ranging from very AP-focused builds, right, which are my favorite because your needles become utterly ridiculous going into Cosmic Drive and Rabadons. We used to see a lot of Nashers as well, which in the side lane, and Split Push obviously is amazing. And yeah, he died twice, but I don't think he really minds.
No, and I don't think it matters too much as far as what his game plan is going to be. Zeka, he's splitting as well, but BDD should be there to answer. Fair bit of wave clear available for the Leandries that has been picked up already by the Talia. So deals with that. So the restabilization of this game in favor of KT has occurred. 2-0-2 on Aiming, who now has 3 items. That is 1 full item completed ahead of his lane opposition. And in one team fight, a game that looked like it was in control for Hanwha Life, goes the opposite. Very, very quickly. Still, doesn't mean that it's unwinnable. Doesn't mean that this one is permanently going to be out of control, but there is certain things, and you were talking about, you know, your essay in the last game. There's like equations in this game that are difficult to solve here for Hanwha Life Esports, and most of them involve a Gwen.
Yeah, and there's also, as mentioned, the silent pressure from King kind of goes without saying. Void second. Wow.
Wow.
Really, really going in hard to try and still do damage against King and Unclid. Obviously not going to be nearly as impactful against Zeka and Viper, but I do also think it makes sense for Keen to expect to just kind of be hitting frontline in this game and just be a threat with your needles. You can still hit backline, but not really the main point.
Yep.
But as far as the equation goes, yeah, this is above my pay grade. I'm not very good at math. And I think the Gwen maybe you can solve, but then there was also the Fed Draven with Cleanse and Flash still up, and you need to kill him. And maybe you force your opponent to make a mistake.
Could be Purple Worm. That could be the solution. I don't know. We'll have to get it checked by the teacher. There's KT. They're going to move on in. They know exactly what's going on. Cuz is going to get into position. Are we flipping it here? Are we flipping the series? Hanwha Life as Weaver's Wall is going to come forward. Extendo Beam is actually massive as Aiming takes a lot of damage. Zeka dives towards the Baron, but now they want the team fight. Cuz is going to explode, and now Viper still at full health, zoning everyone away.
There's no smites.
They're not. And Cuz, he's out of here. The Seismic Shell going to push Keen back in. Can they steal it? The answer is no. It's Viper that locks down the Baron of all people, and now Aiming. He wants to get it done, but he flashes forward and he's not going to find it. It's just, what the heck? What happened? Keen dies to Cassante. It's a solo kill for King, and again,
it was the solution. This actually fixed it. It solved the equation. Trying to go for a Hail Mary Baron. Ends up throwing KT off. They'll be able to get a Drake, but it's just a second Ocean Drake. Not enough by a long shot. And Hanwha Life grasping back control of this game.
Oh man, that's a very scary option to take Hanwha Life Esports, but it worked out, so we can't fault you.
I love how at this point Atlas says, "Are you going to flip the series?" And Hanwha Life said, "Yes, yes, we are."
Yes,
let it be known. And this starts off with Clid going extremely low, and Keen looking like he's doing a good job, but that ultimate from Life, I think, actually coming up really big. And there isn't enough backline threat to Viper. So Viper actually just gets a free hit, and we do know that Viper free hitting is very bad news. There is no smite here. So this is, it's just a flip. There is multiple spell books in this game, but didn't matter at all. But they get it. So
171.
Good enough.
Was hit by a Zeri.
Oh. If this is, and we've been joking a lot, right? I think KT can still come back in this game. I still think they're in an expert spot. But if this is how it starts, then I don't even know.
No, neither do I. But we're along for the ride, and that's what we want. That's why
we're still strapped in.
We are. We're keeping our arms and legs inside the vehicle, as we mentioned.
Smile for the picture.
Safety first. And now Hanwha with this Baron are going to start extending this gold lead a decent amount. It's 2 Drakes apiece, so no soul points available for either squad. It doesn't really matter because the amount of siege is actually kind of insane. As Clid presses his ult button, trying to get a slow onto Cuz as he walks on over, but I don't think much is going to be gained outside of that inner turret that was guaranteed. by pressing R. Zeka could be in trouble though. Cuz moves in. Zeka gonna rocket a jump away. And it all quietens down once again on Summoner's Rift. There was too much shenanigans before. Thankfully, we now have some downtime to go over what just occurred.
Too much action.
Yes, way too much action.
Crucially, Aiming didn't die, so that's quite big. Okay, yeah, sure. So Aiming not dying, very, very nice, because it means that even though right now he's only up a BF sword, which isn't that much, and Viper obviously getting a ton of gold from the Baron and the turrets that they were able to pick up, now much more on parity. This Draven with a subsequent cash-in, 200 stacks, not amazing, but still enough to, I think, bring a little bit of a swing downwards in that gold rift, if he can actually get that done. And as I mentioned, I think that Life's ultimates are going to be absolutely pivotal here, because they will create the space that I think Viper needs. If KT can get on top of Viper and take him down early, I don't think there's a way that Hanwha Life ever win. Even though Zeka is in a decent spot, right? It still would be too much to expect the Tristana, with the state that she's in right now, to single-handedly carry a fight.
Oh yeah.
But if Viper can get to do that, no problem. Also, if Zeka does get IE, he is level 16. Like, eventually he'll be able to. But right now, for KT, it's all about, can you kill Viper? And you know what? Their tools are not that amazing. They're actually finding backline access when you don't have any pressure in side lanes with your Taliyah and Gwen.
Yeah, their 4-1 is what was going to be very, very difficult for Hanwha Life Esports to deal with, but what we've seen is that Kingin's actually just kind of a monster and has been pretty fine. Maybe there's something to do with Sunfire Cape being a ridiculous item and doing a lot of damage, but maybe it's just that Kingin is very good at playing tanks, very good at utilizing extra utility and finding these clutch moments. Still, we don't need to go too far into it. 2,500 gold is the lead. It's not very much at all here as we move towards the 30-minute mark. 1 minute on Soul Point for either team. Hanwha Life Esports can get themselves their first Ocean, KT their third.
Hey, and you know what the best part is? KT might just get this, because why wouldn't you?
Yeah?
Yeah, there's no need to contest this. Why resolve matters with violence when you can do so peacefully?
Precisely. It doesn't really resolve them, but why would you resolve matters now when you can wait?
Why
do it
resolve
later?
matters at all? You know, future you can deal with that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like that Annie song.
All right, I thought you were going to say, like my essay. Shove those forward to the future indefinitely.
I will get it done. I think it's just always, I'm going to do it tomorrow.
Yeah, there's always tomorrow.
We'll contest this, Drake, tomorrow.
Maybe next game.
Yeah. Well, actually, they've decided that maybe today is the best choice. We are going to be maneuvering towards this area, 15 seconds, till the Drake is going to spawn. Extendo Beam connects onto Lehens.
Oh, quick blades for Zeka. That would be huge.
Oh.
He's waiting in base. He's sitting on TP. Surely he's almost going to have it here.
Yeah, he's waiting. But Hanwha actually not going to be moved out of the river or anything
There
like
we
that.
go.
Teleport, yeah, quick blades are in. 3 items for both of the 80 carries here. Control ward.
Lehens.
Goes down from Lehens. And
They
immediately
suspect
they
it.
take it out.
Well, yeah, now they know. That ward is fresh.
Yeah. And they are... Okay. Zeka just going to dive forward. It looks like KT might just give this one up. Cuz going to move on in. And Weaver's Wall is going to come down. So I tell a lie. They are going to look to try and fight for it, but it's not going to work out as now Kingin dives onto Cuz. He's going to Cyclone his way out. Buster Shot saves him, but the flash forward from Zeka is going to make it all okay. Kingin goes all out. Aiming's going to be shut down. And now Keen, I don't know whether you can immune that. He is going to dash over the wall as BDD desperately is trying to stay alive, and Viper says no. Double kill for the Cassante. And I have a feeling that Hanwha might win Game 3, Chronicler, and that is terrifying!
That's how it starts! Hanwha Life able to get the Drake. No flank found there for KT. And even though Keen with a fadeaway needle is able to pick up Zeka, doesn't matter. Oh, Lehens. A man on a mission.
Yeah, that's a control ward.
They won't let him.
I don't think so. I think Life will probably
Surely
just walk past him a little bit. Quickness is available. They're just going to respect it. As, all right, Keen really did not want to take any damage.
You know what I
from
saw
that.
there in his now we see Keen's player. Lahens was giggling as that stopwatch came through, and here we see the issue is that in the straight up front to back, I do think that the composition from KT will struggle with the state of the game right now. Zeka almost saves Cuz, then decides, no, I am not saving Cuz. I'm jumping after him. Then almost gets out here, but gets hit by a final needle from Keen, which is very nicely done. But unfortunately, while Keen gets out with his life, PDD is unable to as Viper jumps on top of him. And Kingen by himself has already been doing an expert job as... Oh.
Well, Kingen is now in a little bit of trouble.
Is
he is Cassante.
Maybe he's just fine.
He might be. Or he might be dead. So Zeka takes that as his opportunity to go in. And I don't know whether that's going to be it, but he does almost get bailed out. Still going to be taken down, and now Cuz is the next one in trouble, and it's all just to buy space for Viper. And you know what? It works!
Well, let's not get bogged down in details. It works, okay?
It does, yeah.
It's fine. They killed the jungler.
Massive
They're going
win
in.
for Humble Life Esports. 2 for 2.
Great play. It works out.
Monstrously good stuff.
Everything's okay. Oh, they're not done. They're not done.
Yep, teleport's
They
going to
gotta
come
peel
in.
off again.
Yeah. Aiming. Moves on in. Extendo beam. Does a lot of work. Cleared. Very healthy.
You know,
I don't know.
It all makes sense to me now. Wait, let's see how this goes first.
All right. Another teleport. In he goes.
Yeah, smite. They can just smite this.
Indeed. And they're not going to because Clid, he gets in there, he shows them which one's the jungler. Now he's walking around in circles celebrating for a moment. It's going to be another cash in there for aiming, but he only recently died, so it's not a lot of stacks. Still 4 items on the Draven. He's kind of massive, but man, let's have a look at this again. This game is nutty.
Just because you have smite doesn't mean you're a jungler. You've got that smite, Clid, as So, okay, hear me out.
Okay.
So Kingen dies here, right? He dies time. But Zeka is best at melee champions, so he plays it like a melee champion. He has bailout, which, yeah, there we go. You saw? He got the bailout procced. That was nice.
Oh, he did, yeah.
But as much as we joke, I actually do think that baiting KT into a... It didn't have to be done that way, but baiting KT to fight and blow cooldowns on him is actually good. Because the only thing that matters is Viper, as you do, as mentioned, you do have smite, but doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Clid gets it.
He does.
And
this game is
bounties.
It's too silly. It is too silly. This game. Humble Life, they do move to Soul Point as well after that. So in 1 minute's time. Oh man. Well, they moved to Soul Point before it, but it does mean that now another fight in 1 minute. Where KT do want to deny that soul. Or maybe they just accelerate an Elder Flip. Maybe that's the mindset. Maybe that's the thinking.
Yeah, I do think the problem is that Ocean is actually quite good for Hanwha because of their frontliners that can take a much bigger beating. Both Clid and King are going to be very happy. Yes.
Yeah.
In case you were wondering, this is still the state of life.
Life Esports.
That's just how it is. Keen also being at the top of the damage chart for KT is also very on theme.
Yes, that is very against a tank.
It's a lot of thematic consistency in this game, Atlas says. Are we flipping? Are we trying to fight for this soul?
I think the most harmful thing to do is to allow KT to even out the dragons. So we get 3 on each side, and then we fight in 5 minutes' time. That would be my recommendation.
I don't think they're going to.
Yeah, they've got a Baron. And they're just going to start this one up using that extra priority.
Still has smite.
Okay, maybe that's the angle.
The double smite steal?
Yeah, Keen can dash over this wall as well. In they go. There's the quickness. There's the steal. Lance does manage to do it. Keen is immune as well. Viper's not able to do too much damage to the Gwen. And now KT, they're like, heist is done. We're going to get out, but no aiming. He has to flash. Can he stay alive? The answer is absolutely not. Viper tears him to shreds. And Zeka looking to do the same thing. It's a double kill, and I have a feeling this could be the Zeri moment for Humble Life Esports here in game number 3.
As Lance trying to clear this wave, trying desperately to stall time for the rest of his team. Yeah, Clid's going to kill him eventually.
Yeah, he is. But Lahens does
I actually think it's fine. Yeah, Lahens saves the... He gets the Drake,
Yeah.
And then he gets
He
the wave.
saves the soul, and he might even get away. Well, at least he's wasting a lot of time.
Yeah, he does die.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. Unless
he flashes.
Unless
Can he get over the wall? The all-out comes in. Lahens is really dead. But wasted a lot of time. Wasted a lot of time. Make some sense of this for me, Chronicler.
Well, one team had one smite and the other had two. So this should always go. Nicely done by KT there. The problem is that the subsequent fight obviously still not good for them because they have 0 Fred on Viper. And in case you missed it, he's the only player that matters. And this is much more like game number 1. With Viper having free plays due to King and playing an incredible tank game, right? And unlike in game number 1 where Life was, I think, at times in later team fights went over aggressive, which is understandable if you're playing Rakan, but you are, you have Viper, so you don't need to. And with Renata, you can't.
Yeah.
So he's just standing right beside Viper, making sure that he can do everything that he needs to.
And it's basically like he's playing better Zillion, you know?
Yeah.
It kind of works like Chrono Shift, but you get more attack speed. With
It does.
The bailout. It's kind of cool.
Oh
dear, Lahens. Going to try and escape this one. Battle Dance is going to get him towards Cuz.
That goes our hero.
Yep.
Lahens.
Yep, watch him as he goes.
He aimed for the bushes and he got out alive.
He did. He was fine.
Perfect.
He was absolutely all right. Okay, BDD moving these minions towards the turret. Once again, Talia having a rough time. As maybe it's time that we just accept he's just not that good anymore. It's a bit of a sad situation.
No.
You can understand what the theory was, but it just hasn't really been enough. And Zekka is now level 18. He's drawn a bead, considerable amount. That passive giving him so much extra range now. Does have a GA as well.
Yeah, I'm on board with that. That's a great choice.
That's the mitigating factor right there. He also has a null magic mantle, which might be turned into something that can stop him from being CC'd, which I also think would be a very, very good idea. 6,000 gold, Summer Life Esports' lead. Doesn't really look like that based on how they're playing, and they don't have the game completely sewn shut just yet. But it's still looking pretty good for a game 4. What that
It is looking good for a game 4. We don't know what that. If this was leading up to game 5, we knew, but we don't.
Yeah,
we don't. Started off here.
Everywhere, Cuz had to face check. He's going to use his Warrior Trickster to be all right. Extender Beam kind of looking like the old one with how fed Viper is right now. And they're going to start off the Baron. KT moving pretty slowly to get over here.
Oh, it's gone. Oh, wait, Cuz?
Okay, will Cuz be able to get in? The answer's no, because they had the ulti and now King and dives on forward. He's massive on this Kazante as well as Cuz gets into the backline. Decent CC, but Viper is so fast. He's just sprinting after KT looking for his opportunity. Man, that damage onto Lahens was just massive. And Cuz is actually going to buy a fair bit of time. Extendo Beam going to stop that from happening. But Hanwha, they get themselves a Baron and they get themselves a pick. And this should mean base broken, Soul picked up, and possibly even Nexus destroyed.
The wall going to mean that right now we're keeping it cool because you know what's spawning in 30 seconds?
Yes, the Soul.
That's the Soul. So we're not going to, no risky business. No pushing forward aggressively. We're playing a good, honest game of League of Legends. We're going to get that Soul, and then we're going to keep shoving with our Baron buff.
You've got to look at what the textbook tells you to do. And that is, when you have Baron, you push minion waves, tick. Zekka going to be doing that.
Yes.
Don't overextend too much. Just take what you can. And if there's Dragon, you get control of the minion waves, you take the Dragon. And that's what they're doing. Soul now consumed by Hammer Life Esports. Very close. That was scarily close.
That was single-digit health, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, well, the Whirling Death comes back the other direction as well, as aiming did go back to base. Very cute stuff.
Imagine if they get Soul off of that.
That would have been a very, very silly situation. That would be a Quadra Ocean Soul as well. Like, that's actually insane. Wow. Viper is playing, like, pre-nerf Zeri. with these extendo beams. This is silly.
Yeah, this game is weird. We have pre-nerf Cassante.
Yeah, and
pre-nerf Zeri.
Crazy. And nerfed again to Leah. As Viper gonna get shoved back. As Leah take it back.
Mini heart attack there.
Yeah. But if Viper can just get hit by that and then not really care, you know you're in a rough situation. As now Lahan's taking a lot of damage. Seismic Shove avoided this time. As this inhibitor gonna go down. And remember, Viper can play with Reckless Abandon because he does have Bailout. And so therefore, he will just be K as long as that cooldown is going to be there.
Moving up.
Yeah. Seismic Shove not going to find anyone. Now Cuz gonna have to use that Warrior Trickster. Second inhibitor going to go down as now Viper's gonna take matters into his own hands. He just flashes on top of BDD Keen. He's inside the mist, but he's not safe. It's a double already for the Zeri. Cuz gets a couple. Renata picks one up, but that's going to be pretty close to the quadrant. Triple kill for Viper. Hanwha are gonna ace them, and they will bring us to a game 4.
And it was a bit of a roller coaster for Hanwha here, but they will be able to take this game, find their first win in this series, and it's off the back of two people. It was Viper and it was Kingen. Kingen with his Cassante having his first real showing here today. His game number 1 was good, not good enough. His game number 2 was unfortunate, but in this game, found the early solo kill and created so much space. And then Viper said, thank you for that.
Yeah.
I have space. I will take that and carry. Thank you very much.
And I actually kind of liked how Zeka just continued doing what he was doing, but this time bought a lot of time and space. And
jumping in.
All of the chaos that he was setting up for his team actually made it so that Viper could get all of these earlier kills. He was just so huge in this game. If this happens again, Chronicler.
Surely not.
Yeah, no. As Viper, he did 50,000 damage.
Yeah.
Like, so the easiest PRG of anyone's life, I guess.
I don't know. I do hope. I'm not brave enough, but I do hope to see some Kingen votes. I think he had an incredible game. But I do think that there's other players that you can put in the position of Kingen, and they'll be a great tank. I don't think a lot of players are put in the position of Viper. What happened just there is, man, look at it. There was a moment where we thought KT was going to pull it back. They got that one great team fight, but it wasn't enough.
It was not. That damage graph was absolutely absurd. We've seen numbers like 20,000 and stuff like that be like a decent damage number at the end of a game.
Yeah.
Then you put Viper into the game and everyone feels a little bit silly. We're going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space is going to break down the first Halma Life Esports victory of today.
보자. 그냥 큐 볼게. 싸움 맞아. 바로 그냥 더블 있어. 그냥 가서 돼. 이제 맞을게. 그냥 앞으로 가. 빨리 줘. 메타 인차이자 나 거기 있어. 가자. 세븐 노플. 다음에 졸로 들어가죠. 다 이길까? 괜찮아. 나 우물에 붙여다 주고 이제 2번이야. 나이스야, 당겨. 나이스. 드리븐 노플. 뭔 드리븐이요? 나이스.
Undefeated is my fractured heart. Nothing left to lose. See me coming through. I'm fighting demons on my way, and I know that you're the same. Oh, I keep on making waves. I dream of making waves. Dream of making waves. Chaotic, but I rule this world. Nothing left to lose. See me coming through. This is only for the brave. Making, but I know that you're the Undefeated is my fractured heart. Nothing left to lose. See me coming through. Yeah, we keep on making waves. Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored. So can you try a little harder? I'm really getting bored. Come on, shoot faster, just a little bit of energy. I wanna try something fun right now. I guess some people call it dynamite. Let's blow this into ashes and see what pop out thinks. It's such pathetic neatness, but not for long 'cause you'll get jinxed. So much better, so much fun. Let's start from scratch and blow up the sun. Come on, shoot faster, just a little bit of energy. I wanna try something fun right now. I guess some people call it dynamite. Let's blow this into ashes and see what pop out thinks. It's such pathetic neatness, but not for long 'cause you'll get jinxed.
What an impressive game coming through here from KT. HLE, the only team to defeat T1 this season.
Welcome back, guys. We are here at the space after Hanwha Life Esports are able to finally get one win under their belts here up against KT after going down 0-2. Now it is 2-1 in favor of KT. That was a pretty interesting game. This time, Viper finally able to carry very hard on the Zeri.
This kind of felt like a Hanwha Life Esports game where there was a lot of back and forth, a lot of chaos, a lot of madness, and in the end, Viper stands above all and was able to carry them through. I think a big thing in the draft was that the solo lane matchups were better. Even though Gwen is typically a counter into K'Sante, it takes a bit more time to get going, and Keen made some mistakes in the laning phase. And then the mid lane matchup, the Tristana did pretty well into the Taliyah. I believe that's now 0-9 on the Taliyah, so not doing so hard. And I think the fact that KT's solo lanes didn't just stomp the game meant eventually it got to the point where Viper could carry.
Yeah, I mean, it's really good draft by Hanwha Life, like, which is like K'Sante, you know, like it's really solid. And I think it's like there's a little bit of weaknesses from the King game, but the thing is that I think as a champion from the King, K'Sante, it covers all of the thing. Like, cause even though you're playing tank champion, you can always use the aggressive way. Like, there's so much potential from the lane that you can actually make an upset play, like those kind of things that it's like. It actually matters, and also I think Tristana, like from the Joker pick, it's so easy to maintain mid prior. Also, BDD is performing really well, but it just all blocked it. It's just like KT all solo laner got shut down. Like that's why the game was like really frustrated for KT. But the thing is, like I think HLE, like finally they took some risk in the game, in the play, like when the game is like a little bit frustrated, and then they actually find a win.
Yeah, I was just happy that finally the team got into a spot where Viper was actually able to shoot his guns and carry rather than just like trying to run away and do this while also losing the base. So let's take a look at the highlight number one, which is going to come down to this fight that we did have in the jungle.
Yeah, so this one started to honestly look like it was going to be a little bit rough for the side of Hanwha Life. They get this big engage at the start, and then with the flank from the Hens coming late and the cash in from Draven, this looked like it was everything that KT needed. It felt like the early game had been a bit slow, but they finally found the momentum that they needed for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's more so, I feel like it's aiming, like especially today, I don't think he's performing like well as much as he could be. Like it's not definitely optimal form that he's like right now. Like I feel like if it's like normal game or like if it's like Draven like this snowball like this much, I feel like they could actually snowball like way better and way faster, and like there shouldn't be any like risks for KT to snowball the game. But the thing is like today, like it's not good. I think like from the draft, like also like as I said, if you want to play a Draven, like you have to keep snowballing, not losing like the pressure like from early on. I think this was a great example that if you're not playing well, not able to maintain prio, I think there's always a risk that they can actually make upset.
And I think when it came to the team fights, it's so hard as a composition that has like Wukong, Rakan. You know, you want to be diving in, but the enemy team has Renata, who's one of the best anti-dive champs. Maokai can just pop his ultimate. Even Tristana can knock targets away. It was so hard to actually get on top of Viper. Even if they'd managed to maintain the lead, it would have been difficult, but the fact that they started to make mistakes, it got harder and harder, and by the end of the game, it was just impossible.
Yeah, I think they ran out of time, and you're playing against Zeri and Tristana alongside of all of that support that you were talking about against the dive, and it just gave them so much room to carry. We can take a look at the second highlight, which is basically a reel of everything that happened to Baron in this game.
Yeah, I mean, there was just flip after flip after flip on Baron, and to be fair, Hanwha Life is, as Huni said, taking risks, right, to try and make the game go in their favor, but it was chaotic. This was not a clean game, despite the fact they have a composition that works well late, despite the fact that Viper was playing so well, it was a pretty mad one.
Yeah, I mean, as you see it, like, game is like really massive. Both junglers dead, and then it's like both teams just trying to get the Baron. But the thing is, like, still, like, I think where the aiming was, like, I think it's a little bit, like, I feel like in the team fight, he could have a better positioning wise, and would have been like, I think the close fight or like favorite fight, that there was some moment that he could have turned the fight and it's like a little bit favorite for KT. But like even like this fight, it turns really well. It's turning really well for KT. It's just like they a little bit overextended, and like even this one, it's like 3v4. But I think they decided not to like help him. Like there's some flip moment.
Yeah, and this one they decide they have this smite on the Rakan. They try and secure the Baron, and Clint just flashes in and manages to
yeah, I mean, exactly. As soon as this happened, like I knew, like, oh, they're trusting support smite. And sadly, that happened.
And the second there were 3 Barons in this game, it was like, okay, well, eventually we're just going to see Viper carry the game. Let's give him his POG right now, shall we? As he did incredible boom boom damage. But not only that, he was just a massive force throughout the entire game.
Yeah, I mean, as much as we talked about the solo lane is stabilizing better, that just gave the room for him to carry. And this was kind of similar to game 1. Obviously, they did end up losing that one, but the amount of damage output he was able to do just consistently been a force to reckon with. There were some early moments where he picked up some kills, but it was the team fighting, where not only was he doing that consistent damage, but he was taking the risk, diving forwards, challenging aiming, and aiming couldn't deal with him.
Yeah, I mean, also it's really good consistency and catching like the people like when they're actually mispositioning it. I think that's why like we also gave to the Viper. That's the main reason why.
Yeah.
And like the aggressions like from game 1 today, I think Viper today, like I think he's performing really well. Like the consistency, like making aggression play, even the team is losing. It's only from him.
Yeah, and he will pick up his POG. Very nicely done, King, also helping support the cause. But guys, that was game number 3. We'll see if a reverse sweep is on the horizon or if KT will put an end to this as we jump over the casters for game number 4.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown there of game number 3. Harmalife Esports, the first step towards Silver Scrapes has been successful. But they're going to have to win this game as well without side selection. That is one of the big things here. KT will be able to move back towards the blue side if they would like to for the second time in this series. The first game, though, was not the most one-sided. And so I don't know whether side selection is all that important.
Yeah, the more we see, the more it feels like it mainly boils down to how well are the players individually playing. And Orcs highlighted during the desk as well, which I do agree with. The solo lane matchups I do think are very, very important. If not for the fact that Zeka and King don't need to carry, they just need to be in the game so that their obvious carry, Viper, can pop off.
Yep.
But that is going to be a tougher task now that we will go back to the sides that we saw previously, with KT getting back towards that blue side here. But if Hanwha Life somehow bring this to a game 5, then maybe Jonas Strong was right all along.
I mean, he is, actually. Like, I don't think that Hanwha Life loses a game 5. Getting to a game 5 is something that I thought was going to be impossible.
Still might be.
True. This is the next test. And they're going to have to do it on red side. Big grin on Klid's face, which is a little bit scary. As last time around it was Caitlyn Varys Maokai. And it is once again going to be that from KT. Life Esports, their last ban was Renekton in game 1, but it could just be Zeri this time. If they would like to. We didn't like the Renekton ban that much. As Lulu going to be taken away.
So still a little bit of a sink-in stock there for the Zeri, with the Lulu not being available anymore. And it's been mostly about which team gets Zeri, which team gets... it's been Draven a bunch of times. That would make sense here. Is this is something we talked about a lot, and that happens so many times in best of 5s. It's what does the meta of a specific best of 5 evolve or devolve, you know, depending on... I'm a glass half full kind of guy, so I say evolve into. What happens? In this case, Rakan going to have the highest level of prioritization, but given how insanely good Renata was in the previous game, I think you can just lock in Wukong here for Klid, or Vi, or Lee.
Absolutely.
And then you just pick up Renata on your R3 once you're a little bit more certain of what KT have, and then you're feeling pretty peachy.
I think this is actually absolutely fine for Life Esports.
Is it Xayah?
Yeah, it might be the Xayah angle.
Xayah Wukong, probably?
Or Xayah Viego, of course. Vi and
Sure.
Viego were banned on the blue side in the last 2 games, so has got out of our mind a little bit. Cuz was also fantastic on the Viego in game 1. They are just going to lock that one in now. Cuz not wanting to go through any swapping shenanigans, and it will be the Xayah Rakan. Confirmed for KT.
Now, as mentioned, my expectation was that this would be an R3 pickup. But Zeka has been flexing an immensely large champion pool, and this is in trend with Hanwha Life like blinding a mid laner for him repeatedly. This is still going to follow that trend, but the Ahri, I am feeling pretty confident about. Ahri and Vi combination that we know is very good. They're going to ban Lissandra, and they should be in a pretty decent spot here. The downside is that I do expect that KT will ban away the Renata, and that means that Life will have to go a little bit deeper. But if you're into Rakan Xayah, you know that Zillion pick from earlier, I think you're feeling a little bit better about it.
I think so too. I think it's probably like Renata Leona maybe.
Could be.
Taken away here, we've seen quite a few Leona Zeris. It was mainly Pays and Delight that did very, very well with that combination. Lissandra, like you say, going to be banned away first. The obvious pick into the Ahri, no longer available. KT certainly taking their time, working out exactly what they want to remove. And there is the Renata ban that we were talking about. And I think that that is definitely a good first step here in denying Life the ability to take control of some of these fights. Hostile Takeover especially was very, very useful in that last game. No longer going to be there.
Going to make the life of Lance a lot easier as well. And the Gragas is another pick that I wouldn't be surprised if we see Hama Life lock it in here on R4. A pick that can be kind of hard for Xayah to deal with because obviously you can Guild Force out of it, but it is a little bit riskier, and using your Featherstorm on a Gragas cask isn't going to feel amazing. But given that KT utilized Keen's counterpick to such great efficiency, might just end up being a Leona here for Life, right? That's an option. Nautilus is another one, which Nautilus Zeri is not necessarily amazing, but Nautilus Vi Ahri sounds great. Although into Xayah, that is of course still going to be a big risk with the power of the Blade Callers. I would love it if they save counterpick for Kingen, because I do think that top lane matchup being playable is one of the big difference makers here.
Well, I mean, he knows that he's into a Malphite, because the Sylas ban is standing out like a bit of a sore thumb over there. See whether it is actually just going to be locked in here for Keen. Of course, he did fantastically well in the series against T1 on the champion, as that is Kassadin.
Ooh, I'm not sold on Kassadin. I think the nerfs have done their job very well. This is another champion where I can see the argument for Malphite, but I do think a blind Malphite is still perfectly counterable. The main issue is, does Kingen want to play a carry, right? Because I do think you often end up with things like the Gwen comes to mind as well. Into Malphite can both ignore the amount of armor that he's able to generate as is coming through, or maybe it's just Cho'Gath.
I'd love
Not even
to see
kidding, you know, into tanks.
Yeah,
Kingen.
Eat the rock.
Eat the rock. Normally don't, but here, maybe.
Or
makes sense as well. Yeah.
Turn the rock into equipment for your team. Another option here. So, big boy tank matchup on the top side of the map. Very happy Kingen after that one. But of course, Keen will have a lot of agency in this one as well. With the Malphite now available, he can now start off these fights, and we've seen that his Malphite can get pretty ridiculous. So Viper certainly going to have to be on his toes. I think that Zillion going to make it a little bit more playable, though. I kind of like the idea of A, having the extra movement speed, but B, Chrono Shift is pretty good when there is a big cooldown that you need to worry about.
I'm getting a little worried. Because Keen was still holding on to Ghost. I assume that will be TP. I'm not familiar with the Ghost Ghost Flash Malphite top tag, but we'll see when we load in the game. I think the composition from KT should, in theory, be great, because you have a ton of backline dive into Xayah, right, which deals with it very well, into Veigar, and it's a lot of short-range champions. The reason why I am still afraid is specifically because the one thing that you can't keep locked down if he has any form of support is Viper. Viper is insane. He's on great form today. He has a Zillion, and if he has his ultimate, those short-range issues are not going to be nearly as pronounced.
And it's also going to feel real bad if KT lose this game, because they could have taken the Zeri away again. Yeah. They could have done that. But instead, they allowed it to go over to the red side to be picked up very, very eagerly by Hama Life Esports. So it could mean that after this game is over, some emotional reactions potentially to how this one goes as we move towards a Game 5. Or the series is just done. And Keen on this Malphite on the big mountain. He's going to be able to make it happen. Let's jump onto the rift and see how it goes. All right, Humble Life Esports fans, very, very loud. Could hear the call to see whether we can get to this game number 5. KT fans, I'm sure, don't really know how to react right now. It is hard because, of course, KT, on the whole, this whole series have looked like the better team, but Viper looks like the best player on the Rift.
Yeah.
It's just sort of how it is. We'll just have to see whether him back on the Zeri once again is going to be enough here. Life also on the Time Lord himself one more time. Didn't quite work out the first time they played it this series, but doesn't mean it doesn't work. It's a fantastic tool into all of the engage that KT has, which after a few cooldowns have been blown, is not going to be as much to worry about.
This is the one matchup, though, that we're going to have to take a close look at, because the last time BDD played Veigar into Zeka, it was not close. He completely dunked on him, got solo kills as Veigar into LeBlanc.
Which you shouldn't do, right?
No, that's generally not what happens, or should happen. And getting solo kills with Veigar in general is not really ever supposed to be a thing, because his setup is amazing, and you get ganked, and you get caged and you die. That's one thing, but actually dying in the 1v1, falling for the good old Ignite spellbook cheese to come through is not something that you can allow to have happen. But Zeka, even though in the previous game he made, again, a couple of plays that were very, very aggressive, has been known to do really well in the Ahri. He is a legacy Ahri player, well, second wave, right? The first wave. Or,
yeah, he debuted the remake.
Exactly. I don't know how many waves of Ahri were on. Champion has kind of been...
I think it's 2.
Yeah, the big waves, right?
Oh, I guess like when Charm was changed to like you had to play totally around Charm after Death by Grass was removed, like that sort of stuff.
So maybe it's 3 waves, but third wave, Zeka was a big Ahri enjoyer. So we should have a little bit more faith in him to deliver in this matchup. And as you can see from the draft, even though in early, expect the Ahri and the Vi to kind of be the core of how the composition works. And Zilean actually can work aggressively as well. Putting an ultimate on Klid or Zeka allows them to play a lot more aggressive.
Yeah.
But come late,
it's fine.
It's fine. It's just, we're not overcomplicating stuff. And I like this from Cuz.
Yeah, they're just going to camp him. And this is a great way to win, as they managed to get the cleanse out already. Does try to get some damage back, but yeah, still, Viper might just have to go home here, as drank both of his potions, so there he goes, and some priority being gifted over to KT. On the bottom side of the map, the Vi hanging out with the Scuttlecrab on the top side. Cuz going to do the same thing here on the bottom side. But one summon a spell in advantage. That is the difference between the two teams right now. KT, very minuscule lead.
Wasted here, really nice for KT. Can just freeze it here. And hang back. Not really at any threat. That's all BDD.
Yeah, this is a dangerous moment. Event Horizon actually going to be really good here, as Klid's going to get stunned up and had to take a turret shot as well. So BDD still has to flash, so successful gank. Creative use of the cage.
Nicely done by Klid there. I think trading flash for flash is great, because as soon as you hit 6, or Zeka hit 6, BDD going to be in a lot of trouble. Might be able to pick up a spellbook cleanse, which will help with the Zeka part of it. But if Klid does hit 6, a return gank should be available. So nicely done there. And already keeping BDD from completely snowballing games single-handedly is Veigar. That's a good start. Is it enough? No, because we talk about the Hanwha Life comp and how well it does in team fights. It's Veigar, Xayah, and Malphite, right? KT isn't worried.
No.
But if you're looking at how the series has gone, I do think that Hanwha Life have looked better in the straight-up 5v5, and that's where some of the worries might come in if you're a KT fan.
Well, Kingen once again just farming behind the turret. Just really has a good time in these tank v tank matchups. He is going to tank a turret shot. There is no jungler in the area, and so he's able to just walk it out. And so yeah, level 6 going to be claimed by the Ornn. Zeka clearing out vision here, spots Cuz. So King knows that he can continue doing exactly what he was doing. He'll probably just teleport back to the lane though, or just walk back, as the wave is going to be equalizing, and as we can see, just going for a little bit of a wander.
Zeka is 6, but BDD being very, very careful here, making sure that he is not caught out of position. Knowing that he doesn't have his flashes cleared, uses his first smite charge to start it up here.
Yeah, Cuz going to move on in, but Zeka gets the inside track. And does have that first mover's advantage.
I don't know where Zeka is.
Yeah, all the way around. Grand entrance going to be used here as Zeka. Can he actually get in and change this one? Is aiming in a whole lot of trouble. The bomb comes forward, and he is just going to blow up. That is first blood going to the Zillion. Cuz wants to get Viper, and he will be able to do that. Both 80 carries going to be taken down. As now Cuz underneath the turret. He's the... Oh my goodness! He is going to go down as the Zeri. And it is going to be 2 for 2 on both sides. So once again, just completely even.
Yeah. Nothing to see there. Even trade. Lot of back and forth in that fight. Looked really good for Hanwha with Zeka finding the flank. But KT was also aware that this was happening. They didn't know where exactly Zeka was, but they did have an inkling that he was on a flanking angle, so BDD arrived relatively early. And there was also no Zeri ultimate yet, which in these type of skirmishes actually is a really large part of where the power from the champion comes from, right? Because it allows you to just gun everyone down as long as it lasts long enough. That didn't happen there, so Viper does end up going down and doesn't end up getting a kill, which is unfortunate. Fortunately for Hanwha Life, the gold went over to Cuz and BDD, so at least Viper's lane won't be in jeopardy. Does mean that the mid-jungle 2v2 with Clit and Zeka might be in some trouble.
It's also a really powerful clock.
It is.
Look at him. Look at Life, just having a great time here.
He has lucidity boots, you know, he's going to be spamming those bombs. Oh, he's going Emacs as well.
And also gets level 6 for Viper. And we know that Zeris can definitely do some pretty crazy things at level 6. Especially if they get there before their opposition, as once again it is going to happen. Aiming, no Featherstorm. And now Viper is just going to be able to buzz him down. There it is. And there was just not a whole lot that Amy could do about it with no summoner spells available. Clit in position to defend. This is beautiful from Hanwha.
Hanwha Life, the aggression that we wanted to see, nowhere to be found in the first few games.
Ooh, nice little charm. You mentioned the cleanse. It is now going to be used from BDD.
And first Drake is going to go over, but if you've been watching this series, you know why we weigh Viper getting fed very heavily. That counts for double.
He doesn't need Zeri moments for Zeri to be broken in the late game, right? Like, oftentimes, these days, the current state of Zeri is, if she gets early kills, you're like, oh, well, it's vintage Zeri time. But with Viper, he doesn't really need it, and he has it this time. As now Lahen's going to flash forward, gets the flash out of life. And this Rift Herald is just going to go back home. Shelly's like, I don't have time for any of you. It's going to go back to sleep. So more resting. As Cud's going to start it off again. So not actually going to be resting for very long at all. Let's check out this replay, though, as Zeka finds a beautiful angle.
He does. We see BDD coming in hot, and crucially, aiming actually stays alive for a decent amount of time, and then the cage means that Clit and Life can't actually join the skirmish. So if BDD didn't get there when he did, situation would be way worse. And then also preemptively putting down that meteor. Really nicely done. And then this, oh man.
Let's see if he walks out, is what he said. Thanks, G-Sun, for the translation. And as it turned out, he walked out.
Yeah.
And they
Not
killed
even
him.
that far.
Nope. Man, Viper pretty good. Having a fantastic day today. It really needs to be re-established.
He's been having a... I'd say he's been having a great split. He hasn't always had the chance to show it, though.
True.
Yeah. And we don't know where this game is going. As mentioned, I do think the KT composition, it's barely goal behind. It still has an incredible amount of team fighting power. But I do want to highlight that I do agree with you. If this Zeri ends up carrying this game, and you're going into a game number 5, that is a tough ask.
Oh yeah.
To deal with. If you are KT now, Cuz is 2 levels up. Flint will be able to equalize it a little bit here. Lands. Spot them.
Just throws a Gleaming Quill over. Otherwise, not too much to worry about. What is the... I mean, there's always a scaling question when it comes to tanks as well. I mean, Ornn pretty good at scaling just in general because you get to build items for people. But Malphite's also, like, one of those tanks that can kind of get to, like, I will never die and just do what I want and then press R on you type stuff. Like, how are we feeling about how this tank matchup goes as far as how this game will evolve?
So the big advantage for me is that for Keen to actually have threat on Viper, he either needs to be in range for anyone else on How Alive to like kind of deal with him, or he needs to find a flank, in which case then obviously if you can find a flank angle you can ult Viper. There isn't a lot of counterplay to that, and the follow-up is really good for KT with Viego and maybe a Cage and Lahans. But if you don't get those, I think it's hard in general. And then add to that there is a Zillion in this game. And so much of the power of Malphite comes from you ult the AD carry, the AD carry dies. But that's just not going to be how the fights are going to go because of the existence of Zillion. So as long as Life stays and keeps his distance from Viper just enough, he should be able to help him out a lot. And then secondly, the reason why I always really like Ornn is because you can try and hard engage, and if it's a good angle you can go for it, but it's non-committal. You just pressure Ornn, and if someone's out of position, if aiming is in a wrong spot, he needs to ult, and you don't have to put yourself in harm's way. And that's not even talking about things like the ornaments and whatnot, which obviously also heavily tilts towards Zeka.
Could be in a little bit of trouble here as, in goes Lahens. Manages to get the quickness down, and Cuz is just going to heartbreak him. That just looked almost too easy for KT there in that mid lane, evening out the kill score very nicely. And this has been the story, hasn't it? Solo lanes in favor of KT versus Viper on Harmor Life.
Yeah, I hope Zeka's flash wasn't available when that start of the play came through, because if it was, you gotta flash that. Particularly with Lance's penchant for roaming around the map and trying to set up these type of plays. Can't afford to die there when you are this area, and that's actually something that I do think is relevant. BDD is not going to have the best of time in actually taking down King, and for obvious reasons. But with the build that Zeka's going for, like, he's not getting through Keen. Keen's not really going to care too much, even if he does itemize heavily into armor as opposed to MR.
Yeah. Zeka going to make it back here, and yeah, like you were talking about, I mean, he's right now sitting on Cleanse Flash, but let's have a look at this one more time. He didn't have, I don't think he had Flash.
No, we don't know.
We don't actually know.
Yeah.
But he did have Cleanse. But even then, you'd have to like walk into the wall preemptively because you're not going to be able to cleanse the knockup or anything like that. But I think maybe that was even the right call.
Might have been, yeah. And Zeka's issues against this pick continue as Life giving infinite value to his teammates. The amount of free stuff that's getting doled out by Humble Life is actually crazy. Yeah. Items, levels. Didn't even talk about the fact
victories. That's what Viper does.
That is true, yeah.
Pretty cool.
Life actually might be able to get King into a breaking point as well, right? Where he is able to get a lot more done. Are we going to really 5v5 for a second dragon?
This would be very KT Humble Life for this to be what we're going to bring it all down to.
Drake's gone, but it's the fight's breaking out.
Well, Keen's going to move on in. They do manage to take the Drake like you were talking about, and now Humble Life Esports are going to go for it. That is great mitigation as the Ornhorn comes down, but it's cancelled. King are not going to be able to throw that one back because Keen pressed R, and that is just a free Drake going over to KT.
Never mind, they're fighting.
I mean, it was sort of a pseudo fight. Buttons were pressed.
There was a fight.
And R happened on the Cuz, and then Cuz pressed R to say no, and R happened from Kingin, and then Keen's pressed R to say no.
And KT, great trade. Picked themselves up the Drake. This is a Hextech Drake, so incredibly valuable for whichever team is able to pick it up. If Hama get a bunch on Viper, game becomes unplayable, but let's not forget that even a Xayah can do a whole lot of damage.
Oh yeah.
Getting access to that as, collapse on King in here maybe. There are reinforcements in the area.
Yeah, he's going to take a fair bit of damage, and also he's relatively low already. Bella's breath comes down. He wants to find it here as Clid going to dive on top of Cuz. Get your junglers right, Atlas, as Keen is going to get himself out of there, and they'll be absolutely fine.
Kingen with supreme confidence there. Knew that the Viego didn't have his ultimate because it was used in the bot side play.
Yep.
So not too worried, otherwise he definitely dies there. And round 2, perchance. I don't think Hanwha should. I think Hanwha should just give this and it's okay. And they do.
It's second Herald, so yeah, you don't need to worry about it. There's going to be double Heralds going over to KT this time around. No harm, no foul though. And Zeka going to clear out this top lane as well. So yeah, it's all just... there is a bit of friskiness, right? But ultimately, there's been 6 kills this game. So far this year in the LCK, the lowest number of kills has happened in this this series, 7. And both of the 7 kill games that we've had have been games with Hanwha Life Esports. So maybe it'll just happen again. Maybe we can break the record.
Go for 6, no kills this.
Yeah.
I don't think we're getting 6. I think we're way too far ahead. Already, this is a bloodbath, Atlas, okay? We're 60 minutes in, there's 6 kills.
I know.
There's no way we stay on 6.
This is like a kill every 5 minutes. It's extraordinary stuff. No, it's not.
What?
Like a kill every 2.5 minutes, but still.
Maybe you should have written your essays, man.
Yeah, I should have. Definitely don't do math on stream, remember?
Never.
But no, that was more of an exaggeration wrong more than anything else.
I wouldn't actually criticize your ability to
math?
To math.
You should definitely do that.
Well, I feel
That's
like it's mean,
absolutely
even
fine.
if it's justified, okay? I don't want to do that.
I don't think you could be mean if you tried, Chronicler.
Well, I have, and it never really, it never really works.
That's kind of my point. So, yep, Keen and Kingen. They exist on this map. They are following each other around. It's actually quite cute. Glid might make Keen's life a little bit harder, but not going to happen. Oh, actually, never mind. They're going to be able to spot him out here. He can press R, so guys, he's fine. And we're not going to make him do it, as Shirley is going to look to take down this outer turret. She should be able to do so. Actually, a pretty big pickup here for KT as far as getting themselves some map control. 1.5 minutes on soul point availability for KT. Absolutely huge. Hanwha, they can stack up 4 of these. The Zeri situation, just nutty. Just easily skates out of the way of Lehens as he tries to use his grand entrance. Not going to find it. Man. So this is like 500 gold the difference between the two teams. KT ahead by just a little bit.
Yep.
But ultimately, no one's in the lead just yet. I think we're just going to... Are we going to handshake and we're just going to... It's going to be decided on a flip around a Baron or an Elder or a Soul? Like...
No, I'm fairly certain we'll have a better idea after this next Dragon fight.
Okay.
Because maybe KT gets soul points, but maybe Hanwha get a good fight, and then they can maybe turn it into something else as well. Maybe mid lane turret, and they can start snowballing.
What's the most even thing that could happen?
Most even thing
KT just give the Drake?
Yeah, KT. So KT woke up. They see what's going on. Like, I don't like this. I don't like this. I'm peacing out, and then they back off.
Right. So that would be the ultra. That would be the ultra just even Stevens.
Yes,
maneuver.
that is the.
I assume that's probably what's going to happen.
No, they're going to fight. Like, surely. BDD has his Seraph's almost stacked. Aiming has level 11, double cooldowns. You know, things are looking peachy.
Mm-hmm.
King and...
Life going to come in, say hi to Keen.
You're not killing Keen.
No. Cousin BDD are here as well, as King is going to have to flash. And I think he may just be dead. And yes, he indeed is. Oh, does have the chrono shift. So it's going to take a bit of time. The rest of Hanwha Life Esports trying to get in here, and he does end up falling down, but now, can they actually win the fight? Cuz going to lock down the next one as Viper free hitting, full health. BDD is just going to try and waddle his way out, and he does so! KT keep everyone alive unless Viper can find this. Oh, he flashes, he pulls the kill into BDD. Viper's still alive. alive for so long, but he's going to be taken down, and now a double kill's going to come through from Koz's version of Zeri. That's how you do it. You just take over Viper. That's how you beat him.
And that's not an even trade at all, because even though BDD does end up going down, it's a disaster for Hanwha. They're going to lose soul points. Viper, after it working out for him for the rest of the day, flies a little bit too close to the sun. Ends up flashing for the kill on BDD, but goes down immediately afterwards.
And that is going to be soul point. That is the huge part of this. A real advantage now put together by KT. Takes some extra shellfish as well. Viper is now just going to look for this red buff. Does still have 2 items, right? Like, this is still a dangerous Zeri. This quick blade's going to be done relatively soon. But let's have a look at this one more time.
Because it starts off with, from the get-go, like, why are we trying to collapse on Keen? Keen is not going to care. We do have a trap being set up here on top side, so we'll see whether that leads to anything. But for the play that happens here, as soon as Clit goes in here and doesn't find anything, you gotta just let it go. BDD?
Well, there's a cease and desist. I have a feeling BDD's dead. I don't want to jump to conclusions. However, he's surviving for so long. Finally, Orb of Deception comes down. There's the on as well. The Ram doing a bunch of work as now Lahan's going to get chomped. Orb of Deception, he picks it up. Seka finds a double kill. Now Keen, he's solo, and it's Viper that's able to carry this Chrono Shift, giving them so much confidence in these fights, and I guess it's not over.
Well, it kind of looked like it might have been, but I guess not. We don't know what's happening, and maybe neither do the teams, as that starts off as a trap set by Hanwha Life. They've been doing this, Clit and Life, for so much of the game. This time around, Life is on Zillion, so can't really help. And it looks somewhat risky, right? Just ult, make sure the Banshee's Veil, insanely high value. And this is where things are still kind of okay. If you trade like BDD for Clit, that's fine. But then Kingen, man. Kingen's Ornn always hits different, and even though he was he went down there earlier, Keen only finds a play on the people with either Stopwatch or Zillion Ultimate. Doesn't have any damage follow-up either, because their damage died at the start of that play. And now the game back to even again.
Back to even again.
But KT still have soul points, and I really rate that very highly, because it does mean that a single mistake from Hanwha will mean that KT get one of, if not the best soul in the game.
Absolutely. And they also deny it from a Zeri, which is very important as well. We all know how much she likes electricity, and that does make sense. So yeah, no, they have to get it, and they have to get it 4 times in a row, right? So Hanwha Life Esports, you do have their work cut out for them.
No, I mean, if KT get it, which I still don't know. With how this game has gone,
yeah. Oh. Well, we've got some upgrades coming in. Kingen going to get himself his Jack Shows upgrade.
That's just what Viper needed, more firepower.
He goes from Jack Shoes to Jack Nikes, right?
I actually think that
you didn't like it.
Yeah, no, I actually think the name for the item.
You looked it up. Cool. What is it again?
The Unspoken Parasite.
Oh man, I mean, it's pretty cool.
But I'm a bit more edgy, so maybe I'm a bit more angsty, so maybe that's why I enjoy it.
Yeah,
it's a bit edgy.
It is definitely edgy. Like that could be a new like punk rock album title, which
it could be.
Yeah, sounds kind of fun. Might have to change up genres
maybe
just
more
a little
metal
bit
than anything. We'll see.
Well,
it's out there.
We'll also see whether KT and Hanwha Life Esports are going to fight one another before any objectives come up. We do have the Baron that spawned 4 minutes ago. No one's really looked at it. We do have some pings, but on the Hextech Rift, it's also a little bit more difficult, right? Because the mobility that you have allows you to constantly get there.
Yeah.
And resets happen way more often, more wards available, things like this. So I don't expect a too-heated Baron, or a Baron sneak or something like that. It's not going to happen.
Is Viper going to get quick blades for this upcoming fight? That's my main question. Because if he does, really changes the equation. Life is level 11 as well.
Ooh,
if we can get Kingen to 15 and have him be able to give out another item, wouldn't be surprised if Life is going to give him the extra level here. We'll see whether he has experience at the ready. as this is Kingen.
Yeah, just going to breathe on Cuz as the Event Horizon goes down. But Kingen just crashes into the wall, doesn't actually find the CC. Therefore, everyone's going to be all right. It's a little bit scary, little bit scary. Cease and desist, not going to be utilized as now Kane wants to find Viper, wants to find any target, to be honest, but does just hold on to the ultimate here.
Playing for bot. Into the river we go.
The intensity of the series.
Tension is back.
I know. And it feels like sometimes it goes away and it goes away in a really big way, but when it comes back, man,
it's here.
Has you on the edge of your seat.
It's happening. Keen backing, going to be TPing in. There's a lot of flank wards.
Yep, Zekka on a flank. It's cleared. Cease and desist. He's just off. He's gone. He's out of here and he's just dead. The Ornhorn does come down, but only gets one knock up. And Harmalife Esports, now they don't have a jungler. It's going to be Soul for KT. Oh no!
Clid trying to get out of the cage, and the only option he sees is violence. But violence doesn't solve anything, Atlas.
No. Now they're going to have to go. Zekka does have smite.
No, he wouldn't.
Surely not.
He wouldn't be able to. Wait, King backed. Oh, it's all or nothing on this.
Yeah, and Zekka is going to be seen. Does still have his shield available, and here is the Soul locked down by KT. This is massive. They are now ahead in gold, but they have the Hextech Soul. And they're just moving straight towards the Baron because it's now so difficult for Harmalife Esports to fight them. Clid will be able to portal his way over.
Yeah, which in turn means I think that they can't actually go for this, and they won't. They'll play a little bit safer, which I do think is the good call. They don't need to, right? You get the Hextech Soul, incredibly strong team fighting power on a Zion aiming. His laning phase definitely has been fairly weak in this series. Hasn't really been able to get the better hand of Viper. Even in the Draven games, it wasn't really about the 2v2. Zlahan's going to take a bit of a chunk, but is Rakan, so we'll be fine. Yeah. But in team fights, I still expect aiming to do the job he needs to, particularly when you're Isaiah with a Hextech Soul.
Still, there is 3 upgrades now. The Everfrost has now taken on its second form. The Really Frosty, pretty sure is the official name of that one. So we're going to check this one out one more time, and Clid.
Yeah, I thought he used it to try and get out of the cage, but he was already in.
Yeah.
And it's not even like maybe the call was for life to throw an ult on him, and then maybe you can follow up, but with BDD having flash, that's never happening, unfortunately. And with that, Soul went over, and KT are looking poised to end this game.
Well, Lahen's going to take half of his health bar again, but still.
In this series.
Get out.
Yeah, as long as he can, maybe find a Q, heal back up. He should be okay here.
Level 16 for Zekka does have his smite. As BDD could collect a smite as well, so there should be smite parity on both sides due to these unsealed spellbooks. Still, KT just going to move towards this top side, and Hanwha, they kind of understand that against Hextech Soul, it's just really hard to fight this team.
What do? You need a pick. So in this case, Lahens is the main man, and if Zekka gets a charm while someone else is there, maybe you can find something. If it's just him, Lahens is not going to be too bothered. Also has Mercs available, so charm not going to last very, very long. But we're also not in a game state where it's unwinnable for KT, right? Like the team fighting power for Hanwha Life, or unlosable rather. The team fighting power for Hanwha Life is still there. They have Viper.
They have Viper and they have King Zorn.
They have King and Zorn. They have Zillion. They have Viper.
I like how you said that they have Viper like 3 times.
Yeah,
I think that's actually very important.
I don't think I can overstate the importance. As in we go. Hextech gates are available. There is vision to this.
Yep. Just going to allow that ward to live. And I think they just think that they can burst it down. The Ram is going to come in. Over the wall they go as Cuz does lock down the smite. And KT will complete the heist. But I think that counts as a flip. Right? Because he's gone to the pit, right?
Yeah, we did have some good zoning. BDD again with his cage being able to make sure that Zekka didn't get in. And then we had Lahens, I think, that was able to keep Clid out of the pit. So was a flip, but it worked out. And this Baron is going to slide perfectly towards that Elder, right? And if you're able to pick up Elder as well, I really respect Homa Life's team fighting. But there are some things that you just can't really outfight, and this isn't the type of game state where you can do the good old Elder for Nexus trade, because looking at the base of KT, it's very healthy. There is still outers in mid, and then a whole ring of inners, and a whole ring of inhibitor turrets, so you basically are forced to win a team fight against a team with Baron and a Hextech Soul. It's not a good place to be.
No, it is not. However, right now, no one's fighting. We're still farming, still collecting things. Base, like you were talking about, on Hama's side, still looking fine as well. So KT taking it slow, taking it steady. King and taking a bit of damage. Gold,
Just
not really
bit.
something relevant, but there it is. Lead now put together for KT. His Event Horizon means that Kingen takes a lot of damage. Man, when they do actually get in range of these turrets, it is a scary prospect, and this slow from that Hextech Soul, man, it's already looking frustrating to deal with here.
Yeah, because now you're trying to force a hard engage against Zaya and Veigar.
Yeah.
It's not ideal.
It also just doesn't look like an engage is even all that probable, right? Because they're not trying to get into position to find one of them. And Viper now looking like he's losing his agency here. We'll be able to clear out these minions before this inhibitor does go down.
There's one thing you avoid. As long as you avoid the Elder flip, then I think KT are looking in a prime position here. But that was kind of the case in some of their games against T1, so I don't want to...
Yeah.
They've been in this position before, but this time around, right? With the Hextech Soul, with the Prio that you got, decks are now starting to come through. You can take the Hex Gates. You have full vision control here as well.
Oh yeah, it's 10 seconds. And that Elder is going to be available. Hama Life do get some semblance of control of this bottom lane.
No Lord Doms. Oh, Zeka and Viper. Now, like, neither of them are able to actually spend their gold. They're sitting on like...
Yeah,
that's like 3,000 gold between the two of them.
Well, Cuz is just going to stun up Clit, who's probably just dead again. He is. And KT, I thought that this was going to be the 5v5 showdown.
What happened?
Clit died.
Well, I know what happened, but what happened?
Yeah.
Okay, Zeka still a smite. No.
Oh, it was a drive-by attempt from Zeka. That was a little bit cute. Doesn't actually do anything, though. As now Hama Life Esports have to deal with pretty much Exodia. Viper just going to get dove on top of. The dragon leaps out of the sky and bears down on Hama Life Esports. And KT, I have a feeling this is going to be the backbreaker. The 3-1 for KT Rolster, moving forward, moving into the lower bracket finals to face off against Gen G. It's what a lot of us predicted. Hama Life Esports made us doubt for a few moments in Game 3. But I think this is about as far as they're going to go. All right, in he goes. Keen celebrating. The dragon will come down. Cuz going to lock down the kill on his opposite number. Heartbreaker onto Zeka, and it's kind of exactly that for Hama Life Esports right now. The Nexus will go down, and KT will be moving forward. We're going to have to say goodbye to Hama Life Esports.
But what we get back is a happy BDD. It was a hard-fought battle here for KT. They were tested, but they were able to avoid, crucially, that 5th game, a dreaded situation, the reverse sweep, cut down before it had the chance to materialize. This man,
yep,
give him a massage as, hugging Lahens. You love to see it. Obviously, two of them go way back. Must have been really fun. Both of them, I think, with great performances here on the day. Viper goes without saying, but Lahens showcasing again what he's made of so many of the flanks, so many of the plays. But when you look at this KT, man, that top side just blew me away again today.
And also, it's the top side, it's the strength of solo lanes, but it's also the amount of utility and the way that they're playing together, which is really exemplified in this series especially, because this was a series of performances from Hama Life Esports that were in isolation sometimes great from individual players, but it never really felt like they came together as a 5. And towards the end there, of course, you know, things not looking great for Klid, but I felt like Klid actually had, until that final game, a pretty good series.
They did, yeah. Klid was serviceable. Cuz, however, I think was great.
He was amazing.
Final game in particular on the Viego, having impeccable impact early on. Great snowballing. BDD, if there were any questions as to whether BDD, which I don't necessarily think there were, but if there were any questions, let them be put to rest after today's performance.
BDD pretty good.
Because that was, I actually think, like the most one-sided matchup today, because King had moments where he looked really good, even as good as Keen is. Same for Klid, but BDD just kind of ran circles around his opponent. Lance.
He ran circles around his opponent and put circles around his opponent.
He did.
That's what happened. Lahen's also having a pretty good day here. Once again, getting his Rakan over and over again. And first picking it, remember, in this particular game. Thought that was a little bit of a risky maneuver.
It was.
But it paid off in the end. Keen got to play his rock as well. He very much likes the Malphite, and it was banned away in the first few games. Finally gets his hands on it. Not the most impactful, but you know that he has a lot of fun when he does play the champion. So, KT, I don't know what's in store further down the line, but what I do know is that this version of KT is looking fantastic here in 2023.
I agree. And that matchup against Gen G, that's going to be amazing. I'm really looking forward to that. And as this is also the end of Hanwha's split, I'm not going to talk about Viper because I feel like we've done a lot of that today. But let it be known that he's not the issue. And even in this series, I think we see why Hanwha Life is a team that can both inspire us at times and also why they haven't just been that good. Right? It's at moments when everything comes together. When they get to the late game, it looks amazing. But moments like Klid just randomly dying, I think Zeka's entire series was very lackluster. And them not being able to make it work consistently. This is a team where if you told me that they were like a top 3 team when summer rolls around and they do fix those issues, I'd believe you. But right now, even though there were some close moments, they were not even remotely able to stand up to KT.
No, it wasn't the inspiring performance that we might have been expecting from the team that was that is so full of world champions. But I do think that after some meshing has happened, there is a lot of potential here, right? We know what they can do. It's just
moments
we
like
really
this.
haven't seen it outside of Viper, like you said. Yeah, this is a prime example. I mean, game 3, another great example.
Oh, also this. This is the unfortunate scenario. Also, crucially, like Viper got caught in a cage there. Maybe the call was to just go in collectively, but that's not what happened.
This one just ended up looking a little bit strange.
No idea what happened in that one.
As they get the elder, we're going to have a listen to KT as they take down Humble Life Esports and move on to the lower bracket final as well and give themselves an opportunity to head towards MSI. Man, it could be a telecom MSI.
It could be. Well, I just love Lance shouting. Doesn't really matter what he shouts at.
Nope.
It makes me, it fills me with happiness. Happy BDD as well.
Yeah, it's a big grin on BDD's face. Always makes you happy.
The redemption arc for KT continues, not just the orc, making a lower bracket final and having an incredible playoffs run, but also they still have a shot, as you point out, to make it to MSI, to make it to the finals. And in playoffs, they've been the only team that has really made T1 sweat.
They certainly have. And I just imagine if we get another 5-game finals, much like we did in the first round of playoffs that T1 and KT faced off, that would be amazing. But KT do need to get through Gen G before that, so we'll have to hold that thought. Gen G still looking very strong themselves. Once again, it's the case of Viper did the most damage in the game, and then his Nexus exploded.
What you gonna do?
Yeah.
Not a lot in this game. And I love the very nicely divided damage charts there from KT. Team effort.
I mean,
Everyone did their job.
it's exactly what we were talking about. It's the fact that KT play as a team and they have a lot of avenues in which to win through. Whereas Humble Life Esports, it is Viper wins the game or we do not. But now, it's time to throw it over to the space and see what they thought about the KT victory.
Thank you very much, casters, for your wonderful work today. As KT Rolster are able to take the 3-1 victory tonight in the series, they will move on, of course, to next week, where they will face off against Genji in the losers finals before one of those teams gets a chance to face T1 in the finals next Sunday. So very good stuff from KT. They finally get the job done. Wasn't the cleanest series ever, but I think with KT you can always kind of expect that.
Yeah, I think the adaptation for this final game, though, was pretty good. The Zeri was a problem in the previous game. They didn't opt to deny it, they didn't opt to ban it, but they made sure they had a composition where Zeri couldn't really play the game because Viper was the big carry. He's the better performing AD carry on the day, but against Malphite and Veigar and Rakan, it's a little bit tricky.
Yeah, I mean, at least today, like, I would say, I think the aiming performance was not like he's at the best form. That's why I feel like he might as well just put the Rakan side. I mean, that's the reason why I think I probably can assume. And Viper, like, getting Zeri, like, I mean, it's kind of dangerous, but I think also it opens up the aiming could play the potential Xayah Rakan side. I think that's the like more makes sense that like it's a safer options. But it's the same thing in the 4-5. Like they pick Veigar and the Malphite, they just can't punish. Like they know the King will not pick like besides like any like even Nard. I think he could have picked it, but the thing is like he decided to just go for tank, like which is not like. You know, something that is gonna be like he could have probably picked like anything, something that like bringing AP damage, like against Malphite. They banned the Silas, but they could have played like Gwen, like Rumble, those kind of things like could punish, but they decided not to.
Yeah, maybe if Huni, you were in there, maybe you would have played the Rumble, given us a little 100%. Rumble action.
I'll play Cassiopeia, right? Anything, like something.
Great, yeah.
I believe it. Like just not, man, like nothing.
Yeah, and maybe that's part of it as well. I think the top lane kind of Ocean, the champion pool difference, I should say, Ocean versus maybe just a pool on the other side was a little bit of an issue, as we did see there towards the end. But yeah, like how are you going to do much against even just Malphite and Rakan, not to mention the Veigar, who controls incredible amounts of space. And let's take a look at the highlights here first off, because we do want to talk about how this game did start off, starting with this fight around the bottom lane.
Yeah, so it was pretty scrappy in the mid-game. There was a lot of back and forth fights, but I feel like the Veigar value was absolutely massive. Putting down the cage here kind of means the Ornn really can't do much, has the execute that comes back out after Zillion ult, but it's like the longer a fight goes, the more cages you get, which is why in these extended fights, it's so hard to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, also I think the start was like really good. I mean, it was like a little bit overextended from the King game, but the thing is like, they know exactly when to fight, like when they need to, and they're like, the Rakan clutch play. That's it, And also it's a Viego too, like you can always just like, the longer fight, it's actually just whatever. He preferred that longer fight.
Yeah, and then this is a fight that went better for Hanwha Life, where they immediately killed the Veigar. So there was no more cages after this initial one, which didn't really get much value. And this was where we were sort of thinking, okay, maybe Hanwha Life is something they can offer here when they do manage to take out the Veigar quickly.
Yeah, I mean, the composition, they have a decent amount of pick with Ornn Ahri, and of course Vi. Like Ahri Vi, that's a combo we've seen many times, but outside of that pick that we saw in this one, it was kind of like, okay, well, you found your opportunity, you removed the Veigar, but if it's ever a straight up 5v5, you got like boxes set up, you got like the Malphite threatening, you're never going to get an engage that's ever as clean as that. And I think that after that fight, Hanwha Life Esports really struggled to get a fight on their terms.
Yeah, I think a big thing is the fact that the mid jungle today for Hanwha Life was just weaker, right? Despite the fact we're seeing like this Veigar pick in mid, which isn't the highest pressure pick, we're still seeing KT's mid jungle come out ahead. And if you're behind on the Ahri Vi, it's not as easy to make those picks. If you don't have control of the area, it's not as easy to find these angles, and that means KT could move in, lock down the area, and you're just not finding the route.
Yeah, I mean, the whole point, the mid jungle from like Veigar, like a little bit more like greedy, but the thing is like, you can't, like, you're playing against the HLE, you're not gonna get punished. So that's why I'll say it's like, it was a really genius, the prepared, especially against HLE, and I think the value was really high, especially today.
Yeah, absolutely. Why don't we go ahead and check out the second bunch of highlights that we do have. First off, on the Soul, and this one was a very good showing of exactly what KT's comp does to Hanwha Life Esports.
It just felt kind of desperate from Clid in this situation, going for the ult on the Veigar. It's a great flash away, but you lose your jungler, you lose Hextech Soul, which is the most broken one of the game, and then basically a repeat. It comes to trying to set up around the Elder. The enemy team has control. They have a load of engaged tools, the Malphite right there, and it just means immediately take the jungler out, Soul's ours. It didn't even feel hard at that point for KT.
Yeah, I mean, kind of understandable, like why he's doing it, like a little bit desperate. Like he need to make a play. He need to be the first one engaging to start opening, to start the fight. But the thing is, like, it's not easy, and you know, that was no good choice as well.
Yeah, of course it looks silly, but you're like desperately trying to find the crazy angle because that's the only way you're going to win the fight. So either you do that and you die yourself or your team loses the game. So kind of understand what angles he was going for. Either way, guys, let's take a look at the POG here for game number 4 on the side of KT. Will be Cuz with the 9-1 Viego.
Yeah, I mean, had a huge early game performance. I feel like him and BDD have been such a good duo together. When you have a champion like the Veigar who can easily execute a target so you can get the resets, it's fantastic. But just his performance in these skirmishes has been so good for KT.
Yeah, I mean, I think especially enable, like it's gonna be enable and the rest of the playoff, and I think it's a really good sign. It's a really good signal that for KT, especially for Cause 2, like they can just pull up the Viego whenever they want, basically.
Yeah, I think in these more extended plays as well, it gives you the momentum because you have Malphite, you have Veigar, who are both good at taking out single targets, and it just means as the fight goes on, as you're getting the resets, it's really hard. I think the gank pressure as well was pretty solid to get the early momentum. 11 out of 11, pretty solid.
Yeah, 11 out of 11. We had a couple of those today. Kind of makes sense. I think his early game impact was just too much, and I thought maybe like 1 or 2 votes would be thrown over to Lehens. He had that really nice recon set up the one time, but and BDD for using his really OP Event Horizon button.
Press H again and again and again.
Yeah.
Oh, so good. Press E.
Man, this champ is really, really nice.
Oh, wait, occasionally press R. That he does that too.
Yeah,
he does
true.
that. Wow.
Does some boom boom damage as well. As I believe we are almost ready to get into the interview. Just waiting to get the call for that one, and of course this will be hearing from the entirety of the team from KT. Very curious to see what's going to happen with KT versus Gen G, which is of course the match that we do have in the losers finals. Should be a really close one, especially a lot of the analysts on our side are very mixed on who they think will take this one. But guys, we do have the interview ready. I'm going to hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the post-game interview translation, joined by KT roster players and also Supreme from KT roster. Congratulations on the win.
We
have so many KT roster fans celebrating the win over Hana Life Esports. Keen, with this win, you are now at the lower bracket finals. How do you feel? It feels amazing. Now we're going up against Gen G, and we have a while to prepare actually. So I think we have to work hard in order to get ready for that match. In game number 2, Keen, you played Rise, and you are the only one that can pull that off right now in the LCK, I think. Was that something you prepared for playoffs? I mean, I'm confident in Rise, so it's like viable anytime, even if I don't even practice it. Now, KT and Gen G will fight for the last spot at finals with backs against the wall. How are we going to prepare for that match? Just like I said, we have a bit of a time to prepare, so we will keep working hard in order to showcase the best performance we can. And Cuz, we had the initial seed matchup in the jungle. What was the main focus going up against Clid?
클리드 선수가 아무래도 좀 변수 창출을 되게 잘하고
Clid is really good at setting up for unexpected plays, and also he ganks a lot to many lanes, so I was keeping that in mind today. I think KT played the map around dragons. Is that because you're confident in dragon team fights? Please talk us through your setup.
아무래도 이
Well, right now the current meta is all about the dragon fights, and you know everything happens around there, and who gets the Drake kind of gets a huge favor. So I wanted to focus on Drakes too.
그리고 오늘도 역시 오늘 경기장에 작은 아버지가
And you've been getting the uncle buff throughout the playoffs, and it seems super effective. He showed up today as well. He's been showing up to every match so far.
어디 계신지 네
So,
저쪽에 계시는데요.
are you going to come to the Jamsil Stadium too? Which the losers finals will happen.
있으시면 머리 위로 동그라미 해주세요.
And he will definitely come to the losers finals to support Cuz as well.
수 있을 것 같은데요. 그 최종 결승 진출전에서
And
승리를 하게 되면요.
KT managed to win the losers final, they will make it to the grand finals, which means they are going to London as well. Are you gonna come to London too?
머리 위로 OX 한번 해주세요.
Yes or no?
와!
And he will also fly over to London to support his nephew Cuz. A great family buff kicking in. Now Genji is waiting for you guys at the losers finals. KT has the better edge in terms of the head-to-head record this spring season. What are you expecting in that match? We won that twice already, but I don't think we should let our guards down. But I have some good memories in Jamsil, so I think I'm feeling pretty confident in that matchup too. Now let's hear from BDD. You got a 3-1 victory over Hana Life. How do you feel? I was expecting a 3-0, but we lost one game, so it's a bummer. But still, it feels amazing to win. So we had some phenomenal performance on your Veigar, and you won unanimous POG in game number 1 as well, and also game 4. You are even able to get a solo kill onto enemy LeBlanc. So how confident are you in that pick right now? Like he can be like defensive and also aggressive at the same time. So it feels like really comparable when I get to lock it in. And also Veigar is pretty like easy, so anyone can pull that off. A very humble state of mind from BDD, but a lot of people have been saying that you have stepped up so much throughout the playoffs. Do you also feel the same way? Kind of, yeah, because I think the game is going a lot better, and also everyone has been just like stepping up, so we all together was able to improve as a team. BDD, I have a question about Talia though. So she is winless throughout the playoffs, but Talia was one of your actually signature picks in the LCK, but you were also not able to gift her a win to break the losing streak. Why do you think so? So her early game is really weak, and also she requires a champion that can engage with her. So I think that is her obvious weaknesses. And next Saturday, you're gonna be playing up against Genji. And if you get to get a win that day, it will be your return to the LCK finals after 2 years. I forgot that I actually had LCK finals in 2017 in Jamsil, so I have some good memories too. So I'm feeling lucky about it, and I will do my best. Now, let's hear from Aiming. The key play matchup was the bottom lane, and everyone was having their eyes glued on the bottom lane. How was playing up against Viper today? And he's so good. So I'm not really that happy with my own performance today, but I gotta work harder. Looking forward to watching the bottom lane clash in the next Saturday as well. And I think Zeri was the key champion in the bottom lane matchup, and both of you guys are really good at Zeri, and she was picked in 4 games, all games today. Did you also expect Zeri to be the key champion today? Yeah, her late game is like really broken, and we both kind of execute the champion really well, so we knew that it's gonna be the most important pick of the day. I think Zero will be really favored by both teams in the rest of the playoffs too, so it all depends on how the teams decide to play around her. Amy, you are just one match win away from making it into your first ever LCK finals. I mean, my teammates are so good. As long as we prepare well, we will be able to beat Genji and beat T1. So I will do my best.
이어서 리엔즈 선수께 여쭤보겠습니다. 오늘
Now let's hear from Lihan. Today was the potential elimination series for both teams. What was on your mind on your way to Low Park?
플레이오프라는 게 사실 어떤 팀이 지고 어떤 팀이
I
이겨도
mean,
아닌
playoffs,
경기인데
anything can happen. Anyone can lose, anyone can win. And I was, having a walk with Amy last night, and we were like, tomorrow could be our last chance, but we won. So I want to just say thank you, everyone.
마지막 경기가 절대 되지 않았고요. 이어지는 토요일 그리고 결승까지도 넘보고 있는 KT 롤스터인데 사실 저희가 LCK 내에서 서포터
well, you are the one that always go for pocket picks in the LCK. But it didn't happen today. Was there something you prepared for the playoffs? I'm always ready, in the right spot, I can always pull off some crazy picks. We did see some pocket pick today on the side of Hana Life, which was Zillion. Well, in fact, Rakan Zillion was a mainstream matchup in MSI. So, but the champion mechanism kind of changed a lot, and I was really aware of how the thing goes around that matchup, so I was not worried at all. And Lian, yesterday, actually, Korea said he wants to play up against KT Roser at the finals. I want to say thank you. I really appreciate it. And we had some fun in the previous finals, so let's have fun this time around too.
네, 굉장히 팬분들의 사기를 북돋아주는 대답이었던 것 같습니다. 자, 이제 친정팀인 젠지를 상대하게
Now you will be going up against Genji, a team that you were playing in last year. So yeah, they are our next opponent, and they have been performing spectacular throughout the playoffs. They were at Worlds, they were doing great this season, so they need some rest. So I will give them some rest in that next matchup.
승리 일단 축하드리고요.
Now let's hear from Supreme, the coach on the side of KT Roser. How do you feel about this win over Hana Life? It was harder than we expected, but still, I am so happy and relieved that our team got the win. Did everything go well as you planned and prepared? Like 70-80%, and something did become a challenge.
남은 20-30%를 잘 채워 오실 거라고 생각이 드는데요. 다전제를 치르면서요.
I think KT Roser actually stepped up after playing multiple best of 5 series this playoffs.
네, 사실 저희가
Yeah, indeed.
2라운드 들어오면서부터
I think
점점 우상향을 계속
starting from the spring split,
생각이 들고요.
second split, I think we started to improve a lot. So I want to keep this trend going in order to showcase even more improved performance.
네. KT는 올라가기만 하라고 또 응원의 치어풀을 보내주셨습니다. 오늘 열심히 임해준 선수들에게
Today,
가장
all 5
칭찬해주고
players
싶은
fought so
부분이
hard
있다면
for this
어떤
win today.
부분일까요?
Is there any message you want to say to them?
게임 안에서 좀 불리한 상황이
There were
나왔을
some
때
moments where we were actually like falling behind, but still they were cheering each other's up, and they went through stuff that we actually prepared, and they kind of managed to cope with the troubles. So I want to say thank you to our players as well.
그럼 끝으로 KT의 결승 진출을 간절히 바라고 계실 여기 앉아 계신 많은
Lastly,
팬분들께
before we go, any message over to the fans who've been supporting KT so much? Just like Cuz and BDD mentioned, we had some good memory in Jamsil in 2017. Now it's time for Keen and Aiming for their first LCK titles. So we will do our best. Once again, congratulations on the win, and this will be the end of the interview from KT Roster, and I'm going to pass it back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome translation. As KT Rolster do get the victory, they will go up against Gen.G. But taking a look at the results, 3-1. And some of us did expect a 3-1 tonight.
Some of
I
us.
think all of us here expected a 3-1 tonight.
Hey.
Yeah, another one.
Oh,
3-1 Andy's coming together.
Yeah.
We all did vote for KT Rolster at the end of the day.
So everyone's kind of right, but we're really right when it comes to
Yeah.
Yeah, unlike Wolf and Atlas, 3-0, as if.
3-2? Nah. Nah.
Yeah.
We know league better.
I actually thought it was Chronicler who did 3-2, but it turns out it was Ji-sun after all. So this is what happens when you got to put your Preds up on the screen. Sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong. Had a couple of 3-1s this round 3, which means that we move on to round 4, which will be, of course, next Saturday. And this is a massive matchup because not only is it a spot in the LCK finals, it is also a spot in MSI.
Yeah. I feel like the T1 KT series, people didn't expect to be so close. DK Hanwha was an upset, but this is the first series I think is going to be hard to call. I think every other series, the predictions have been pretty one-sided. I think this is really hard to judge who's going to come out ahead in this one.
I mean, I'm really excited. It's going to be Jamsil Indoor Stadium, whatever it's called, and it's going to be fun, you know? It's going to be great.
Is that the full title?
Yeah.
It's going to be fun. I mean, I think it's going to go game 5, honestly. Like, that's going to... Just wait for my prediction.
Just wait for my prediction as well. What about you, Ox? You predicting 5 games?
3-2? 2-2? I don't know yet. I'll work it out.
Yeah, we have to do some analysis. Maybe get some graphs out and maybe think about the different numbers.
Yeah, the number.
Yeah, I think that's going to be very important.
Magic 8 ball.
It will be very hard to call. But guys, I hope you do join us next weekend. It is going to be wonderful. Not only the loser final to get the last spot in MSI in the LCK finals, but of course, the finals of T1 against whoever wins that matchup. That will be very difficult to call. So it was a fun best of 5 we had here tonight. Thank you for watching. We'll see you next week to close out the LCK playoffs.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. Yeah, I'm standing on the edge of this big love. I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. Never believed love could set me free. Break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. Yeah, I'm falling. I'm falling for you. I'll keep falling. I'll keep falling for you. You are my greatest weakness.
G, game number 4, back to your regularly scheduled programming. What an impressive game coming through here from KT.